Mr. Starr.
Here.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Here.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Mr. Birch is excused. Mr. Klayman.
Here.
Dr. Selcraig.
Here.
Ms. Drummond.
Here.
Ms. Osiander. Here. Mr. Flynn. Ms. Johnston. Here. And Mr. Coffey.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Ms. Osiander, if you could lead us in the pledge. All right, the first item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes from the May 6th meeting. Is there a motion? Mr. Coffey has moved, Ms. Osiander, or Ms. Johnston has seconded. Are there any corrections or changes to the May 6th minutes?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. On page 4, line 75, I want to make sure that at the time that the comment was made about minors being allowed in the establishment, I believe we were talking at that time that the intent was only to allow continued hours of operation and not to allow minors. And I think that they typed it including minors being allowed in the establishment, and that was not what I understood myself to have said at that time, because it's not accurate if it was. So if they could confirm that, Mr. Chair, and the possibility may be that, I don't recall the date, we heard this matter I think 3 times. So I may have said one thing earlier on and a subsequent thing later, but if they could just check that, because if we all recall, the idea at the end was there was no minors allowed on premise. It was merely an hour's extension for the service of food. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So if assuming the recording confirms that, we would delete the last phrase, including minors being allowed in the establishment. Okay, that's fine too. Is there a second for that amendment? Mr. Coffey had moved. It looks like Ms. Gray-Jackson seconded. Any other changes or modifications to the May? Any objections to that change? Right. Hearing and seeing none, that change is approved, assuming that it is confirmed by the recording. Any other changes? I don't see anyone else in the queue. Any opposition to approval of the May 6th minutes? Hearing and seeing none, those minutes are approved as modified, subject to confirmation by electronic means. Next is the mayor's report. The mayor's not here. Do you want to hold off till he comes?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair.
That'll be great. Thank you. Assembly Chair's report. The only 2 items on the Assembly Chair's report, I am pleased to present Ms. Gray-Jackson with, I believe, her, is it 25 or 20 years, Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 25.
Pleased to present her with her 25-year pin, and our clerk, Ms. Grunstein, with her 5-year pin. We're pleased, in particular with Ms. Gray-Jackson, she was able to finish her service after joining this body. That got her over to 25. Thank you very much to both of you. That's all I have for the Chair's report. Then committee reports. We'll start with Mr. Starr.
Thank you. We had a audit meeting yesterday. The primary topic was to discuss the fact that we're not going to see the comprehensive annual financial report, also referenced as the CAFR report, on schedule or in compliance with the Home Rule Charter requirement to have that to the body for approval by June 30th. That will not occur. There was some discussion about that. The KPMG auditing group that we've contracted out was there, as well as Ms. Weddleton and a couple other folks. We spoke to it in general terms about why the CAFR report is late, and then also talked about the ramifications of that. And I'm confident after the report from Ms. Weddleton that I won't bring forth any sort of audit committee recommendation of concern in particular. the ramifications could potentially be a problem with our bond rating issues and the availability of accurate financials. And the CAFR report, again, has the detailed financial backups for the performance year of 2007. So in that capacity, we've come to some understanding with the administration on what they're going to do, and I can either speak to that or Ms. Weddleton, would you want to fill us in on the financial reporting, particularly the draft solution, and then also the advice of bond counsel and other things you may feel to add?
Ms. Weddleton, yes, please.
Thank you. Through the chair. The proposal that we are evaluating in order to mitigate the impacts of issuing the comprehensive financial report beyond June 30th is to post a clearly marked draft report by the deadline, which would mitigate the impacts of missing the deadline. And then in 2 weeks, we would replace the posted draft with the final report.
Thank you. And again, the idea here is that we see the report for approval at this body on the 29th. I'll also put through sort of the stipulation of request that we have more than a few days to look at it before that so we have, probably use 10 days guidance. So if we don't have it sometime mid-July in a formal version and the management summary reports, I would want to, again, ask that not be agended yet until we know that we're going to make the July 29th approval from this body, so we have time to look at it. There's a lot of helpful stuff in there, and at that point, once we have a chance, we'll probably have another audit committee meeting and discuss any sort of audit recommendations based on those findings to this body. So,
and I would take it, I see no one else in the queue, I would take it, ideally we'll have the final report to introduce on July 15 at our meeting so that we could take it up on the 29th,
ideally, and if we don't, I don't want to have it given to us on the 27th for the 29th approval. That's just too tight on the time. So there also needs to be another audit committee meeting in there to have the vendor present the findings of that, so we're prepared to address any concerns from our perspective on the committee.
And then the other question, actually, Ms. Drummond, you're in the queue. Go ahead on this topic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there normally a work session before the Assembly meeting in which the CAFR is accepted, or is it limited to the Audit Committee having a session?
Traditionally, there's been a work session, and again, the Audit Committee sort of has an opportunity as well to make any formal recommendations, my understanding. But again, that's the interest in making sure we have enough time as a body to review it. Specifically through a work session would be great. And I don't want a rushed product, so the idea to have some flexibility on the 29th. The draft summary solution is going to be very helpful. And materially, the data is pretty well gathered up. I think there was a lot of issues why the data took a while to get gathered up. But, my confidence level is that the material is gathered up. It's just a matter of assembling the reports and then deciding the commentary reports from the vendor. And once that's done, I don't see it being a big delay and no huge up concerns from me or the committee, if you will. But ideally, that's up to the body to decide if there's issues in that CAFR report. So,
then, in that case, Mr. Chair, I would request that we have a work session on the Friday before the meeting in which the Assembly as a whole accepts the report.
Which would be the 25th. And that is reasonable. We have not got, I think we have at this point one work session scheduled for the 29th, and we certainly should be able to accommodate that. Question for the administration or for Mr. Starr, I'm not sure who's better able to answer it. Is this a problem is this a 1 year, is this a first time issue where we haven't, where it's late, and is it likely to happen again? Do we know what the problem was and how to avoid it in the future?
Through the chair, this is not the first time that the deadline has been missed. The deadline was missed that the year GASB 34 was implemented. However, the reason for the delay this year was due to different reasons, primarily extreme turnover within the controller division, and we will make every effort to make sure it doesn't happen again in the future.
Okay. Thank you. I see no one else in the queue on that issue. Next, in terms of Mr. Gutierrez, committee reports.
Nothing to report, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Budget Committee met on Thursday, June 19th, and I'm happy to say that all 3 members of the committee attended, in addition to 2 members of the administration and staff provided by the Municipal Clerk's Office. Our main role for this Budget Committee was to review AR 2007-283S, which adopted processes and procedures for ongoing review and oversight of the city's budgets. And we went through that document and we made some changes. The committee now has a copy of the draft that they're going to review, and once that's finalized, as mentioned earlier, that document is going to be presented to the Budget Advisory Commission at their next meeting, which is going to be held on July 2nd, to get some feedback from them, and then we'll bring that document back to the Assembly for the body's approval. At our committee, we also decided that we were going to meet at least once a month. Our meetings will be held the, the third Thursday of each month at noon at City Hall and one of the Assembly's conference rooms. And that was the extent of our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Selkrig. Committee reports.
The Community and Economic Development Committee meeting met last Wednesday. It meets the third Wednesday of each month. And we reviewed our mission, intent, and purpose and identified our working groups, the key areas that we'll be looking at. We are starting with economic development, housing and neighborhoods, and energy. And we've identified chairs for each of those, and as well as the Energy Committee will be meeting with us at the next meeting, and I think they're up and ready to go. The idea is to have these three groups meet and get back to us with some recommendations in terms of policies that are based on community consensus and work and based on experts in the field by the fall, so that we'll be able to act on those policies. The meeting is welcome to all the Assembly members, and it looks like it's going well, and I'm excited about it. Thanks very much.
Ms. Drummond, committee reports.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There isn't a school district committee planned yet, but my intent is to meet with the school district administration and the school board president later this month and find out what's going on in site selection and facilities issues, which, as my understanding, is the principal mission of the school district committee. So thank you very much.
I believe we also, I think it was scheduled recently, our next two joint meetings of the school board and the Assembly coming up soon.
I haven't seen that, so that's good.
It came as an email, and it should be listed on our agenda. Ms. Osiander.
The Title 21 Committee is the last 20 pages of the chapter. We are also going to be focusing on the section on towers. There was a draft section on amendment to that was sent out to a lot of the telecommunications folks. We're anticipating a response back from them to be discussed at the committee meeting on Thursday. Public is certainly welcome to attend.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Nothing to add today, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Ms. Johnston. Mr. Coffey. Nothing. Thank you. Next is the addendum to the agenda. I note there are 3 laid on the table items. Yeah, there is. I would ask for a motion to incorporate. Second. All right. Looks to have been moved by Ms. Osiander and seconded by Mr. Coffey to approve the addendum, including the 3 laid on. We need to read the. Well, I read it first, or we approve it first? I'm having a. Right. But we vote after it's been added, or we vote
Just
first?
add them by number, and then you'll read them in order when we give numbers to them. I believe that's appropriate.
The 3 things to be added, there is to 9F13, there's Assembly Memorandum 434-2008, which is the Assembly Memorandum that accompanies addendum item 9F13. Then 9F16 is AO number 2008-84, which relates to IM testing, and 9F17 presented by the administration involving apportioning $1.5 million of federal highway grants involving the Chester Creek Trail.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Ms. Drummond.
I'm sorry, I'm not able to locate 2 out of those 3 documents. Could you please repeat that?
Or what their titles are, I think would help us.
I can read the whole title.
Yeah,
Do you have the addendum, do you have the memorandum for your 9F13?
I want to know where mine are. And also, where's the public's copy of these items?
That would be up at the front somewhere. 9F16 is AO 2008-84, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly repealing AO 2007-122S in its entirety, reinstating and amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapters 15.80 and 15.85 and Sections 9.30.155E. Have you found it?
I found 9F16 I have.
You found?
I have the other 2.
What is the public
Jacqueline's bringing them around.
Nope.
You've got them now?
I have project manager one. This one. I don't have that one. I don't have those 2. Thank you.
All right. You've got them all? Everyone have them? I'll go ahead and read the addendum in its entirety. Number 9A1, resolution number AR 2008-140, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly and Mayor Mark Begich recognizing June 5, 2008 as Thelma Buckholt Day in celebration of Thelma's lifetime commitment to public service that upholds social justice and the great values of cultural diversity and respect for all peoples. Item 9B4, resolution number AR 2008-139, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating the sum of $61,000 from the Department of Justice Community Capacity Development Office through the Anchorage Community Land Trust Weed and Seed Site Office and $1,128 as a contribution from the 2008 Anchorage Police Operating Budget, Anchorage Metropolitan Police Service Area Fund 151 to the State and Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund 231, Anchorage Police Department for this Weed and Seed Program Coordination Grant, which is accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 428-2008. Item 9C2, Assembly Memorandum AM 429-2008, recommendation of award to Pile Cap Incorporated for wharf pile repairs for the Municipality of Anchorage, Port of Anchorage, ITB 28-CO32, $1,570,800 from purchasing. Item 9D8, Assembly Memorandum AM 430-2008, change order number 1 to purchase order number 280227 with Oregon Fire and Police Equipment Incorporated for KME Fire Apparatus Parts and Repair Services on an as-required basis for the Municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Fire Department, $60,000 from purchasing. Item 9D9, Assembly Memorandum AM 431-2008, provide a lease for the Women, Infants, and Children WIC Clinic with Providence Health Systems Alaska for the Municipality of Anchorage Real Estate Services, $156,000 from purchasing. Item 9D10, Assembly Memorandum AM 432-2008, sole source contract award to Pruse Construction Company, LLC, to provide modification of the drainage system, paving, gutter, and curbs at and around the site of substation number 14 for the Municipality of Anchorage, Municipal Light and Power, $140,327.10 from purchasing. Item 9D11, Assembly Memorandum AM 433-2008, cooperative purchase of recycling collection containers from Toter, Inc. for the Municipality of Anchorage Solid Waste Services, $526,988.50 from purchasing. Item 9F12, ordinance number AO 2008-81, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 2.30.030, meetings to confirm that the Assembly meets in regular session at least twice each month in accordance with the Charter. Assemblymember Gray Jackson, Gutierrez, and Drummond. Public hearing is set on this item for July 15, 2008. It's accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 427-2008. Item 9F13, ordinance number AO 2008-82, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 9.44.400, owner's responsibility, and Section 15.70.090, motor vehicle noise emission standards to require vehicle noise and safety inspections and to provide program implementation, fees and fines, and effective dates. Assembly Vice Chair Selcraig, Assemblymember Drummond. Public hearing, and my understanding, although it's listed on the addendum for August 12. My understanding is the public hearing request on this is for July 15, 2008.
Thank you.
And so that's for July 15, 2008, and we won't need to pull that item because we're noticing now the public hearing. And that is accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 434-2008, which was a laid on the table item tonight. Item number
83.
It's item 9F14, ordinance number AO 2008-83, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 26.80, to eliminate special disposal rates for commercially hauled residential refuse, and Chapter 26.70 to increase residential garbage collection rates commensurate with the disposal rate increase. Solid Waste Services, public hearing set for July 15, 2008, which is accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 435-2008. Item 9F15, resolution number AR 2008-141, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly revising the approved 2008 solid waste services operating and capital budgets to reflect recent Assembly approval of rate increases and community recycling initiatives. Public hearing is set for July 15, 2008, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM-436-2008. Number 9F16, AO 2008-84, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly repealing AO 2007-122S in its entirety, reinstating and amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapters 15.80 and 15.85, and Section 9.30.155E and 14.60.030, all regarding procedures, fees, and requirements for vehicle IM testing and related inspections, licensing, registration, exemptions, IM program changes, and fines, and establishing effective dates, and that is accompanied by AM 440-2008. Last is number 9F17, AR number 2008-144, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating $1,500,000 of federal highway grant funds to the Project Management and Engineering Department from the Anchorage Roads and Drainage Service Area Capital Improvement Fund 441 to the Anchorage Parks and Recreation Capital Improvement Fund 461 for design costs and right-of-way acquisition related to the Chester Creek Trail. That's all any other laid on the table items tonight. I don't see any. Ms. Drummond, you're in the queue.
I think I've already spoken. Thank you.
Okay. Any opposition to incorporation?
Move to.
Wait just a moment.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just wait and I'll pull that item.
Okay, that'll be perfect. Thank you. Any opposition to incorporation of the consent agenda?
No.
Hearing and seeing none, the addendum is amended. We're getting slow tonight. Okay. That brings us next to the consent agenda. We will start on the right side tonight, actually, I think we pull the items first and then we move to approve the balance.
No. Move to approve,
All right.
pull them, then vote on
All right,
them,
that's
and
fine.
talk about it.
There's a motion to approve the consent. Mr. Flynn is seconded. Mr. Starr, any items to pull?
None.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to pull 9 Bravo 4 for purposes of declaring a conflict.
And that's from the addendum?
Yes, sir, from the addendum.
Anything else? Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to pull from the addendum item 9F12.
F12, okay. Thank you. Anything else? Dr. Selcraig, any items to pull?
Yes, from the addendum, I'd like to pull item 9C2.
Anything else?
No.
Ms. Drummond, anything to pull?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if it's necessary to pull it 9D11 on the recycling collection containers. I just wanted to compliment the choice of dark, sedate colors so they don't stand out like sore thumbs in our neighborhoods. Thank you.
All right, well, we won't pull it, but we will note your compliment of the color.
Thank you. I do have other things to pull.
Okay.
I'd like to pull 9F14. And that's it.
9F14, all right. Ms. Osiander,
9 Delta 5.
from the regular agenda. Anything else? Mr. Flynn?
Nothing, thank you.
Ms. Johnston? Mr. Coffey?
Nothing.
Administration?
Mr. Chairman, I didn't get your number on the one that you did there that I had the question on the title.
It's 9F16.
16, can I pull that one, please?
Thank you. Anything else from the administration? All right. It's been moved and seconded so as to the...
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Are you going to pull 9A1, the addendum?
Actually, yes, we will pull 9A1, and I appreciate the reminder, Mr. Coffey.
I was just reminding you I wasn't necessarily pulling it, although
I know. Actually, that was for Dr. Selkirk is reading and Ms. Gray Jackson is presenting, and I appreciate the reminder. All right. Other than those items, is there any opposition to approval of the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman, so did we pull 9A1?
It has been pulled.
Okay, thank you.
Did get pulled. That was Mr. Coffey reminded us to do that. Any others? Okay. Any opposition to approval of the consent agenda? Hearing and seeing none, the consent agenda, other than the pulled items, is all approved unanimously. That brings us to number 9A1. Dr. Selkirk is going to read, and Ms. Gray Jackson. Oh, actually, we need a motion.
Move to approve.
Please click in. It's been moved by Dr. Selkirk, seconded by Mr. Flynn. Ms. Gray Jackson is going to present.
And I believe there's family here this evening.
Is there family, if you can
The
come?
Buckholt family is here to receive this.
Is there any objection to approval of 9A1? Hearing and seeing none, that item is approved unanimously.
It's nice to see all these people. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly and Mayor Mark Begich recognizing July 5, 2008 as Thelma Buckholt Day in celebration of Thelma's lifetime commitment to public service that upholds social justice and the great value of cultural diversity and respect for all people. Whereas Thelma Buckholt was a resident of Anchorage from June 1965 until her death November 2007, and during that time served the Anchorage community as a tireless and dedicated public servant, concurrently at local, state, and national levels. She was an active agent of change, committed to social justice and the value of cultural diversity. And whereas Thelma Buckholt was a community leader who held elective office for most of her life, and who served as the first woman president of the Filipino community of Anchorage, Alaska, Inc., and the first president of the board of directors of the Asian Alaska Cultural Center, and the first person of Asian heritage to serve as president of the National Order of Women Legislators, and the first three-term president of the Filipino American National Historical Society, and a member for over 30 years of the Alaska State Advisory Committee of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. Whereas Thelma was elected to the State House of Representatives in 1974, and making her the first Filipino woman elected to a state legislative body in the United States, and the first Filipino of either gender to serve in the U.S. mainland state legislature. Thelma was reelected 3 times, serving the Spenard District in Anchorage until 1982. Whereas Thelma Buckholt also played an active role in the March of Dimes and the League of Women Voters, and helped form the Boys and Girls Club of Alaska. Whereas Thelma Buckholt was a historian and an author of the book Filipinos in Alaska, 1788 to 1958, and she successfully worked over a decade to plan the upcoming biennial Conference of the Filipino-American National Historical Society held in Anchorage from July 3rd to July 5, 2008. Whereas Thelma was truly a great citizen, a dedicated spokesperson on the need of education and promotion of indigenous cultural heritage of Alaska and of the Philippines, and she worked diligently towards increasing public understanding of cultural diversity and respect for different cultural backgrounds and as a means of promoting social justice. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Municipal Assembly and Mayor Mark Begich recognize the great lifetime accomplishments of Thelma Buckles' life and celebrates July 5th, 2008 as Thelma Buckles Day. Say anything? Mr. Chairman, may I make a comment?
Sure.
I had the pleasure of knowing the Buckholt family throughout my childhood and enjoyed their company at my parents' table as I was growing up. And they both John and Thelma typify citizens who are courageous and willing to take on important challenges that have to do with social justice. So it is an absolute pleasure to have you here tonight, John. And did you want to say a few words about Thelma, or do you have a few comments you'd like to share?
I was 50 years with Thelma. She was a remarkable woman. I fell in love with her at first sight. This coup de foudre, as they call in French. Love at first sight, and it's been ever since. I was her hugest fan, and I thank you very much for honoring her tonight.
I think we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buckholt. All right, next we have an item 9B4. Mr. Gutierrez moves to approve. Is there a second? I know. That's okay. I think that's okay. Ms. Johnston has seconded. Mr. Gutierrez, I understand you've called for this to declare a conflict. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an appropriation of funds granted from the Mountain View Weed and Seed Program, of which I am the site coordinator, and I have been told in no uncertain terms by the Department of Justice that I may not participate in this particular appropriation on either end, either in the decision-making process from my side on the weed and seed side or this appropriation for the Municipal Assembly. If there are questions, Chief Hune is here. He can probably answer any questions you have.
But what you're saying is that the Department of Justice has made a finding that you would both have a financial connection as well as a personal connection, and as a result, you should not be participating.
That is correct.
And do you agree with their analysis?
I do.
And I will find, based on what you've explained, that you do have a conflict, and ask if anyone and that you will not participate in this. Does anyone on the body have any objection to that finding? I hear and see no objection, so Mr. Gutierrez, you will not participate in 9B4. And I would note, although Mr. Gutierrez moved, because he's made the motion to approve, he will not be voting. I think we're okay from the Department of Justice's perspective, because he will not be voting on it, that he will not have acted. Is there any opposition to the approval of 9B4? Hearing and seeing none, that item is approved unanimously with Mr. Gutierrez's non-participation noted. Next item pulled, I believe, is 9.
Mr. Chairman, we didn't recognize, I think there are some boards and commission members. I'm not sure if any are here, but.
And I appreciate that reminder. Anyone that was just named to a board or commission that is in the audience, come down and tell us who you are and what you've been appointed to. This is our opportunity to thank you and put a face to a name.
My name is Maria Zavala Clemson, And I was appointed by Mayor Begich to the Elections Commission. Thank you. I want to thank all of you, and I will do my best to uphold the integrity of the position. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You can come down to the front if you're also telling us who you are.
My name is Beverly Short, and I was appointed to the Solid Waste and Recycling Advisory Commission, and thank you for the opportunity to serve, and I look forward to fulfilling my term. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your service.
My name is Bill Bullock. I was also appointed to the Solid Waste Services Advisory Board. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
My name is Jeff Ron, and I've been appointed to the Zoning Board of Examiners and Appeals. Thank you for providing me with this opportunity to serve my community.
Thank you for your service. Anyone else that we've just appointed? Well, thank you all for coming down to be appointed, and thanks also to those who didn't come down for their service. Next is 9.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gutierrez. I shouldn't look. Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead.
I just quickly wanted to also echo your thanks to all of those who are serving on boards and commissions. Many of the members of this body have put in a good number of hours serving on boards and commissions as well, and we do appreciate your service. It's often thankless at times, but thank you so much for your willingness to serve, and thank you for coming down and introducing yourselves and allowing us to put a face to a name. I think we all appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. No one else is in the queue. That brings us to 9C2.
Move to approve.
Moved by Dr. Selkrade. Click in, please.
Thank you.
Seconded by Ms. Drummond. Go ahead, Dr. Selkrade.
I pulled this because I had several constituent questions on it in terms of questions about whether or not there were multiple bidders, what the structure was, and some kind of general questions. And considering that it's $1,570,000 plus, it seemed appropriate to explore it. I'm wondering how time sensitive is this, and would it be possible for us to have some questions answered and approve this at our next meeting? And this is to the administration.
And I would note also we're passing out, we received correspondence earlier this afternoon from the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners of America from Steve Abel commenting on this. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I can respond to both those questions for you. The pile system currently down at the dock face is obviously steel pile, which are steel structures that are driven into the earth. And with electrolysis and such, they start deteriorating at the water line, and in doing so, you start the integrity of that system begins to fail. So the port has an engineer both on staff and under contract, and they do these pile inspections to make sure that the integrity of those piles are up to snuff. Typically, every few years, we do have to go in and cut those piles and reinforce them where there's too much erosion that has taken place on those steel piles. This process, Pile Cap has, I believe, 3 or 4 times now, they have a patented sleeving system, which they cut the pile, cut out bad pieces, and put in these sleeves, which reinforce those piles, and it's much cheaper than removing and replacing the piles. And so it's an integrity issue. I believe that
Mr. Chair, I think that Todd Coles is here from the port who can speak to the structural issues and the reason for selecting the vendor.
Yes. Hello, Mr. Chair. Todd Coles with the port.
The question before us is actually whether or not we can delay it.
The question is whether we can.
Not the details tonight, but could we delay it until our next meeting?
We recommend doing it this summer. Some of our piling
This summer or this meeting? The next meeting is still this summer.
Well, it takes about 6 to 8 weeks to get the materials fabricated and shipped up here.
Okay, but the question is, are you asking for action this meeting, or can we delay it?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
you want me to further explain that?
I think there are some questions. Why don't you go ahead and proceed?
We've got a couple constraints that we have to work around down there. If we wait 6 to 8 weeks to get these materials, we're up into the September construction season. Part of the system requires epoxy that's temperature sensitive. Besides the fact that we're working always around the tide cycle, the extent of corrosion is worse at the mud line. So if we have a very narrow window in the summer to repair these pilings. Some of the piling are completely corroded through at the mud line. You can literally see through them. So we very strongly recommend that we move forward with this at today's meeting.
Okay. Dr. Selkirk, are you done with questions for this gentleman?
I may have one, but I'll go ahead and...
Well, you can get back in the queue.
Yes, that'd be fine.
Ms. Drummond, you're next. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here to answer the questions. I understand that the bid request was for 50 pilings, but the amount that was negotiated is only going to cover 34 pilings. What's going to happen to the other 16?
We have more piling that are damaged than we can fix in the summer. That's the reality. We do the best we can with what we can get done in the summer. So we had some significant cost impacts this year with probably material costs, fuel costs, and some of the piling are more complex this year to fix than they have been in the past. So that's why the bid was so much higher than we'd seen before.
Okay, I also have concerns about the fact that the bid opening, when the bid opening occurred, there was only one bidder. The bid was way higher than the engineer's estimate, and you were given permission to go ahead and negotiate with the sole bidder. And the bid award is for considerably less than the engineer's estimate. Can you explain why it's considerably less than the engineer's estimate?
Well, we had a last-minute addendum change from our consulting engineer that complicated the system on several of the piling and drove the cost up considerably. We didn't have time to react to that in the budgeting process. We had budgeted $1.9 million for this year. We thought that would be enough to cover what had been experienced in the past. So we negotiated that number of piling down to a level where we could stay within budget if there were change conditions experienced during construction.
Okay. Now, the bid opening was May 30th.
That's correct.
Just about 3 weeks ago. It's my understanding that where did the bid opening occur?
At the purchasing office.
In City Hall downtown?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was the public, would the public have been able to attend if they had known where this happened?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. It's my understanding that several members of the public wanted to attend, and they went to the port, and they were refused permission.
I'm not aware of that. The bid documents, as usual, clearly specify where the site visits and bid openings will be. There was nothing unusual here.
Okay. That's it for my questions for the time being.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'm assuming that you have electrolytic protection to the degree that you can on these. Are these the old pilings from the old dock?
Yes.
One of the original?
Yes. Most of the pilings that are in the greatest damaged state are in the Terminal 1 area, the oldest part of the dock.
And my understanding is that this is a continuation of repairs because there are far more pilings. There are many fixed, many still to be fixed. You need to move through this program year after year. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, here's my question. You had 1.9 budgeted. You got a bid of 2 point, whatever the bid was, 2.3.
2.8.
And
you reduced it to 1.5. Yes. Why didn't you just take it down to 1.9?
Well, because we often can't anticipate certain change conditions, and I wanted some flexibility there to be able to turn a change condition around quickly while the contractors mobilize this summer.
So you left $380,000 in the budget without being committed to spending it on the 38 pilings.
I guess you could say that, yes.
Okay. Now, what happens? And I was out talking to the city attorney, but what happens? You lose the opportunity to complete this job this year if we put this off till July 15th?
We don't necessarily lose the opportunity, but we could suffer some cost impact. The contractor may have to remobilize next summer to do the work, and that may cost more than what he's anticipated in his bid.
All right. Did you see the letter, the thing from the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners. Did you see that request that we put this off?
No, sir.
Well, it says, please table bid award C9, 9C2 until the next meeting. Please read the attached report from the state. You're familiar with the report from the state?
Mr. Chairman, let me, if I can interrupt, Bart has the response for you on that.
Oh, all right. Then I'm done. I'll bring back to that.
Well, actually, if you want to ask that question to Mr. Malden, I'll go ahead and, since you've got the floor, I'll let you go ahead and get your questions done so you don't have to click back in.
Mr. Malden, I didn't, when I read the thing from the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners, I didn't see any reason given other than they attached this report. And to me, the report said, yeah, there were some labor issues. They were resolved, and PileCap was very cooperative throughout the investigation. So what effect would that have, that report have, on the award of this bid to PileCo?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Coffey, at this point, that we were involved with that claim and the request on last year's contract. We did withhold the money per the instructions of DOL and reduce the contract by that dollar amount. This claim is basically over. That's a state oversight process. Mm-hmm. They investigated, they made their determinations, and it's over. I mean, it's not an unusual circumstance.
So my question is, if we wait 2 weeks, are we going to have a reason to not award this to PileCo?
No, sir. They're fully in compliance, and this infraction on their prior work has been cleared through the state.
So unless there's some other reason for delay, we wouldn't delay on the basis of this memorandum from the state?
If this is this was just handed to me late this afternoon, so if this is the purpose of they're asking us to delay it because they had an infraction last year, it's been cleared. It's over.
Thank you. That's all the question I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
That was my point. I wanted to make sure that was responded to. And again, I would echo, correct me if I'm wrong here, but if we receive something else from the Department of Labor, we will respond the same way as we've done before. But as far as I read this too, we just want to make sure we were clear. This is an old issue resolved, is what I understand too.
All right. Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Abel from the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners is present. If there are any additional questions that have not been answered, I would respectfully ask permission to allow Mr. Abel to address the body.
Well, you can ask him the question. You've got that privilege. So
okay.
You can call him up and ask him any question you want, as long as it relates to this.
Come forward, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You heard what I'm looking for. Is there anything unanswered or that would help us understand the reason for this request?
Well, there is, and it all started last year with the initial repair the PileCap did on the Port of Anchorage. I've got last year's bid results and the engineer's estimate, and I've got the bulletin from the plans room. This job last year came out in the plans room with an engineer's estimate between $1 and $3 million. It came to my attention that PileCap had been doing work for the Port of Anchorage and the engineers there on a non-competitive basis, just on a job-to-job deal. And when this bid came out, it was, like I said, advertised at $1 to $3 million. When the bid was open, the engineer's estimate was $1,300,000. There were 6 bidders, 3 locally. PileCap was the low bidder at exactly $1,300,000.
I'm trying to get an understanding. You're talking about last year's bid, which has been approved and has been paid.
Right.
And what is before us today is this year's bid, and I'm a little lost as to what the relevance is of what you're telling us as that relates to this bid. So try to stay focused.
In the interim, while I was doing the investigation on this, I found out that PileCap was not following the rules. They were not doing local hire. They did not have a contractor's license. According to our CBAs, the Coast Guard, and federal OSHA, I had found out that they weren't complying with the diving regulations that we have set within the state of Alaska, and I can just feel it just propagating again this year. I mean, if this is awarded this year, what's to ensure us that we're going to have the local hire laws enforced, with the safety? I went to the port to personally investigate this to make sure, and I do it with all my contractors, to make sure they're following the rules, not only with the local hire aspect, but safety, and I was refused entry to the port. I was told to contact the engineers at the port for entry. I got a return call from PileCap saying that they were representing the engineers and what I wanted down there. And I was refused entry. I went to the mayor's office. They referred me to ex-Governor Sheffield's office, who never returned our call, and we never got permitted onto the port. And my question is, what's going to stop it from happening again this year? I mean, you know, it's my job, and I think it's the Assembly's job, to look out for the people of Anchorage and the state of Alaska and to make sure they have a safe work site.
Ms. Drummond, more questions?
Yes, thank you. I understand I'd like to explain the reason Mr. Abel brought up the last year's bid request. There were 6 bidders, and the range was, PileCap was the lowest, and what was the high bidder? The amount of the high bid.
The high bid was $3,463,360.
And the point of this is that PileCap was the only bidder this year. How many piles are regularly replaced at the port each summer? I assume this is an ongoing event. This is not an unusual thing for the port to be asking for.
No, we repaired 50 piling last summer, and we've got 29 actually on would be part of this award. The bid item 10, which is part of this award, is actually an underwater inspection item.
And how many pilings the summer before last?
Probably around 30. I don't remember exactly.
So this is an ongoing maintenance.
Ongoing to maintain serviceability until our expansion project.
The pricing should not be any big surprise. I'm concerned that PileCap has access to proprietary information that's allowing them to win these bids without any other competition, especially when last year half the 6 bidders were local and the other half were from outside, all with the same kind of experience. And this year, PileCap is the only bidder. I think people are reluctant to submit bids to the port because of the way the bids are being conducted, and I'd like an explanation of that.
Well, PileCap has a proprietary pile repair system. It's not the only one allowed by the bid documents. We had other bidders that attended our site visits this year, and they chose not to bid. We have not shared any kind of internal proprietary information with PileCap. I can't offer any other explanation.
Mr. Chairman, if I can interrupt too.
Mr. Mayor, because these are questions, I'll go ahead and let you respond. Thank you.
One, it would be illegal for us to do that in a bidding process, Ms. Drummond. And second, we wish we could control and have more people bidding on these projects, but sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. And that is the market. And the market is very heavy right now with work, and people are being selective. And I disagree with you. We get a lot of business in a variety of areas, and the port can walk you through it, as we do every few months with Assembly members, about the amount of business and bidding that goes on. And anyone in the bid world knows at the end of the day, no agency opens those bids. It always happens since life begun in Bart's shop. That's where the bidding is open. So that's not new information. And I apologize to the gentleman from the Carpenters Union. I was unaware of it, but I can tell you the unions have no problem picking up the phone and calling me if they have an issue. And I hadn't heard about this until recently. But, timing is everything. If the issue is one bid and you want more, well, forget about this project for this year, because we'll have to rebid it, costs will go up. If the question is, did we do everything legitimately in the bidding process, I can only tell you that the work out of Bart's shop is without question what we do there. And if the delay in a couple of weeks, we're worried that we get into September, and I did not have this information when I met with leadership this morning, but as I got it later this afternoon, if we get into September and we have just the wrong temperature and we're unable to do this project, we just write the check. It will be bigger, they will get a change order, and we will have no choice because we're already in a contractual agreement. Am I saying that in my simplistic way?
The cost will go up. We've seen that year after year. So, again, we recommend that we move forward as is.
I understand, and I appreciate the comments, Mr. Mayor. You've been in our position. I didn't get any comments on this from the public until about the middle of this afternoon. immediately let Ms. Handyside know that we were going to have questions this evening on this issue. So I gave you as much notice as I had. You know how it is. The public realizes, oh, geez, it's Tuesday. The Assembly's meeting tonight. Let's call them and email them at 4:30. You know what it's like. But these folks called considerably earlier, and I'll tell you, if I was on the Assembly last year and I had heard that that bid came in the way it did, it would have been a different picture last year. So I thank both of you for coming, and thank you for the questions. And I think I'm okay, as long as the rest of the Assembly is okay with it.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, you're next in the queue, but I think you probably are for what you just did, so I'm going to go to Dr. Selcraig.
I have a question in terms of the protocols associated with safety at the port and also local hire. How do we address those expectations? In terms of safety, if there are safety issues being raised based on the testimony that we just heard, what's the protocols that need to be in place, and what happened in this case?
Yeah.
First of all, I'd like to speak, Mr. Chair, if I could, to the comment that was made. I was not made aware last year that there were any safety notices or regulatory notices given to PowCap, our general contractor, last year.
I would just... So I may have misheard him, but I understood his comments to be that the safety complaints related to complaints that arose during the performance of the 2007 contract. So it would be unlikely for you to have heard those complaints when they couldn't have occurred at the time we awarded the bid.
No, but he was speaking about the work last summer, right, and I was there last summer. But again, that was not my experience. Again, the general contractor in a municipal contractor has the primary responsibility for safety. If we become aware that that's been compromised, we will take immediate action. And again, I was not aware that there were any problems last summer with regard to safety. And this summer, certainly we're always aware of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Coffey, next in the queue.
I want to make sure I understand. Bart, this was competitively bid, right?
Mr. Coffey, yes, it is.
Was the time frame the normal time frame, or was it shortened?
No, it went out under our normal procedures, and it was fully advertised. It's on the Plans Bureau. It's there. We didn't shortcut anything. Otherwise, it came to you as a waiver report.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have a comment in that regard.
Go ahead, Mr. Coffey. You have the floor.
I've seen it over the last 4 or 5 years with the amount of money that's come out for work.
Microphone.
With the amount of money that's come out for work. We've seen it. We saw it, some of the consequences on Arctic Boulevard, where there's work and more work and more work, and what happens is it's harder to find people, it's harder to do this, prices go up, contractors become much more selective. If they went through their normal bidding process and had 5 last year, there's 4 or 5 bidders out there who just elected not to bid for a whole variety of private market reasons. What worries me here is if we don't continue with this piling repair, and I'll just tell you, I've spoken with a gentleman who I've known for 60 years, all my life, who's in the business, and he talks about the risks to the port associated with these pilings going out, and also talks about the fact that in the past the port did not give galvanic protection appropriate, which I also understand is now being taken care of. I would hate to delay this, particularly if there's a risk of losing a year of work. And absent some compelling reason for delay, which I haven't heard tonight, I'll support it. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Starr.
Yeah, I'm also in support of approving this tonight for a lot of different reasons. One of them is the confidence level that I've seen coming out of Mr. Malden's office. For me, is quite high, and I had the learning curve as well as to watch how these things were bid and put out. And one of the things that I've done, and it borders on questionable perhaps, by encouraging contractors in there and to get educated on how to do business with the city. And I will say that several suggestives to other contractors that I know to call BART and get comfortable with his processes and procedures and timing and where do you bid and all of that have been tremendously well received by BART and those contractors to put those two groups together and say, hey, here's how you bid contracts with the city, and here's how you get educated. So in that capacity, I think the educated contractors out there are saying, hey, we've got a lot of work. We appreciate the city's opportunity to do work for them, but I sort of bristle at the one inference that perhaps we didn't follow protocol, and I want to make sure that what I've heard, nothing but good protocols coming out of BART's office, and I'm urgent support of this one.
All right. No one else is in the queue. I will just note that in agreement with Mr. Coffey, there's only one bidder. Last year we had 5 or 6. I see this as a function of the market. I was reminded recently when people were talking about the oil industry and the price of oil, and the comment was that if you want a job in the oil patch, there's no shortage of work. there's shortage of people willing to do the work and that have the skills to do it. And this may be no different. It's always better to have multiple bidders, but when we go through the process and we don't have more bidders, I think we need to move forward. And I think there's also a question about what is the Assembly's role in the event of potential arguments about safety violations, and I think the answer to that is that we as an Assembly, our role primarily is to approve contracts, but if it turns out that there's a contractor that has a history of compliance problems and that becomes, if we become aware of that, that may be a factor that we would expect the administration to possibly not choose the low bidder if that low bidder has this history of problems. And I think those are things that do get weighed into the bid award process, and I think that's appropriate. So I'm actually pleased that both the Port and the administration have been notified that there were some concerns, may have been some concerns last summer as to safety, and I'm sure those will be investigated. So I will support this, but I recognize there may be some questions, so we'll put it on the board for voting as opposed to asking for unanimous support. So please vote. Mr. Coffey? No, I think that's the only thing on the floor is a motion to approve. There's no motion to continue the public hearing, or to set it for public hearing, I should say. As a C, as one under the C, it would not be a public hearing. That is approved unanimously with Mr. Birch absent. That brings us to 9 Delta 5, pulled at the request of Ms. Osiander.
Trying to get to the board, sir.
It's coming.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Osiander. If you could.
Hit it again, Pam.
Well, moved by Ms. Osiander, seconded by Mr. Coffey. Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
I just wanted a little bit of additional clarification. This was kind of an unusual one. My understanding of this is that we authorized earlier this year, or last year, the withdrawal of this parcel from HLB inventory in hopes of getting some mitigation credits for wetlands, and not all of the property qualified. As such, I guess I want clarification on the part of the property that did not qualify for mitigation credits remains in the inventory. Is that correct? And what specifically is the Assembly's role here? If we vote no on this, what happens?
Mr. Maynard, I think.
Ms. Osiander, through the chair, this is a piece of property, 60-acre parcel of property that was selected for conservation easement for mitigation credits on the Elmore Road. The Corps of Engineers determined the value of our mitigation requirements and gave us credits against certain classes of land within that 60 acres. It was determined toward the latter part of our negotiation with the Corps of Engineers that 15 acres of our 60-acre parcel received 0 credit toward the mitigation. So we negotiated with them to remove that and retain that 15 acres with the municipality in the Heritage Land Bank inventory, and not have a conservation easement restricting that portion of land.
Okay.
So the upside of the benefit is that if we approve the removal of that 15 acres from our 60-acre promise to the Corps of Engineers, we get to keep that land for future uses of the municipality. And it's not encumbered as part of our conservation easement with the Corps of Engineers.
Okay. That sounds great. My confusion, I think, is that this reads as an informational memorandum. And so the implications are basically we're voting to approve retention of those 50 acres in our inventory. Is that correct?
15.
15 acres.
The 15.
That's what I
15 and a half acres. That is correct.
15. There you go. There you go. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so a no vote would mean that the property is still up in limbo somehow.
A no vote would be, yes, it would be, it would leave the land in limbo. It's,
All right, I'm
it's,
fine, urge support, thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Flynn?
Just a quick question, Mr. Maynard. Do we now require extra or additional conservation easements to Elmore Road?
I'm sorry, Mr. Flynn, through the chair, the answer to that is no, we don't, we're not required. We've settled our mitigation, and we have a full force agreement with the Corps of Engineers on Elmore Road. It was the very first conservation easement issued by the Heritage Land Bank, and we're very proud to have it.
Thank you.
Mr. Coffey?
Because I understand it, 44.5 acres will be part of Bicentennial Park, and 15.5 will not.
Mr. Coffey, through the chair, that is absolutely correct.
Are you going to plat it?
No, it is encumbered. The property is encumbered. We're not platting it or transferring ownership. The property is encumbered by the conservation easement. Heritage Land Bank remains fully in charge of the land and is the owner of the land. We are obligated through our Corps of Engineers agreement to maintain and preserve that property.
The 44.5 acres?
That's correct.
Then, what is there any use yet anticipated for the 15.5?
The 15.5 acres is, was considered by the Corps of Engineers as a buffer uplands and as Class C developable. We don't have a development plan for that property. It's being retained by ownership in the Heritage Land Bank inventory for some future use. That use is yet to be identified.
Okay, so if you were going to change the use or dispose of the property, you would plat at that time?
We would.
All right. And is there, last question, of the 44.5 acres, was that anticipated to be dedicated as parkland, or is it merely subject to the conservation easement?
I'm not sure of the answer to that. It's not a dedicated park. It is encumbered as with a conservation easement, so it essentially has the same preservation characteristics, but it is not a dedicated park, no.
Mr. Chairman, if I can add to that.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Bill is correct. It's not a dedicated park by default. It becomes a higher standard even, because you have the conservation easement. I think it would be incumbent on a certain point as we move down the road. Some of these you want to put permanently in. They are, but they're not, because when you have a conservation easement, that's it. It's pretty much done. But we would, part of it requires some platting and so forth, so there's cost every time you do it. So we're close but not dedicated.
Oh, no, I understand that. I mean, I have no objection. If the 15.5 doesn't meet the needs necessary for the conservation easement, I understand the need to reserve it. What I was concerned about is if we're adding 44.5 acres to Bicentennial Park of some 4,000 acres already, that's fine, that's good, it works, and it serves the conservation easement. What about the 15.5? Would that be better served as separated off, as sold, as developed by the municipality, private sector? I don't know, but what you're telling me is if you ever get there, then we'll do this. And it's not automatically going into Bicentennial, nor is it automatically being kept out of it. It's just not part of it yet.
Right. And the 15 acres, as we continue to update our annual plan, that would be part of the discussion of the annual plan of the HLB.
I have no problem with that. Thank you. Thanks for the clarification.
And no one else is in the queue, but I have it just to make sure I track accurately. When we built Elmore Road, because we were filling wetlands, we needed to create mitigation credits elsewhere to protect wetlands so that we didn't fill those in. And what I'm hearing is that originally we were going to make all 60 part of the mitigation, and then we picked up other land elsewhere to get all the mitigation credits we needed for building the road.
Simply, Bill, yes, I think is the answer to that.
All right.
And also I should, at one point maybe down the road as we get some HLB issues, maybe in the next month or two, if you want to have a work session, one of the other pieces, because we've been working on it for several years and now it's in play now, is a mitigation bank, which is actually, I can't remember on the Elmore Road project, I think our mitigation dollars was around $800,000. Does that sound about right?
That's correct, ma'am.
We got actually paid by the state to put lands into, because they owed us, because it was really technically their project. So they have to pay for, it's the first time you can actually sell swampland, get 100, and I think now the current price is 145,000 an acre for swampland. For land we can't develop anyway, and we want it to be wetlands mitigation, so we get paid for it. So we've actually created a wetlands bank to maximize our dollars. It's a great opportunity.
Well done, Mr. Zimmerman.
I was like
Well
that.
And
Hey,
so,
I just came back from Florida. I saw what they did with swampland, so I thought we can do something.
so what happens is, and as to the 15 acres, that was deemed not we can't get wetlands credit for the 15 acres, but we may or may not do something else with it in the future.
It could be in the future, depending on our plan, set aside for wetlands mitigation to be used or other options. But that would be a later discussion as we develop our Heritage Land Bank plan updates. Is that fair to say, Bill? Did I answer that right?
Yes, except the uplands, the 15 and a half acres are not, they're not considered wetlands.
Yeah,
they are
can't be
developable Class C.
Right.
Yeah.
They can't be classified as wetlands.
Correct.
Had they been classified as wetlands, we would have put the whole 60 into wetlands now.
Maybe.
Oh, well, that's fine.
Right.
That's fine. You've answered enough questions. I see no one else in the queue. Is there any opposition to approval? Well, look at the queue. Go ahead, Ms. Drummond. Next
Thank you,
time,
Mr.
queue in.
Chair. I apologize. It's hard to keep track of these documents, and my question is on the document. The document before us has a chart. I tried enlarging it on this fancy document viewer we have in front of us, but it's completely unintelligible. It would help me in the future to know where this land is situated. I understand it has something to do with Elmore Road, but with these documents and what we have available to us online, I have no clue of where this piece of land is. So in the future, I would appreciate more clarity in terms of the graphics, the maps that come along with this. Okay? Thank you very much. That's all.
Actually, I think that this particular parcel was, I think it was handed out. There's a color picture that's in front of you. I think that's the parcel that we received tonight.
It's tricky to keep track.
I agree. It's more detailed. Is this ask Mr. Maynard. They're very different. They're different. One was handed down tonight, and one was attached. Okay, is that all, Ms. Drummond? Okay. Any opposition to approval of item 9D5? Hearing and seeing none, that item is approved unanimously with Mr. Birch absent. Next brings us to 9F12, and because this is only on for introduction, it's only a motion to introduce, and that was pulled by Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to introduce.
Second.
And we need a third.
Third. Thank you.
Thirded by Mr. Coffey. Tie goes to.
This ordinance is scheduled for public hearing on July 15, but I wanted to advise the public ahead of time that it's merely a housekeeping change, because currently the charter provides that the Assembly will meet twice a month. And for many, many, many years now, the Assembly has basically been meeting twice a month, except that the code says that the Assembly will meet every Tuesday. And I'm sure many of you have noticed in the paper and these little purple tags here that it shows nearly half of the Assembly meetings being canceled, when that is certainly not the case. And I just thought that it was a good idea, especially after my son brought that to my attention, that, Mom, you cancel more meetings than you hold. I thought it was a good idea for us to fix this. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll look forward to taking that up on July 15, and after that we will, I assume, stop showing any canceled meetings, only scheduled meetings. Next, item 9F14, Ms. Drummond. Looks like Mr. Coffey has moved and Mr. Flynn has seconded, and we need a third for introduction of 9F14. That was Dr. Selkirk?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hold on.
Go ahead, Ms. Drummond.
Find myself here. Oh, I know. My concern is I've heard from constituents regarding the solid waste services and the numbers of containers. I have a constituent who's got a small house and two efficiency apartments on his very small lot in Spenard. You know, typical Spenard land use issue, way overbuilt, but it's there. It's been there for 50 years. He's got 3 people living on this 7,000 square foot lot in 3 separate units. He is paying for the up to 12 containers of refuse from 3 people to be removed every week. subsidizing, obviously, the people in the neighborhood who take more. I understand when Solid Waste Services gets their recycling bins in, that will be reduced to 1 can, I'm sure, immediately per unit. But 3 96-gallon recyclable containers, I think that'll be a bit much. I wish there was a way to analyze situations and not overdo it in terms of both costs and charges, billings to our taxpayers and our ratepayers, and our not requiring them to subsidize those who throw away more trash. And I hope that that works out with the new rates that will come into play as different areas of town are brought into the service area.
All right, I see several people in the queue. I will just note that, just as a reminder, this is only on for introduction. There will be a public hearing on this matter on July 15. So we don't necessarily need to have any debate tonight, but there are 3 in the queue, and I'm going to respect those requests. I just want a reminder, we don't need to debate this tonight, but as to introduction, go ahead, Mr. Starr.
Well, point of order, I guess, is do we have the opportunity to discuss the July 15th public hearing date as assigned, or what's the protocol there?
You can certainly, we have assigned a public hearing date on the 15th. I think it would be if you wanted to, you could make a motion to change that public hearing date, and I think this would be appropriate time to make such a motion.
Well, the question on the reason for doing that, we're proposing to raise residential trash rates. That's the point of the July 15th hearing. If we take action that evening, rates per the ordinance presented are retroactive to July 1st, which is 08. So my question is, and it's also based on a per throw concept, and we're talking about various can sizes. Can I just have the administration answer up that we're ready to introduce the can sizes that are presented in the rate structure, or how long will it take us to source those cans?
The administration, go ahead. Ms. Handyside, Mr. Begich, I'm not sure who's the right one to respond.
Yes, I believe we are prepared to address that at the next meeting, the size of the cans. Is that the question?
Well, the question is, are the cans available? So if we say the public hearing opens and closes, for example, on the 15th, and we say, or not say, to raise the residential rates, we're offering out residential rates based on a pay-per-throw option. Can we meet the service requirements to present to the public a 48-gallon can, for example? If we can't do that till November or December, then my question is, are we hurrying the process along? And I would propose then, if we're not ready to introduce the multi-throw rate structure, then let's give it some more time to debate it.
Actually, just a point of order, Mr. Stroh. The item in 9F14, the effective date would be April 1st of 2009.
So 933 on 2 of 4 shows effective for the table to be attached on the paper throw.
And that I believe would take effect effectively. It would not start until those trucks arrive in the fall and the service is delivered.
That's my question, I guess, Mr. Chairman. I mean, Section 4 specifically says July 1st. So my question is, are we ready to go with 48-gallon paper throw cans?
Administration?
If I might, Mr. Chairman, Mark Madden of Solid Waste.
Thank you, Mr. Madden.
The reason that the date is July 1st, for 2 reasons. One, it makes it consistent with the ordinance that we've already passed with the previous sizes. All we had to do was change the sizes on the recommendations of the manufacturer and also a consultant that we're working with on the rollout itself. Everybody says don't use the 32-gallon cans. But the other thing is that we need to put our order in, and we need to have some assurance that that's going to happen before we order the 48-gallon cans, because we're ordering about $50,000, $60,000 worth of goods based on what you guys decide on that piece of the legislation.
All right. So where we are, we're kind of getting into debating the ordinance and the merits versus whether or not there's going to be a motion to have the public hearing at a later date. So, Mr. Starr, I gave you some leeway so that you could.
And I appreciate that. I'd like to make a motion to extend that public hearing date into August 12th.
August 12th. There's a motion to extend. There's a moved and seconded for the hearing date on August 12th. Dr. Selcraig, you're in the queue. Do you want to speak to that motion?
Actually, I was wanting to speak to the point that was raised when Ms. Drummond pulled it, which had to do with can size.
All right. As to can size, I'm actually at this point because we're not debating the underlying thing. I'm going to find as chair that's not appropriate just for introduction, so I'm going to...
It's a question to... I actually think if you would give me a chance, it actually is relevant.
After we've decided about the timing, if it relates to whether we'd have this on July 15 or August 12, you can speak to it. Otherwise, you can get back in the queue and speak after we've ruled on this motion. Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Chairman, on the timing, do you want this to be reviewed at all by the Solid Waste Recycling Commission?
Committee, you mean?
No, it's actually the commission. There's a commission of the city that it used to be just solid waste services. Now it's solid waste and recycling. Do you want it to be reviewed by them?
I
ask you that only because of timing. I think
my perspective on this is that the introduction of this for it to be considered was to be considered on the 15th, and although it wasn't ready when we considered the citywide recycling, the understanding is this would come forward rapidly and we would act on it, and so I would not be inclined to refer it for those very reasons.
That's fine. That's fine with us.
Mr. Flynn, you're next in the queue.
For Mr. Madden, if we delay it August 12th, how does that affect our implementation of your program?
We basically are putting in a temporary order right now on the cans with a finalized number that needs to be in probably before August 1st to be able to produce the cans and get them here and get them assembled to meet the same timing as the trucks.
Thank you.
Ms. Osiander.
Move to amend by including referral to the Solid Waste Recycling Commission.
All right, I'm going to...
Or Solid Waste Commission.
So you want a second amendment to the scheduling amendment, which is to refer it. Ms. Osiander, I'm going to rule at this point, without taking up that motion, I'm going to ask you hold off that motion. I understand there's a question of referral. Referral isn't practical before July 15th, so let's decide on the motion of when we're going to hear it, and if we agree to move the hearing until August 12th, then we can take up the referral.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's relevant and an appropriate motion.
All right, go ahead. Well, then under that, with that argument, I will. Is there a second for Ms. Osiander's motion for referral to the committee?
Second.
It's been seconded by Mr. Starr. Okay. Any discussion on the question of referral to the committee?
My only question is the timing of the next committee meeting, sir.
Okay. And hold on. Dr. Segler is in the queue. The pending amendment is to refer it to the Recycling Commission. Dr. Selcraig.
I'm going to be voting against the referral as well as the amendment because I feel like we need to get on with this. I think we've made a decision. I'd like to see our work done.
Point of order. I had the floor and I asked for a date for the next committee meeting.
You're right. I apologize.
Mr. Chairman, let me add to that response, and that is the regular meeting is the 23rd, but we will ask for a special meeting prior to the 15th so they can review this. They've had a lot of input. I just was asking for clarification because there has been input in the past on this whole program, but we will ask for a special meeting, and if that's okay, Mark, if that makes sense, then we can keep on the time frame that's already proposed for July 15th.
So it's doable, basically, was the answer.
All right, July, they can meet. Okay, that removes one of the things, my comments about referral to the commission. So that, Ms. Osiander, the question then becomes, as to referral to the committee, do you want us to treat that as independent of the hearing date?
I am... Mr. Chairman, if you're requesting that it be considered as a separate amendment rather than an amendment to the amendment,
right.
I'm willing to do that at your...
All right, I will treat it as a separate amendment so that you can vote to refer it to the commission without binding yourself as to when the hearing date is.
Could I just postpone it then, sir, until after the previous motion has been dealt with?
That's fine. I will follow that suggestion.
Assembly doesn't object then? Thank you.
I'm going to rule as chair that we're going to delay it. Mr. Coffey, now we're back to the delay question.
Mr. Chairman, I understand fully well why Mr. Starr made the motion. The question, though, doesn't go necessarily to the public hearing date. The question goes to when we will make it effective and when it can go into place so that we put it in, put the rates, put the trucks, put the garbage cans, put all of that. We don't need to decide that tonight. We can hear it on the 15th. We can hear it on the 24th or whatever it is. But the dates inside the ordinance what matter, not when we have the public hearing. I think we're getting the two issues confused. Therefore, I don't care if we hear it on the 15th or we hear it after the Recycling Commission hears. It doesn't matter to me. but I'd like to make sure we do it in a way that we get this thing underway.
All right, we have a public hearing request that we need to take up in the next, or not a public hearing, but a public appearance request we have to take up within the next 5 minutes. We have 3 in the queue. If you want to comment on this, then we're going to hold this off and take up the public appearance. If you think we've had enough debate on the question of the public hearing, we'll vote on that and move forward. Ms. Gray-Jackson, do you need to speak to this, or do you want to hold off? You're okay. Mr. Mayor, can you live without it? Okay, let's vote. The question is whether, if you vote yes on the amendment, then we're moving the public hearing to August 12. If you vote no on Mr. Starr's amendment, then the public hearing is on July 15. Please vote. Yes means August 12. No means July 15. That motion fails 8-2. The next motion on the floor is to refer to the Commission. I understand that the Commission can consider this prior to the July 15 meeting. I will ask if there's any opposition to referring to the Commission. I hear and see none, so that item will be referred to the Recycling and Solid Waste Commission with a report to the Assembly by the July 15 hearing date. That's been introduced. Dr. Sallcraig
had one question a long time ago.
Go ahead quickly, because we need to get to the public appearance.
I would appreciate that at our July meeting we get briefed on the options for every other week service, or how to address those families that Ms. Drummond was talking about regarding people who have less trash. So if you could give us an update on what the horizon is for meeting that need, it'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. That matter is introduced, and we will take it up on July 15. Next, we have a public appearance request, item 12A. Kathleen O'Keefe. Ms. O'Keefe, are you here?
I am here.
Welcome, and I appreciate your patience while we debate other matters. Go ahead.
If I can get this set up right. Take these off because I can't read with them on. My name is Kathleen O'Keefe. I'm with the Anchorage Amateur Radio Community, and I'd like to stand up here and give you a brief history of how amateur radio has assisted and helped within the entire state of Alaska for over 50 years. We've been a club since 1947. We have a call sign of KL7AA, and we have been recognized by the American Radio Relay League as having been chartered for over 50 years. In 1960, one of our founders met with state leaders to start planning communication support with RACES, and that was the Emergency Communications for Civil Defense. RACES has now become ARES, so we're still extremely active in the emergency communications side of the house. In 1964, I know a lot of you were here, the amateur radio operators were the only ones that could get out with communications because all other systems had failed. A gubernatorial proclamation was issued and state laws were passed supporting amateur radio operators for their service to Alaskan communities, and Mayor Schrock also passed a proclamation honoring amateur radio operators for providing a service to the Anchorage community. In 1985, when communications through ACS failed due to a broken cable, once again amateur radio operators stepped forward and handled all communications in and out of Alaska for several days. In 1964, the U.S. Post Office issued a special postage stamp honoring the nation's 250,000 ham operators, and that stamp went on sale in Anchorage, Alaska before it was sold anywhere else in the United States. Over time, the Anchorage Club and amateur radio operators and clubs throughout the state continue to provide emergency communications when public systems fail, and we also provide communications for public events. We just took care of the Mayor's Midnight Sun Marathon by handling communications for that event. Today, we operate out of a Class A motorhome converted to a rolling communications center. Some of the communications capabilities we have are packet radio. We have an aviation radio in there, community patrol, civil air patrol, and we even have room for police, fire, or public utilities if they'd like to set up in our unit. AARC is in the municipality's emergency response program, and we have full communications installed currently at the EOC. We also have a station set up at the State of Alaska Emergency Center out in Fort Richardson. We recently partnered with the Alaska chapter of the National Weather Service to build Skywarn across south central Alaska, and we trained up amateur radio operators so that they can help report critical weather information during severe weather. Our Alaska amateurs continue to provide education to interest newcomers to the hobby. One way we do this is our annual field day. This year, the field day will be held at Kincaid Park. It'll be near the dog training area this coming Saturday. We'd like to invite you all to stop by anytime after 10 o'clock or possibly Sunday morning if your schedule would allow. In closing, we would like to thank each and every one of you for your support and hard work on Title 21 as it pertains to the amateur radio community. Do you have any questions?
I see no one in the queue, but thank you very much for taking... Oh, Ms. Osiander's in the queue.
I just want to say that there's been a gentleman who's come to our committee meetings who has been a real advocate, and I want to thank you for your comments. You guys do great work.
He was not able to be here this year. He's down in Homer working. So we hope to see you. Thank you.
Don't go yet, Dr. Selkriggs.
I just want to comment that I remember during the 1964 earthquake, when all communications were knocked out, it was amateur radios that connected us with the lower 48, and that they do play an essential role, particularly as we're more and more committed to cell phones that are so vulnerable. So thanks for coming.
Oh, not a problem. Thank you. Hope to see you there.
Thank you. And I will just note at the Mayor's Marathon, it was record turnouts, and I was glad that you all were there providing communications. All right, the next item is number 9, F16. We need a motion to introduce.
Move to introduce.
Second. Mr. Gutierrez, second. We'll call Mr. Coffey the third.
Yeah.
Actually, Mr. Coffey, because this is a matter in which you've been precluded from participating, I'd ask for a different third.
Right, I withdraw it. I was just trying to move it along. I'll be third in his stead.
Mr. Flynn is third. Mr. Mayor, you pulled this. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just to keep the title as, with some flexibility, I hand you my only copy there of some language that I would recommend, because we may have to, depending on the outcome of the debate, if this passes, there may be some amendments needed for Title 12. And I don't want to miss that as you have drawn up the broader title. And so I'm just asking if you could amend the title while you have it here in front of you, with the language at the bottom there. You see the handwritten note, and it just keeps the flexibility of the title.
All right, and I will just note this, this was a late on the table item that I asked Assembly Council to draft. This is the earlier item number about IM testing that was introduced had what was viewed as a fairly restrictive title, and what AO 2008-84 is the same language of what was introduced earlier, but the title was rewritten to provide more flexibility for our discussion. So to the extent we want to make do different things with the IM testing program than what was in the original ordinance, this gives flexibility. And the Mayor's recommended changes, which add the language and amending Title 12 to add a new chapter, would be added into the title.
Could you read the title, Mr. Chairman?
Sure. It's AO 2008-84, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly repealing AO 2007-122S in its entirety, reinstating and amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapters 15.80 and 15.85 and Sections 90.30.155E and 14.60.030. And here's where will be added language, and amending Title 12 to add a new chapter, all regarding procedures, fees, and requirements for vehicle IM testing and related inspections, licensing, registration, exemptions, IM program changes, and fines, and establishing effective dates. And as the person that introduced this, I have no objection to adding the proposed amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any objection to adding that specific?
Don't you need a point of order, Mr. Chairman? Don't you need a motion to amend the title? A second?
So moved.
Thank you.
Is there a second? Mr. Coffey, you can't second. Is there a second to amend?
Quit talking, Mr. Coffey.
Mr. Gutierrez?
I'm sorry.
The Mayor's moved, Mr. Gutierrez is second. Is there any objection to adding this amendment to the title?
I have a comment.
You need to make the comment before we...
Yeah, I actually just would like to make a comment of clarification.
Go ahead.
I think just for the public, this can be a little bit confusing, but basically what's going on, and I'm just going to try to restate what you've presented, Mr. Clayman. Mr. Clayman has an ordinance, an IM ordinance before us, and I know the administration is considering an IM ordinance, and they were laid out in the paper today. I did want to note that Ms. Drummond and I are not proposing an IM ordinance, but what we do by expanding Mr. Clayman's title is that we allow the work that the administration is doing to be folded into Mr. Clayman's ordinance eventually. So ideally, we'll be having one ordinance before us when we finally discuss this, and it'll be an S version that incorporates both the mayor and Mr. Clayman's intentions.
I'm going to live with it.
Is that correct, Mr. Clayman?
Yes, I think so. All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
I appreciate that clarification. Let me make sure it's clear that what we're trying to do is, again, just create broad titles so whatever happens,
right,
we're covered.
That's good.
And we may or may not like the end product, and we'll let you know as we move through this process. But I want to make sure that we don't get ourselves into what we're in tonight with a title that doesn't work.
Thank you.
That's fine. Ms. Tucker, you're in the queue, but I'm not sure you need to speak to this. Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
for some reason, the queue is, the people are in the queue, but I don't seem to be able to take them out of the queue.
It's a bad dream.
Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A vote just appeared on the wall. I'm assuming it has nothing to do with this matter.
That was the amendment.
Well, I'm reflected, Mr. Chairman. If we're going to have votes, I need to make a disclosure.
No, I've already ruled you, based on priors, I ruled that you are not participating in this matter. We will correct the vote to show that you are not participating.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. And sometime the queue is going to start working on my screen. Okay. So that's been introduced as amended. There's the language. And then I think that is all on the pulled items from the consent agenda. That brings us now to item 11A, the Plating Board appointment, Kathleen Plunkett, AM 401-2008. Is there a motion?
Move.
This is not a public hearing matter.
Move to approve.
Second, I can't do it either.
Everything seems to be...
Second.
This is our great new system here.
It's not working.
Mr. Chairman, again, a point of order. Do we have a status sheet? I didn't see one this evening about motions pending and so forth.
I have not seen one either.
All right. Thank you.
So, no, I don't think we do.
We're not operating.
Do we want to take it? Why don't we stand and stretch for 3 minutes while we get the computer running properly?
Oh, we're so vulnerable.
Item 11A, let's all quiet, please. 11A, item AM 401-2008, the Plating Board appointment for Kathleen Plunkett. I think that Mr. Flynn has moved. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Johnston. No one's in the queue. Any opposition to the approval of item 11A? Hearing and seeing none, Ms. Plunkett is appointed. Congratulations, Ms. Plunkett. What's that? Ms. Plunkett, are you here? Come forward. Let us, you can have a brief moment to tell us what you'd like us to know.
My name is Kathleen Plunkett. I am honored that you ratified the board appointment. I'm looking forward to my tenure working on it and furthering my community service. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your service. Mr. Gutierrez is in the queue. You have to wait while he speaks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to embarrass Kathleen a little bit. And I really want to thank the mayor in this instance for making such an excellent appointment. Kathleen is a neighbor, is a friend, is someone that I have worked with in our community council in Rush and Jack. Kathleen is an absolutely tireless advocate for not only the community in which she lives, but for this entire city. And I think that the Rush and Jack community specifically and the city in general would be far the worse were Kathleen not part of this community. And I know that, as I said earlier, that for all the other people who have served on boards and commissions, it's often thankless. Kathleen is here almost every meeting. If you look around, you'll spot her somewhere, because she is, as I said before, absolutely tireless. And thank you for continuing your service, and I know you're going to do a fantastic job.
Thank you.
Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Kathleen. It's really nice to see you here. I had the pleasure of serving with Kathleen when I was chair of the Federation of Community Councils for a long time. I think they had to finally term limit her out because she was treasurer of the Federation for so many years, and I missed that kind of care that she took. I know she'll do an awesome job on the planning board. I don't know why you would take on such a tough job, but thank you very much for doing that. I really appreciate it. And
Thank you.
And I just want to third the appreciation that you're willing to step forward. It's an important board, and I know you'll be a great asset to it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you. No one else is in the queue. Thank you for coming down and watching our process. Next is item 11B, AM 402-2008, the Zoning Board of Examiners and Appeals appointment of Jeff Ron. Is there a motion?
Move. Second.
Mr. Coffey moved, Dr. Selcraig seconded. Is there any objection to the approval of 11B? Hearing and seeing none, that matter is approved. Mr. Ron, are you here? He is not. You don't get to get thanked, but thank you very much. Next is item 11C, AM 354-2008. This relates to our November meeting schedule. Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Mr. Flynn has moved. Ms. Johnston has seconded. This is where we are on the meeting schedule. The proposal on this page is to meet on November 18 and November 25th. There's only one date of the Tuesdays in November that doesn't have a problem. November 4 is Election Day. November 11 is Veterans Day. November 25th is 2 days before Thanksgiving. So the one day that people probably aren't going to be motivated to get out of here early is November 18. Approval of this as proposed will make us meet on the 18th and the 25th, and what I would suggest is we approve the 18th from moving the 11th to the 18th. Then if somebody wants to make a second motion to change another date, they certainly can do that. So I would suggest at this point, if you want to keep it, move the 11th to the 18th, then we can vote yes, and then if somebody wants to make another motion to change another date, we'll take that up separately. So is there any objection? I see no one in the queue. Is there any objection to moving the 11th to the 18th? Hearing and seeing none, the date on the 11th is moved. Now, is anyone wants to make a separate motion as to any other meetings in November? I see no one in the queue, so that ends that matter. We will be meeting in November on November 18 and November 25th. That brings us to item 11D. Number AR 2008-100S, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, approving the Pump Station 10 water improvements and providing for assessment of benefited properties at the time of service connection. Is there a motion to approve? Mr. Flynn has moved, and second by Mr. Coffey. Anyone? No one is in the queue. Anyone? No one's in the queue. Any opposition to approving 11D? Hearing and seeing none, 11D is approved. That brings us to 11E, item 2008-101S, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, approving the Pump Station 10 upgrade, sanitary sewer extension, and providing for assessment of benefited properties at the time of service or connection. It's short enough. I'll go ahead and finish. It's been moved by Mr. Flynn, seconded by Dr. Selcraig. I see no one in the queue. Is there any opposition to approving item number 11E? Hearing and seeing none, 11E is approved. That brings us now to the first public hearing item, which is an item 14A. What's that? Oh, we're going to roll. Item AR 2008-104, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly and Mayor Mark Begich to name the ConocoPhillips Stadium and Field at Kincaid Park. The public hearing on this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward and go ahead and tell us your name.
Okay. My name is Jed Whitaker. I don't want to just unilaterally say that ConocoPhillips is a bad company engaged in corruption in Alaska, but I do want to refresh your memory that Bill Allen and Vico, in a taped conversation with the president of Conoco Alaska, was manipulative of the tax structure in the legislature. There have been a number of legislators who have gone to prison because of some of that. I also want to talk about ConocoPhillips's advertising phrase, Alaska's Oil and Gas Company. I want to point out that Alaska does not own ConocoPhillips, and that is false advertising. A third element in this is the competing the competition between the Denali natural gas line versus the Trans-Canada natural gas line. I'm speaking against naming a soccer stadium after ConocoPhillips. I think it's highly inappropriate. I think that you're lending political credence to ConocoPhillips and the machinations that they do. And sure, they've contributed to development in Kincaid Park. Thank you very much. That's a good thing to do. But when you have a stadium that has their name on it, and they are such a big player, for instance, in 2006, they defeated a natural gas initiative by contributing $400,000. They are an immense political player in this state. And I don't think that it's appropriate for, Mayor Begich is running for the United States Senate. Is there any connection between him running for the United States Senate and this naming of a soccer stadium after ConocoPhillips? We need to be better than this. So I'm not just objecting, but I also want to offer an alternative. I wish to point out that in the last municipal election, only 22% of the people voted. As a way to instill greater civic pride, I would suggest that there ought to be a contest to name the new soccer stadium, and the contest would be for elementary students, and every elementary school could vote on their school's proposed name for the soccer stadium, and then ultimately you could decide amongst all the submitted names from the elementary schools what you ought to name the new soccer stadium.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this matter, please come down. If you want to be heard, I'd encourage folks that want to be heard, you can come sit in the front seats so we don't have to wait quite as long to get started. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I'll get my own chair.
I think you can use the lower mic.
Well, it's not one of my more illustrious moments as far as sitting down, but I would simply ask, thank you for the chair, by the way. It seems like we never have time for the citizens to sit. It's always as if we're some type of transitional being that really doesn't merit some standing or some stature, some presence. I guess my question would be, who commanded this? What's the origin of this request for ConocoPhillips before I go any further?
Actually, you need to state your name. We've seen you many times, but tell us who you are.
It's Paul, middle initial D, Kendall, and we're free on the radio when I call into those demented talk show hosts like Dan Fagan, Rick Rydell, and Mr. Picaro, those people who have what we would call anywhere from infantile to bizarre reasoning, from there to criminal to corrupt logic. So I guess I'm not meaning to imply any type of schizophrenia, it's just the duality of our society today we all have to fit in. Thank you very much for...
Well, although it's traditionally not the role when you're testifying that you ask us questions, I will say that this was introduced at the request of the mayor.
Thank you. And no offense intended. I hope you all realize that. So I guess, well, the mayor was the source of this. Okay, that's what, thank you. So he was the origins. Thank you very much for the clarity of that. I would simply beseech the council and those people who think along the same lines that, I'm very concerned when we start naming soccer fields and other institutions after corporations who live in perpetuity. If you take these corporations apart piece by piece, and you look at ConocoPhillips with a major holding in the Canada oil shale fields, or the Canada sands over there, and you look at their relationship in a multitude of other areas with Dubai and some of the Middle East countries, and then you look at the 30 or 40 years of history with Alaska with not developing some of that oil up there, it goes for considerations, but more importantly, it begs a point about how we as a society can't find a way to reward those men and women who excel in some means of excellence. When I think of the things that discourage us from being a better people today, the means of influence and intimidation and struggle that we're all going through, and I think that you'd want to name some $400,000, some peanuts, some chump change contribution when they gave $500 million to Berkeley and some of those institutions around the world. All oil companies, by the way, are contributing to institutions all around the world. And they're forming alliances with schools and universities. But when you think of the $400,000 and that begets them a name to a field like that, which children will see, I'm not sure what that is except some type of reflection for our children. I'm very, very concerned about the mentality that would put that forward as opposed to a Mr. Beggage or another civic leader who's bringing...
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kendall. Your time is up.
It's my pleasure.
But thank you for coming down tonight and appreciate your taking the time to speak with us.
I'll leave the chair in case somebody else would like to have that dignity or distinction.
That's perfect. Thank you very much. I see at least two more that would like to speak. Please let us know who you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is David Parrish, and I'm the board chair for the Kincaid Park Project, and with me is Dick Mize, who is one of the founders of the Kincaid Park Project and serves on our board. I want to give you a little bit of background about what the project is and why we're here tonight with regard to the question before the Assembly. Kincaid Park Project, I know it's been before you before, is approximately $10 million project to make improvements at the park, including snowmaking for Nordic users, a new disc golf course for the growing sport of Frisbee golf in Alaska, and for new soccer facilities. And a new biathlon range. I have a 1960 Olympic biathlete here with me. I forget to mention a new biathlon range, which, according to the U.S. Biathlon Association, is one of the top 3 biathlon facilities in the country now, and that's at Kincaid Park as a result of the work of this project. And I've been honored to serve as the board chair for the past couple of years. My background coming out of the Soccer Federation and coaching youth soccer, Dick being one of the true founders of the Nordic ski community in Alaska. This project has been about people coming together, different groups, Nordic ski group and soccer group, primarily coming together to raise money out of a concern of the poor state of a lot of our recreational facilities in Anchorage, chronic underfunding, overuse, and an opportunity to address that. 2 summers ago, we had over 400 kids turned away from local soccer programs because of a lack of facilities. We had the coaches, we had the programs in place, no facilities for those kids to play, and the ones that were turned away were primarily lower income kids who, they're not the people from South Anchorage who are registering on the internet on January 2nd because they know it's time to register. A big tool in our fundraising for this has been the use of the opportunity to use some naming aspects. We've raised approximately $7.2 million for a $10 million project. We've got, depending on how things go this summer, between $2.5 and $3 million to go to get to get to completion. We live in a community that has some of the lowest per capita giving, but from middle and upper income individuals in the country. And ConocoPhillips has come forward really as a spearhead for the formation of our group. They have been very generous with the donation of employees' time, cash contributions, in-kind contributions, anything that we've asked for, providing food for some of our events. Just really, I want to take the opportunity to thank ConocoPhillips and particularly their employees who have dedicated so much time and effort to the project. And again, we're $2.5 million to $3 million short of getting to the finish line, and we believe that that the naming opportunities such as this are going to be a key way that we can get to the finish line.
Thank you very much. Ms. Drummond, you have a question. Go ahead.
Yes, I do. I want to thank both of you for coming in, for all the work it takes to run an organization like this. Mr. Mize, in particular, I want to thank you. I read many of your documents as when you were a hearing officer for the school district. I don't know if you're still doing that, but I really appreciate all the time you took to clarify things for us on the school board. And these are for the public. These are student hearing documents, those kinds of things that were not for public consumption. But Mr. Mize has done an enormous service to this community through his work as a hearing officer for the Anchorage School District. I just have questions. I don't see anywhere in this memorandum that describes how this naming is going to appear, physically how it's going to appear in the finished stadium. Can you explain how that's going to look? Where the name is going to be? Is it a sign? Is it wooden? Is it metal? Is it how is it going to say ConocoPhillips?
And you can choose between the two of you who, Mr. Mize got all the compliments, but either one of you can answer the question.
No, I compliment.
I believe, and I'm not 100% sure at this point, but as I understand it, they will be recognized with their name in the concrete in the stadium itself, as well as on the field, as they do with either football or soccer or whatever it happens to be. But their name will be on the field as well as on the stadium.
I mean, I call it astroturf.
On the turf.
In the artificial turf itself, it'll be woven into the artificial turf.
That's what's planned, I believe, at this time.
And then in concrete, wherever concrete appears on the stadium structure.
It'll be incorporated into the stadium structure, yes.
Okay. And has this design been set yet? We're not at that stage yet. Because
it has, and we would defer to the municipality. There was a process that related to, I think, Urban Design Commission and whatnot.
Ms. Drummond, our staff can answer that briefly for you if you'd like. Is that a yes? You would like that? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Typically, park naming signs do go through a review process, depending upon size and breadth. It could either go through the Park Commission and or the Urban Design Commission. In this one, it's probably going to be the Urban Design Commission review.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Ms. Johnston.
Yes. You said that you're going to be using this as a means to do further fund development for others. So are you looking at naming the other fields or the biathlon course? This is just setting up as one.
No, we would be looking at naming the other fields as well.
Okay.
And the other fields and snowmaking guns, whatever, we have a number of options. We had received a contribution in the mail for the naming of a snowmaking gun the other day.
Okay. I as you know, we've heard quite a few comments about this, both pros and cons, and so I thought I'd look up on the internet as far as, because as a young city, we're still kind of working our way through sponsorship versus naming for community leaders. Where do you draw the line? What is sponsorship and what is actually a contribution to the community? And it sounds like you feel that this is a contribution to the community. But I was kind of interested in other sponsorships, and I went to sports fields, and one of the first ones that came up was the Safeco field in Seattle, which has now been bought out by Liberty Mutual. And whether it would stay the Safeco field or not, and I was just thinking to myself, with ConocoPhillips, we did start. I mean, most of my time in Alaska it was ARCO, and then Conoco and ConocoPhillips. So it has had name changes. And I'm just hope you take that into consideration. Also, I am concerned with any capital project as far as maintenance, and I understand that's part of your fundraising. So is that included in your $10 million?
It is.
And so that, and how far, so is that the last of your, is maintenance the last bit, is what you're looking at as far as fundraising, or?
Through the chair, we have been raising money for a maintenance endowment all along the way here, and we've had, I think, virtually all of our board member individual contributions have gone to the maintenance endowment, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, so don't quote me on this, but I think with the last contribution and allocation, we're in a neighborhood of $300,000 to $340,000 into the maintenance endowment, and we have some pledges coming in, including we have a six-figure request out to another entity for field naming opportunity, and it's the desire of our board to put those six figures into the maintenance endowment, and so that's kind of the process that we're using. We are finding that raising money for Parks and Rec projects in Anchorage is a very difficult task. Maybe that's one of the reasons why so many of our parks projects have been so chronically underfunded, particularly with regard to contributions from the community. And so this has been a major education effort on our part to go out and talk to potential contributors about this. You know, the contributors, I deal with the soccer community. People go to the soccer fields and they wonder, how come our city soccer fields are in such poor shape? And they don't understand the system or how the money flows or who's responsible for watering and mowing the grass. They just know that when they go to Russian Jack Park, they drive through a parking lot that's either muddy or dusty, depending on the weather conditions, and go to fields that are in pretty rough shape. And educating people that contributions for park projects from the community can help improve that situation has been a real uphill struggle, and we're getting there. So, and I know there was some question in prior discussion about how will this project in Kincaid benefit the rest of the community. Well, soccer is a citywide, statewide sport the way it's organized, and this will allow the Soccer Federation to work with the city and go back in and make improvements to the other parks in town, because right now, with the excess demand, if we want to take Russian Jack, for example, and make improvements there, we have no place for those players to go. So this is all, I know this is longer answer than what you asked for, but I just want to thank the mayor's office and the Parks and Rec Department for really stepping up over the past year.
All right. We have a lot of people in the queue. I suspect you're going to get more questions, so I would encourage you to keep your answers short, because my prediction is that we have 5 in the queue. You'll get more opportunities. Don't feel like you need to conclude, and then we have debate. We may call you up even further. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious, what's the cost for the signage, the concrete that says ConocoPhillips, and also the ConocoPhillips sign that will be in the artificial turf?
You know, I don't know that that's established as yet. It's in the Land Design North has designed that part of the project. It's within the bid for building the stadium, which is made of concrete. So that's within the bid that we have. But to specifically pick that out as a part of it, I can't answer that at this time. And we have not ordered as yet the artificial turf, and so I'm not 100% sure of the exact cost of having the name incorporated into the turf as yet. Have a general idea, but not one.
Well, what's the general idea?
Well, the artificial turf itself, and I'll have to ask Dave on that part of it too, because we have it broken down into the fields being readied for the turf. Then we have the concrete that's going to have to go around the fields to hold the turf. Then we have all the soil and the compaction and the pavement to go on top of that. And I would have to, I guess, get the increments of every one of those things to be able to answer that, and I'm sure we could do that if you'd like to have us present that to you. But off the top of my head, I can't do that.
Thank you very much. Anything else, Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, no.
Mr. Malden? But
sorry.
it's not Mr. Malden. It's Mr. Johnson. It's Mr. Malden in a Michael Johnson suit.
Yeah, I actually was in the queue to jump in to answer one of Ms. Johnston's questions, but it's been answered, so I'll be happy to answer other questions.
Well, we know where you are. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. The Parks and Rec Commission on September 13th, 2007 approved a resolution supporting this with the on line 20. It says limited time frame related to the useful life of the facility. In other words, don't name it in perpetuity. You got a comment on that? Maybe you're not familiar with the Parks and Rec resolution.
I haven't read it. I'm familiar with that discussion. I'm also familiar with there was a committee formed that looked at that same question, I believe, recommended in perpetuity. And, short answer is, in a community where we are chronically short-funded particularly, and we're short on contributions for things like this, getting into a discussion over the term and whether we're going to do this for 10 years or 15 or 50 years, that we need to be encouraging more contributors to come forward and contribute to the facilities. And so the question of a term, in perpetuity to me says if that is named in perpetuity and we get to 50 or 100 years out and there's some major structural question with the stadium, if it's in perpetuity, then I would hope that future generations of people at ConocoPhillips would feel a sense of sponsorship and be more likely to contribute as opposed to the city through traditional means.
Well, part of the reason I asked the question is I wanted to see what you fellows thought was about that concept, number one. Number two, the resolution in front of us just doesn't address it. It doesn't say in perpetuity. It doesn't say anything short of that. So I was just... It was a subject that Parks and Rec considered, and I wanted to see. So you think it would be detrimental to say 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, whatever it is?
Excuse me, Mr. Coffey, would you read that last part of that recommendation, the last sentence that you just read to us?
Oh, you mean what Parks and Rec said?
Yes, sir.
That whereas the Parks and Rec Commission has discussed the corporate sponsorship policy and the naming of a facility for a limited time frame based on the useful life of the facility.
Yeah, the useful life of the facility, I think, is a key phrase that I think we need to take a look at. What is the useful life of the facility and how? And to me, that would mean as long as that facility was usable, that name would be attached to that facility. Now, I'm not sure that that's the interpretation of the Parks and Rec, but to me, that's exactly what that means.
Okay. Well, the reason that I brought it up again is the resolution before us doesn't have it, and given some of the money we've spent on preserving public facilities, you might find it's a rather short time frame before it's in some state of sad disrepair, and I don't think we need to rename it in that short a time frame. Thank you.
The other part of that is that if it is named in the ConocoPhillips field, and in 15 or 20 years there's some maintenance that really needs to be taken care of that perhaps is more than what we could do, having their name on that, they would want to, I would think they would want to go ahead and help repair, replace, or whatever they would need to do as long as their name's attached to it, and we wouldn't have to go out looking for sponsors or other people to come in and help us out with that. So it
wouldn't be necessary to go to Exxon or somebody like that.
No, no, it wouldn't.
All right. So you like the resolution as written, is that right?
I like it as it's written because to me that, one of the examples I guess I could perhaps give is the old biathlon range that we've had for years and years out there. It had used up its useful life, to try to repair it, to try to extend it so that it would meet the standards. It couldn't be done. So that was one thing that really had to be replaced, and it had used up its useful life.
Understood. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It appears to me that what we're engaging in as a body is more debate than asking speakers questions. I want to ask before we go on, is anybody in the audience that wants to be heard on this? Because I know we've got questions and we can have both of you come back My question is there anyone else in the audience that wishes an opportunity to be heard in public comment and part of the public hearing? What I'm inclined to do, unless I hear objection from the body, is close the public hearing. I see a lot of people in the queue, but I think this is more debate than public hearing, so I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. The public hearing is closed. Everybody in the queue, you'll still be in there. What's the wish? Move to approve. Been moved by Mr. Coffey, seconded by Ms. Osiander. Move to approve, and seconded. All right, Mr. Begich, Mr. Mayor, you're in the queue. You guys can sit down, but stay near the front because you'll probably be coming back.
Mr. Chairman, mine was just, again, a clarification. I think it was answered, but that was when we started working with this group, I want to say, I think within my first few days of being sworn in, one of the things we required from them was an endowment fund for maintenance, to your question, Ms. Johnston, because it's great to receive these grants and the support from the community, which we greatly appreciate, but the bigger issue is how do we maintain them later, and that's what's happened in the last 10 years. We had a lot of things given to us over the years, and the maintenance money wasn't there. So they have been one of the largest groups to step up as an organization and not only fund for capital, but also simultaneously fund for a maintenance fund. And we are monitoring that very carefully and working with them to make sure what those dollars will be required to do.
Thank you. Dr. Selcraig.
I have a couple things. One is that I think that this raises this complex issue, and that is that we don't really have in place the criteria as a city for how we want to go about naming facilities. It's not clear to us. I mean, we've got our naming ordinance that we spent quite a bit of time on in terms of public parks, but since I've been on the Assembly, this is the second time that I've seen citizens go through a process that was really outlined by the administration or by the Assembly and then come to us and then be questioned about the process. So I plan to support this evening, but I'm thoughtful about the discussion and the importance of recognizing that we want to have a structure in place that ensures that we're naming our facilities for valuable parts of the community, valuable people in the community, and I think it would be worthwhile to spend some time establishing some criteria for parks. I also think that this raises an important question that I've mentioned before, and I think we're all concerned about, and that is for some reason we hold parks to a higher standard than other aspects of our community. We have yet to have police cars sponsored by ConocoPhillips. We've yet to have our utilities sponsored by ConocoPhillips. So we, for some reason, feel that when it comes to parks, it's important that people who are interested in parks go out and find these partners. And I think that is an issue that is worthwhile discussing at a separate time. But I really believe that we need to come up with a strategy that takes the weight off of citizens to raise money for our parks and really makes a broader municipal commitment. Last, I want to mention there's two things in that packet tonight, and Mr. Coffey mentioned one, and I think it's worth mentioning in reference to our actions tonight, and that is that the reference in the resolution that talks about a limited time frame based on the useful life of the facility. And the second thing is the comment in the ConocoPhillips Stadium Naming Committee, their second to last paragraph comments, should the corporate entity ConocoPhillips disappear, current code would allow another donor to contribute to the project and receive an honorary name at this location after a span of 20 years. So there are some options. I don't think that this is perfect. I think it might be nice to have a different structure. I'm interested in the body's conversation and supporting some ideas, if not here tonight, but further down the road, that provide a construct for how we go about doing this. But for now, I feel like the work's been done. The perimeters were set at the beginning of this project, and the citizens have done their work. They've brought their resources to the park, and I'm going to be supporting them.
Mr. Johnson, I'm assuming you're using the Malden button.
Yes, I am, sir.
Go ahead.
I forgot.
I just wanted, and I got in the queue, Mr. Chair, to in part answer Mr. Coffey's question about naming in perpetuity. We did strongly consider the Parks and Rec Commission's recommendation to name for a limited time only. Thought about it very hard, but that raises a number of extremely complex issues that code doesn't give any guidance on, and that mostly relate to fairness. So for a whole host of reasons, which would take longer than we have this evening, we can get into that. But very briefly, let me just tick off several of them that it raises. First of all, when an entity or an individual gives a certain amount of money to the municipality, our code says that we're supposed to thank them for that, and that the naming ordinance is one of the ways that we do it. If they give for the same amount of money for different types of facilities, those different types of facilities necessarily have different lifespans. So while they may have given an equal amount, if we tie it to the lifespan of the facility, somebody gets thanked for a longer period of time, and somebody gets thanked for a shorter period of time. That doesn't seem very logical. Additionally, ConocoPhillips in this case gave to a $10 million project. They gave $500,000 plus. It was the nonprofit group who was out raising funds who decided that an appropriate naming opportunity for such a level of donor in consulting with the national level fundraising consultants, that the stadium would be an appropriate thing to do it. So ConocoPhillips necessarily didn't ask that their name be tied to this specific thing. They gave to an overall project. So that, again, adds another level of complexity. In the next respect, this is the one project that we've worked with in Parks and Rec that has actually gone out at our strong request and to their credit has stepped forward to the task to say we absolutely will guarantee that this large major public infrastructure project will include a maintenance endowment. They're the only project to date that has done that. So we would be, in fact, penalizing the donor to the one group that is actually thinking about maintaining our parks and recs in perpetuity by limiting their naming opportunity, which to me is completely backwards. So there are, and finally, I would just note that the same levels of donations that are before you tonight in this ordinance were introduced on the museum, for rooms at the museum. What's the life cycle for the room at the museum? I really don't know. I certainly hope it's a long time.
Right.
So
that
gives you a sample of the complexity that we get into when we limit to naming things for time specific.
Well, let's not get too far off the park in question. Mr. Gutierrez.
The microphone won't stay on. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a whole list of questions, and I'm distributing an amendment that I would like to propose to this particular measure. First, to the administration, were naming rights promised to ConocoPhillips in exchange for this donation?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Johnson?
Through the chair, Mr. Gutierrez, no. ConocoPhillips.
That's the answer. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Gutierrez.
So they had no expectation that they were going to be, the stadium was going to be named for them in perpetuity if they gave us $500,000. And you don't have to answer. You did. Is ConocoPhillips' support, from your perspective, contingent upon this naming? If we were to reject this measure tonight or amend it in some way, they're going to pull that $500,000.
You would have to ask them, but we would certainly be concerned about the effect that that could have on future fundraising opportunities.
Certainly, and I understand that. I understand that the name, that part of this naming, that ConocoPhillips will be woven into or sewn into or somehow incorporated in the turf on the field, not just painted on, but incorporated into the turf. What's the life expectancy of that turf?
Mr. Dillon.
The standard life expectancy of that type of turf with proper maintenance is about 20 years.
Okay.
All right. Anything else, Mr.
Yeah, I have several. The ConocoPhillips gave a substantial donation. Where did the rest of the money come from, and who were the biggest funders?
We could have the Kincaid Project Group address that more specifically, but there's been a host of funding, federal, state. The Rasmussen Foundation has given a substantial matching grant donation. There are a number of, I would say hundreds, if not thousands, of private individual donors. There's been a variety of funding.
Okay. Mr. Chair, and that is the end of my questions. I'd like to move an amendment that's been distributed.
Okay, that's the amendment number 2, would be a section 2. Do you want to read the amendment that you're proposing?
I'll wait for a second.
Is there a second for Mr. Gutierrez? Second. Moved by Mr. Gutierrez, seconded by Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you. Would add a new section 2 to the resolution stating that that the stadium and field will bear this name, ConocoPhillips, for a period not to exceed 15 years, at which time the municipality may renegotiate the name of the stadium and field. During this period, if equipment or facilities bearing the name need replacement, ConocoPhillips will bear all necessary expenditures to expedite replacement. If ConocoPhillips is unwilling to bear replacement costs, the municipality reserves the right to seek other named sponsors. And, Mr. Chairman, if I could speak to the amendment.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
I think in a perfect world, where I want to begin is to make it very clear, this isn't about ConocoPhillips. We all acknowledge that we are blessed in this city and in this state to have the advantage of having some very large funders who are very community-minded that many communities around this country don't have. And we truly are blessed to have that. This isn't about ConocoPhillips at all. I'm very thankful and want to thank them for their contribution to this project, and they certainly deserve to be thanked for their contribution to this project. I think in a perfect world, what I would prefer to see is that we find a worthy individual who's done something to advance the sport in this city. Perhaps that person's name is Bill Smith, just for a hypothetical, and name it Bill Smith Stadium, thanks to a generous contribution from ConocoPhillips, give them signage, et cetera, et cetera. I know that that's not either the political or economic reality of the world we live in, that naming public facilities for private corporations seems to be the way it sort of has to be done. But I have some significant concerns with naming the facility for a corporation in perpetuity. One of those problems is the subject that Assemblymember Johnston raised with regard to Safeco Field, which, by the way, I didn't know that, and that's my favorite baseball park in the world, and I'm very disturbed by that. But what if the name changes? Are we going to change the turf out? Are we going to change the signage and the concrete out? What are we going to do? Who's going to pay the bill for that? That's, I think, the key question there. With the turf, and I had heard from other sources that the lifespan of that turf was significantly lower, but let's say, for example, it is 20 years. 20 years from now, that turf needs to be replaced. Who pays the cost for that? ConocoPhillips has in this measure the right to have their name on that turf, and if they don't want to pay to replace it, then we're in the position of either A, asking another private funder to pay to advertise for ConocoPhillips, or B, asking the taxpayers of the municipality of Anchorage to pay for advertising ConocoPhillips on that turf. And I think both of those are disturbing. Both of those possibilities are disturbing. And that's another reason that I really don't support naming this in perpetuity. I am not going to stand in the way of naming public facilities for a corporation, but if we're going to do it, let's do it. Let's do it like a business entity, like a Major League Baseball team or a National Football League team would handle it, or a municipality that owns a Major League stadium. Sell the naming rights. Put a finite period of time on it. At the end of that time, you want to keep your name on that facility? Then let's renegotiate the contract. If you don't, then we'll find someone else. As in a conversation before the meeting started, another assembly member pointed out that there's no longer an Enron field, for various reasons. Not that I'm suggesting there's going to be anything like that happening, but names change, attitudes change. In the business that I am in, we say shift happens. Shift happens. Priorities change. People who are in favor change. The idea of naming this in perpetuity is what really disturbs me. And if we put a finite period of time on it, and frankly to other assembly members, I'm open to that 15 years is not something that I'm married to. I'm open to other suggestions if they're there, if there's support for it. But naming it in perpetuity, I am not in support of and will not support the measure contingent upon that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Drummond, next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this amendment, and I'd like to talk about why. Corporations spend millions of dollars, if not, and I'm sure billions, if you combine all the corporations in the world together, on the establishment and maintenance of their corporate identification. In my career as a graphic designer, which dates back to 1976, I have participated in a number of corporate identification projects for both new and existing companies as they created themselves, found a name, and as they changed their names. And there's all kinds of things involved in this. I'm sure that ConocoPhillips has spent millions of dollars just in the state of Alaska on revising its name as the corporation has changed over the past. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it has changed 2 times in my life in Alaska, from Arco, then to Conoco, and now to ConocoPhillips. And each time that requires a significant investment by the company in changing not only the sign on its buildings, but on hundreds of vehicles, on all kinds of documents, all kinds of things that just require a huge investment. I was in Seattle frequently during the period when the Safeco Stadium was built, when the King Dome was demolished, and when the King Dome was replaced by a new dome, whose name I just don't know now. These facilities have taken on rather changeable life because they're being named after corporations that come and go. And as we've heard, what's going to happen to the Safeco Stadium? You know, millions of people in the Puget Sound area know it as the Safeco Stadium. It's now going to change. It's got no life to it. This named project is within the larger Kincaid Park, and I don't have a problem either, much as the previous speaker said, with naming it after a major donor, and I really appreciate that. But I do have great concerns about the lifespan of the material on which the name is going. Do we have any experience here with the lifespan of artificial turf that has a name worked into it at, I'm sure, great expense? I'm sure that artificial turf is not produced or woven in the state of Alaska, and it's got to come from someplace else in the world to be installed here, and it takes a great deal of lead time.
All right. Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I would, not talking to staff in detail here, I hope they are okay with what I'm about to say. I don't support this amendment. I think, you know, it's like changing the deck after we've already gone down this path. We had the museum here, and I could argue, Mr. Gutierrez, that there are maintenance costs that are going to be even higher at the museum. So high, I'm afraid to even think. That's why it's a nonprofit running that, and I'm happy for them. You know, there are some enormous costs there. I mean, people donated to buy a staircase, you know, to give you an example, in order to help contribute to that effort. And actually, in that effort, it was laid out in detail what a contribution might do in exchange for financial support. Or you take the issue, and I know, Mr. Coffey, you're aware of this, when we tried to do exactly what you have suggested with 2 of our largest facilities, which was the Sullivan Arena. Not one bid came in. We actually went out competitively. It was something that I'd hoped that we would see some people help support, and we had time limits. We had all kinds of issues that you've just brought up. We did not have success for that. I think the tradition that we've had in this community in regards to large supporters was to at least consider, and not something that they would expect, but consider, and the organizations, as these folks have done, have made it part of their ability to talk to contributors. And I think the idea of now putting a time limit when this is the one group and only group that has set aside a significant amount of money as they continue to raise for maintenance. I wish every nonprofit did this for us when they brought us a facility. We are requiring it more of them. We are pushing the envelope a lot with them because we think it's the right way to do business. But I would be opposed to this amendment. I don't think it's the right idea at this time. I think your discussion points are worthy of a policy that we can put into code if you'd like, or some other discussion down the road, but we're at this point right here, and I just don't think it's a well thought out time-wise for this type of amendment. Again, I bring up the museum. I mean, none of this was talked about then, and it's a $110 million facility, and yet This one here is, in comparison, and the investment they're going to make is less than 8% of that, and yet we're having this debate over fields that by themselves will need maintenance, but they are setting up a maintenance fund to protect these fields, and I think that's a worthy cause on their part and one that we should be thankful and rewarding. And so I would hope that you would not consider this amendment, and that if you want a larger discussion, that Parks and Rec Commission, I'm sure, and Jeff could echo this or not, but I think the Parks and Rec Commission would be happy to have this discussion with the Assembly on the long-term policy of how we deal with these larger capital investments. If I'm speaking out of turn there, Jeff, just let me know, but I think they would be willing to do this.
All right, Ms. Osiander, you're next. I will just note it's about 7:35. I'd like to try to complete this item before dinner, so I'd encourage everyone to try to keep your comments brief. Ms. Osiander.
Thank you. I speak in opposition to the amendment for several reasons. First, this body spent a significant amount of time redoing the whole policy and code section on naming. We created a new process that basically made it, I think, draw away from a political decision. There's a criteria that was listed in that policy, and I would urge Assembly members who have concern about naming to go back and review what we did last year. There was a nonpartisan committee appointed that spent a significant amount of time on it, and just because we spent and changed direction on naming, and we have basically, I think, a good direction on naming, I'm inclined to support. Secondarily, we have struggled to support our parks. We have had bonds go down. We have had lack of donations. I applaud the foundation, and I particularly applaud this donation. I think it's significant and it deserves recognition. Thirdly, there apparently is some concern about the turf having the name included in the weaving of the turf. I think that that's a premature concern. The signage, as far as I understand, has to go through the UDC, and if there are some specific concerns about signage within the turf, it would be appropriate to address that when UDC deals with the signage issue. Fourthly and lastly, there is nowhere in this resolution that I can find the term in perpetuity. There is nothing that I'm aware of that precludes this body from renaming or naming again. We recently dealt with Town Square Park, talked about that naming to the frustration of some, I know. I think that that indicates that life changes and goes on, and very few things are in perpetuity in life. I urge support, move forward. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure this will be entirely useless in our deliberations, but I would point out that Liberty Mutual has already announced will maintain the name Safeco in your favorite ballpark. I would further add the Seahawks Stadium is known as Quest Field.
I don't need to.
And finally, that the resolution before us is not a binding contract. If we do decide to make a change in the future, we are free to do so. Also, why I appreciate the amendment and the maker thereof. I think it would be a stronger amendment if the second part of it said that any incremental costs associated with including their their name on the new piece of scoreboard or new turf or whatever were in place, as opposed to asking them to pay for the whole cost.
Are you proposing that as an amendment to the amendment?
I hadn't planned it, but if you want it, you can have it.
Mr. Chairman, I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
I'm sorry. Actually, Robert's Rules in 2000 did away with friendly amendments. So friendly amendments are not an option. If he wants to make an amendment, he can make that motion, and it can be seconded, and then we can vote on it. So, Mr. Flynn, what is this specific amendment?
I'm not making any amendments. Okay, sorry.
Okay. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to respond to a couple of the points that were made. The first statement that the mayor made about changing the deck, we heard emphatically from the administration that ConocoPhillips' donation was not contingent upon naming rights. They had no reasonable expectation that the stadium and turf would be named for them in exchange for this donation. So we're not changing the deck, unless that's not accurate, unless they did have that expectation, and that was the deck, and now we're switching things around. Again, and I certainly agree, I want to thank ConocoPhillips for this. This is a terrific donation to a wonderful project, and signage is appropriate. Any kind of thank you is appropriate, but as Ms. Osiander, or I believe it was Ms. Osiander, someone pointed out the word perpetuity is not in this resolution. There's nothing other than the amendment that's proposed to limit it. And while Mr. Johnson and others have stated that future funding or other donations from other private entities may be made a bit easier through the passage of this resolution, I would suggest that if we were to 5 years from now suddenly decide to pull the rug out from under ConocoPhillips, because it doesn't say in this resolution that you have any time period, you have any certainty, that would, in fact, in the future, kill our chances of getting any kind of private donation for a project like this. So while the word perpetuity isn't there, I think it's sort of implied. I think it's necessary with it as written. I think it's important for us to give them a definite time frame. And as far as rewarding major donors, Mr. Johnson, am I accurate to say that the state was the largest single funder to this project?
I believe so. That's correct.
So if we're looking at rewarding funders, and I know the Rasmussen Foundation doesn't necessarily want naming rights, otherwise everything in this town would be called Rasmussen. We'd rename the city Rasmussen because they're always there for us when we need them. If the state's the largest single donor, let's call it Sarah Palin Field at the end of the Tony Knowles Coastal Trail next to Ted Stevens Anchorage International Airport. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Johnston.
Yes, first of all, I wanted to say as far as the naming of the municipal buildings and other fixed facilities and public places, the criteria that we passed last spring, I think it was, or summer. Number 9, renaming a public place, road, or street should not be considered within 20 years of the previous naming. So that's in our criteria as far as naming public facilities. I just want to mention that. Also, I'm going to vote against this. I really feel that it would almost strangle the Kincaid Products hands for them to go out and try to get other donors to participate in this project in other fields if they knew that they were going to then have to bear the replacement cost. I don't think ConocoPhillips gave $500,000 with the thought in mind that they were going to be responsible. I think they're going to be acting responsible because their name's on it. But I don't think we should go in through the back door and make them responsible. I don't think that's good public citizens, and I would hate to think as corporate citizens we'd have to do that. Thank you.
Dr. Selkrig.
I'm going to be voting against this amendment as well. I am happy to revisit our ordinance in terms of naming and review that with Mr. Gutierrez and work with him on further refinement should it be required. I also think that this whole conversation raises the issue that actually Mr. Teshi tried to address before he was off the assembly, which has to do with it creating an endowment for our parks, and it might be worthwhile spending some time at a future date exploring ways to deal with this ongoing maintenance costs. You can build an endowment for this park, but we don't have them for all the parks. So we'll be voting against the amendment.
Thank you. No one else is in the queue. I will just speak briefly as the last in line. I think that limiting for corporations, for the various reasons articulated, limiting corporate naming to 20 years is appropriate both within the context of our statute for naming and also just kind of the realities that corporate names change, corporate identities change, and I also think that the reason ConocoPhillips gives this money usually is not related to getting anything named after them. They have a whole separate advertising campaign. They want to be known for their contribution to the community, and I think they get that credit, and I think their board of directors would acknowledge that in 20 years, they would not want to guarantee us that they'll be here at all. They might be a different name, a different entity. I won't support Mr. Gutierrez's amendment because I think it should be 20 years, and the language after what says 15 years about the conditions I'm not comfortable with. So I'm going to vote against the amendment. I would certainly be receptive to an amendment that limits the naming for 20 years, but that would come up after this. So those are my comments. Please vote on the amendment. A vote yes incorporates the amendment to Section 2. A vote no rejects that. And Mr. Gutierrez, I'm not calling you because my practice is I try to speak as little as possible, but when I do, I try to go last. That amendment fails by a vote of 7-3. Mr. Gutierrez, you're back in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just would then move an amendment to limit the naming to 20 years, per your suggestion.
So that your current would that the stadium and field will bear this name for a period not to exceed 20 years, period.
Well, the language is, I think, important. If we say not to exceed 20 years, that means 20 years' time is up. ConocoPhillips can't have the name anymore, and I don't want to do that. My point is, after 20 years, we renegotiate, and if somebody wants to pay us more, another entity wants to pay us more than ConocoPhillips does for the naming rights, then they get it. Let's treat this like a business proposition.
So you propose the specific language. Articulate the language you're proposing.
That the stadium and field will bear this name for a period of 20 years, after which time the municipality may renegotiate the name of the stadium and field.
Clerk, did you get that language? Go ahead and repeat, please.
That the stadium and field will bear this name for a period of 20 years, after which time the municipality may renegotiate the name. Let's just leave it at that. I don't want to say stadium and field again.
Okay. That's been moved. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Drummond. Mr. Coffey, you're in the queue. Go ahead.
Renegotiate with whom?
With ConocoPhillips or anyone else who wants to buy the naming rights.
Why wouldn't you just say that at the end of 20 years, we can rename it and we don't have to renegotiate with anybody? We can just I don't understand renegotiate. You make it sound like it's some sort of quid pro quo business deal here between us and the city and Conoco, and I don't see it that way. I see this as a recognition of ConocoPhillips' generosity, and 20 years from now, when the statute permits it, then if somebody else comes along or they come back again, then we're free to rename it. And that's sufficient for me.
So, Mr. Coffey, your preference for that amendment would that the stadium and field will bear this name for a period of 20 years, period?
No. I don't support the amendment.
Okay.
We got 20 years in the ordinance, and I object to the word renegotiate because I don't.
Use your mic, please.
Yeah, there you go. Thanks. It's not the 20 years. The 20 years is in the code. So after 20 years, we're free, the body's free, the mayor and this assembly are free to rename it under code. Or we could change the code if we wanted to, but let's assume it's still in effect. But the use of the phrase renegotiate it makes it sound like we're selling the naming rights, and that's not what I understand we're doing. And I don't want to put that imprinter on it, as it were, as if we're selling it, because I would feel comfortable saying, if I felt it was true, I don't think ConocoPhillips did it or wasn't worthy enough or others have done more or I would prefer some other name. I don't feel that way in this circumstance, but this isn't a quid pro quo. That's why I don't like renegotiate.
Okay. Ms. Osiander.
As I mentioned before, there's very specific code language about naming of public facilities. It's 3.97. I specifically draw the Assembly's attention to 3.97.025 criteria, number 9. I want to read it. Ms. Johnston referenced it. I want to read it one more time. Renaming of a public place, road, or street should not be considered within 20 years of the previous naming. I think that the amendment before us is duplicative, and also the concern about negotiation the previous speaker referenced also concerns me. Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a business proposition. We are selling the naming rights. Whether you want to put that imprimatur on it or not, that's what we're doing. And if we're going to do it, and again, it's not something that I like, the idea of selling the naming rights of public facilities. But if we're going to do it, let's do it. Let's do it right. And let's treat it like a business proposition. Let's treat it like another municipal entity would somewhere around the country. If we're going to sell these, let's put a finite time on the contract. Treat this as a contract. You give us X number of dollars, we'll give you the name of the stadium for the next 20 years. When that 20 years is up, somebody else can bid for the contract. I mean, we can talk until we're blue in the face about, well, we're not really selling the naming rights, but we are. That's the reality of what we're doing.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Coffey, briefly.
That's not my reality. That's your reality. I disagree with you, Mr. Gutierrez, respectfully. They didn't come to us and say, we'll give you $500,000, but you got to give us the name. Now, that would be selling it. They came to us and said, you get $500,000, and subsequently, people other than ConocoPhillips suggested that this be done. You can view it as you would. I view it as I will, and I don't view it as a sale. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Selcraig.
I also agree that we solicited them. They didn't solicit us. And the other thing that I think is important is in reference to what Ms. Osiander pointed out, we have the right in 20 years to rename this. In 20 years, we can come back and look at this stadium and decide that we want to name it differently based on our code. So what we're really doing tonight is we're naming the stadium, and maybe I guess I'd like to confer with council. We're naming the stadium for 20 years, and in 20 years, based on our code, we could come back and revisit this. The way our naming ordinance works is that it's not necessarily into perpetuity. We leave ourselves the opening to revisit it in 20 years. Is that correct? Could I just get some consultation from the council? Ms. Tucker, can you help us on that?
Ms. Tucker, you're in the queue, so I'll let you go now.
Through the chair, the section that both Debbie Osiander and
Jennifer
Johnston, thank you, have quoted is the guideline that says 20 years. And so it's not mandatory that the assembly has to wait 20 years, but it's set out as a policy that it should not be changed or considered within 20 years. So the resolution, as has been pointed out the way it is silent on a term, and I agree that perpetuity is not referenced in that, and this was something that the naming committee discussed, and I attended for most of that meeting and pointed out that the term that's in there now is 20 years. So if they were going to name it and say that it was perpetuity, that would have been outside the guideline.
So, Ms. Tucker, if we take action tonight and decide to name the field after ConocoPhillips, and if for some reason in 8 years we decide that that's no longer appropriate, do we have the right to reverse that?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to clarify it. I'm not doubting it. I just want to get it on the record that we actually at any point.
The code says that you should not.
We should not. But what I hear you saying is that it suggests that we wait 20 years. If for some reason ConocoPhillips found itself in an extraordinarily embarrassing situation of which we didn't want to be associated, we have the flexibility under this code to change the name. Is that correct?
Well, I think that the code has an expectation that you won't.
Right.
And so the words are should not. And so I can't tell you, given those words and how the court interprets those words, it doesn't say shall not, which might be mandatory. Okay. So there's a guideline that you shouldn't do it within 20 years. That's what the code says, and I can't add too much to that.
Okay, so it's not into perpetuity. It's assumed we should not, it states we should not change it in 20 years, but it leaves open the possibility that if we needed to, we could change it before that, and it would have to be determined in the courts. Is
Through
that
the
what?
chair, that's right, and you could always change the ordinance. The
Right.
important part is that the resolution, by not addressing time, doesn't commit, the resolution itself does not commit to the Assembly doing more than following its present policy.
Thank you.
I'm going to, at this point, actually, I want to, the mover has clicked in, and I want to call on Mr. Gutierrez if you want to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the sake of expediency, I'm going to withdraw the amendment.
All right. Does the second have any objection to his withdrawal of the amendment? All right. There's no objection. The amendment is withdrawn. The only thing before us is now 2008-94. Does anyone wish to speak on that topic as to the naming as proposed under the resolution? Mr. Starr, let's make it brief, please. I know you haven't spoken, so I'm going to give you some leeway, but we want to get to dinner.
I understand we're hungry, but I think it's important. The project is very important, and in all seriousness, I think we need to be careful here. We don't discourage corporate step up, or we don't discourage corporate employees from pressuring their decision makers, and we don't discourage the fact on taking ownership in a prideful project like this because of this very fact. We're trying to trip over ourselves by acknowledgement, and this company didn't particularly say in any direct form, we want our name all over everything. They came and says, we want to contribute to a worthy project. That acknowledgement is important, and I'll support any time we can acknowledge somebody that has an interest to put their name on something or give money therein. UDC also has oversight on all of this. They're going to come on board with the decision-making on what kind of signage, where does it go, does it 20-foot letters in neon or therein. It may be that they decide that turf lettering isn't appropriate because of national coverage restrictions or some other sort of soccer club restrictions that says no field labeling. That may be the case. I like the naming committee. I like the mayoral oversight. I like the process that we went through to come up with good naming rights, and I think it's very helpful to have that platform, and I think we should acknowledge that. So, again, with trying to be short and brevity, I think that's important, but the name is important to me, and I think they're a stand-up corporation, and it's time to put their name on something. So I'm in favor of it, and I urge support.
Thank you, Ms. Drummond. You've spoken once, so make it quick, please.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I was going to speak to the amendment which has been removed,
okay.
so thank you.
You're out of the queue. Dr. Selcraig.
I just want to say that I think this has been a fruitful conversation. I think there were some suggestions made about contributions by major corporations in the name of people that might be worth exploring in future situations, and I'd like to follow up on that with Mr. Gutierrez.
All right. Thank you. No one else is. Ms. Gray-Jackson, go ahead.
I'll be very, very brief, but I want to thank Mr. Gutierrez for bringing forward this proposed amendment. I, for one, totally support naming this project, and I did look at what we're going to be voted on July 15 and all the different rooms that are going to be named after different corporations, and I support that also. But I think it was a healthy conversation, food for thought, and we really need to work on some criteria for these types of circumstances in the future, and I really hope that we do that. With that said, I'm going to be happy to support this resolution. Thank you.
All right. No one else is in the queue. Please vote. Yes approves it.
We get to go to dinner now, Dad.
That passes unanimously with Mr. Birch absent. It's 8 o'clock, so we're going to go take our dinner break. I know there are people here for the next hearing. This took longer than I predicted, but we will be back promptly at 8:30, and we'll take up the next item on the agenda. Thank you all very much. We are now on item 14B, resolution number AR 2008-94, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage providing for a revision of the Anchorage School District financial plan for FY 2007-2008. The public hearing on this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard on this, please come forward. Ms. Como, I see that you and Mr. Friedman are here. What I would actually ask is if there are other members of the public that would like to speak, that they come first. Not that we aren't anxious to hear from you, but I suspect we'll have more questions for you than for anyone else. So if anyone wishes to be heard on these school district budget amendments, please come down and please speak. All right, no one else. All right, Ms. Coleman, Mr. Friedman, you're first in the queue. I'm going to limit your time to 3 minutes to speak collectively because I know there will be questions and the responses will probably be more interesting than the opening statement.
We'll probably stay under 2 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jeff Friedman, President of the Anchorage School Board, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak with you. We were successful in our lobbying in Juneau, in large part with the Assembly's help in getting the extra funding that we asked for. The specific legislation that passed ended up putting a lot of that extra money into this year's budget, and so we sort of had to scramble to find a way to stay within the statute to spend money that we're required to spend this year so that we then can free up some budget revenue for next year. We think we put together a pretty good package with the administration's help, and we're just ready to answer any questions.
Thank you. That was brief.
And we're just ready to answer questions.
All right. You kept it under a minute. Congratulations. Thank you. Ms. Johnston.
Yes. So.
Oh, actually, well, she can ask them questions. Is this more a question for them or more in the nature of debate when we can call them?
No, it's a question for them.
Go ahead.
So this $29 million, was this funding that you were anticipating for 08-09 as far as the school funding, or is this in addition to?
This is in addition to, because the retirement funding was considerably more than we had estimated, which is shown on the attachment. We were not expecting it to come in the 07-08 budget year. And so that, to keep under the 10 mil cap that we are required by statute, that's why we are approaching it. Then they had the one-time energy, $6.6 million that came in at the very last minute that was directed to this year's budget also. Very different than they've ever done before.
And with the $6.6 million energy funding, we budgeted for 08-09 for an increase in energy costs, and I know it's gone up a lot more than what we anticipated. Do you know what you calculated the 08-09 budget that we passed as far as energy, the cost of energy? Do you know? I mean, I know that I've spoken to Mr. Abbott about what they have costed out their energy for with the municipality. Do you know what you've costed yours out to, and how much? What's the difference? Do we know?
Ms. Johnson, I don't have that. If I'd known that was you were going to ask us, we would have been able to bring that to you tonight. It's the energy, they designated it as an energy fund, but they were very public and very clear that it was to capture the $100 more on the base, but it was one-time money. It was not specifically directed to energy. They said it was for energy because everybody's costs were going up, but they know that we're all using it for enhancing our instructional program or paying the extra fuel costs, paying the additional utility costs that we have incurred this year, because that has to be designated in this current year's budget, but we can't spend the new money unless you approve raising the upper limit. It is not raising taxes, it's just raising the upper limit of spending authority.
And as far as the additional funds that you received that I don't want to use, I can't think of another word, but you've encumbered for next year. The funding as far as you've reserved for self-insurance, you've got everyday math support materials. I don't want to list them all. Were these all in the budget for 08-09?
Some of those were in the budget for 08-09. Some of the encumbrances were done to keep us under the maximum 10% undesignated fund amount. If we have more than 10% left over at the end of the year in our undesignated fund, the state takes it back. So we needed to find a way within the state system that we could designate and encumber some of this money. So that's where it went into the insurance and some of the other items.
And will it have any reflection for the 08-09 budget when we see it come next year?
You've already seen the 08-09.
Right.
You're talking the 9-10 budget.
Right.
Well, we anticipate a gap, and we were public about that in March when we came to you in that budget. And so this is going to assist us because we were able to put money back into the fund balance, and that should help us offset as we move forward in bringing you that budget next March.
And I get my final question is as far as the PERS and TERS, and I think it's Senate Bill 125. Anyways, where the state finally, I mean, they've come up with consistency. Will that make any difference in the 08-09 and 09-010 budget? Will you see savings?
What we'll see is a defined rate. We know what the amount will be, and we can budget towards the amount that they have told us. The PERS now is a shared rate across the state, which is different for everyone. The TERS has always been a shared rate, and they have told us, at least at this point, what that will be. They could change that for the TERS, but I don't know if Ms. Stokesbury has any more information than that. So
but when you budgeted for 08-09, did you budget at the 22%?
Yes, we did, because we had been told, and the legislature was very clear that they anticipated those rates passing, and so that's what we did build our budget on.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Starr.
Thanks for coming down. You know, when I first saw this, I thought that we were going to be able to provide a rebate to the payers of taxes, and I guess I'm wondering why in the interpretation, and there's a line in here that says no additional local property taxes are being requested to support the budget increase. And that's only because the state has supplemented monies. And again, in my opinion, it looks like we got monies that we didn't anticipate. But the budget was approved and all went well, and then we sort of had a windfall. And I'm wondering why that didn't result in lower taxes.
Well, I think, if I may, the first answer would be that the $20.8 million is money that we never saw. The state has it and spent it for us. We just have to reflect it in our budget. So we can't spend that money for a tax rebate because we never got it. The $1.6 million in grants, if we don't spend that money on grants, we don't get the money. That's grant money. The $6.6 million, there is some flexibility on that. But if we keep it in our bank account past July 1, the state's going to take that back as well. And even if we do find some way to game the system, if you were, the legislature passed that money for education, and I think we will get an awful lot of pushback next year from them if we, all of us, the Assembly and the school board, went there last spring and said, we need this extra $100 per base student allocation, and we need it for education, and then we turn around and give it as tax relief. If we gave that $6.6 million back as tax relief, I think there would be some very upset legislators, and we would see a much different relationship between the municipality district group and Juneau next year.
Well, the $20 million that was a direct payment to TERS, is that kind of where you're referencing it? You never saw the money per se, but you had the money budgeted in the allocated accounts that we gave you. Is that correct?
The $20 million? Mm-hmm. No, that's over and above what we thought we were going to get from the state to pay into the PERS-TERS accounts.
So are you actually saying that you paid down an additional amount that you didn't anticipate?
No. They contributed more towards PERS and TERS than we thought they were going to contribute towards PERS and PERS. We paid our share as we expected, or maybe actually a little less because we cut back on staff some.
So that is what we have to account for it in our budget. We never see it, but it's our responsibility, and it goes right to our accounts in the retirement system. That's why we had to use it for that and nothing else.
And I understand that we didn't have to, but the budget, in my interpretation, the budget that we funded had the appropriate amount, and taxes were based against that. So my logic in my mind is that you didn't have to pay the $20 million that you thought you were going to have to pay. Therefore, why don't we reduce the obligation to the taxpayers? But that's the obvious question.
It is, except that we don't have a choice about whether we pay that $20 million to PERS and TERS. We paid the share that you all approved in the budget from our money, and the state paid a share from their money, and they just increased the amount that they were paying from their money greater than we thought they were going to.
And I'm glad they did. I mean, there's no message sent there other than that's proactive.
Right, but it does raise the upper limit of the budget, and we have to account for that. That's why we're here tonight, so we can get the authority to spend that money.
I get that, but the questions about how does that affect future budgets are important to me as well. So I'm wondering if that's a setup for us to have issues in the future with a higher budget level.
Well, I think Ms. Johnston just asked roughly the same question. We definitely know what the rate is now. It's been passed by Senate Bill 125, so that is what
I
we...
didn't ask the question, Ms. Como. I heard the answer there, so I just was looking at how your accountability for the $20 million this year would affect that. So, I'm good with that future setback. I just want to be careful we don't set ourselves up to an expectation that we're going to...
I think Ms. Stokes-Berry could maybe add to this.
Thank you.
Well, originally, we budgeted based on a percentage of salaries, and what the state, the Department of Education and the Division of Retirement decided to do was they took the appropriation amount that was appropriate a year ago, not this last session, but a year ago session, and they did an allocation amount, and they gave each district a set amount of money, a credit towards the TERS cost-sharing program. And so it was more than what was needed based on the actuarial figures for us for the current year, which then actually helps in the future year because there's like a $6.9 billion, it just keeps on going up, liability on the retirement systems. And so they've just deposited more in the current year, which could reflect in the future years as the amount above the 12.56 that the districts are responsible. So it may save the state because the state is paying that difference based on future actuarial reports and the 12.56.
Well, yeah, obviously it's a way to address that burdening unfunded liabilities. So thank you for your answer.
Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to point out to the body that the only line that matters in this memorandum is the last one in Ms. Como's letter to the Assembly in bold type. No additional local property taxes are being requested to support this budget increase. It is in the code that we have to approve their budget whenever it has any changes. And I would also like to note that there are several reductions in budget in food service, debt service, and in grants. And I thank you. I thank you for that. Thank you all for coming forward.
Thank you. I note that sounds like more in the nature of debate than questions for the speakers. But go ahead, Dr. Selkirk. Questions for the speakers. Let's not get too wrapped up in debate.
It seems to me when we were reviewing your budget that you referenced a gap regarding TERS and that there was an unfunded liability that laid ahead. Now, is that, I just want to make sure, and is it my understanding that what we've been able to do with this additional money that's come from the state is to address that gap?
The state has a multi-billion-dollar gap of unfunded liability. They have taken through Senate Bill 125, they have addressed it legislatively so that the TERS system, which is cost sharing across the state, is now at a rate that everyone can count on, and the state has committed to appropriating it. The same thing with the PERS is now cost sharing rather than in each individual employer. So now we can budget better than we could a few years ago when the unfunded liability became the crisis and they changed the retirement system.
Okay. Thank you.
No one else is in the queue. My question, I've heard it before. Where are we with regard to funding for a needs assessment for the school district? We've got lots of facilities, and we've got about a 15 or 18-year-old needs assessment. I know there's not money in here, but what's the outlook for 2009, 2010?
We are seriously looking at that, and we are trying to come up with a good cost estimate on what that would cost, and then we will either look at it in our debt service fund or we will look at it in our general fund because we know we need to do it.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't see anyone else in the queue, and I see no one else for the public hearing. Last chance to be heard. The public hearing. Are you coming down to speak on this, Mr. Kendall? I am. All right. Come on down.
And distinguished body, I might add.
Why don't we leave a chair here?
I think you should budget for some chairs with wheels, especially Mr. Coffey. I think you should make the most after the diatribe I had to hear about how the mayor's arrangement wasn't the arrangement, how I had to sustain that diatribe. My name is
Kendall,
Paul.
let's stay to school funding.
It is.
Just state your name again.
Well, my name is Paul, middle initial D. Kendall, known as Will Free when I call him, those radio shows where those guys have the intellectual depths of two BBs rolling around an empty beer can, okay? Now, setting that aside, as you can tell, I have an issue there. I hope you look at that as my own baggage and limitations. You know, if I might just stand here for a moment, I am truly embarrassed. I don't see how you cannot be embarrassed myself. I have friends who went to college to teach children. They were very dedicated people, very dedicated people. We used to laugh about how my intellect was much bigger because I was interested in the world. They were interested in dealing with little minds, simple little minds who needed love and attention. And somehow we have swelled the little children which we love so dearly, our replicates or whatever we call them. Somehow we have surrounded those people with a never-ending need for money. This is embarrassing. I think you should just open up a bank and just set up tellers and let them have the money whenever they need it. And we need 100 more foreign children, some illegal aliens, and a whole bunch more so we go to 200 languages. In addition to that, let's see, is it 200 languages? Oh, we need about 50 more children who are challenged with another type of disease, and perhaps some divorced women with about 15 children multiplied by about 1,000. This has just gone insane, ladies and gentlemen. Just insane. I'm now seeing oil companies form unions with colleges across the United States. Look it up on the internet. Cambridge, all the big institutions. Berkeley, $500 million. Not only that, I personally witnessed a gathering with Ms. Como out under the auspices of employment, and it was a de facto contract arrangement between the school district, between her and hiring the teachers into the oil companies. It was just scary what I was seeing. Now, I don't know what's happening here, but somebody needs to stand up and say, just a moment. You will never rescue a child without love. And that takes a female and a male and a whatever it is, whatever a female is a female. It takes a mother and father loving that child, and that's what gives you the education. We used to do it in one-room schoolhouses. Now, Ms. Como does her job very well, and they're very competent. But it seems to me that our society is unwinding so quickly, somebody has to stand up and make these points to bring us back to a sense of relevancy, because it is only the funny money that is allowing you folks to do this irresponsible act of what we just saw. How many times have we seen this?
Mr. Kendall?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Your time is up.
It was my honor, and thank you so much,
Thank you
or
very
whatever
much.
it was.
Anyone else wishing to be heard in the public hearing? Come on down. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Dr. Selcraig, seconded by Mr. Flynn. No one is in the queue. Any opposition to approval of item 14B? Hearing and seeing none, that is approved unanimously. That brings us to 14C, a resolution of item 2008-128, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage accepting and appropriating 2008 State of Alaska legislative grants per Senate bills 221 and 256. The public hearing on this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward and share your thoughts. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. What is the wish of the body? Moved by Dr. Selcraig, seconded by Mr. Flynn. No one is in the queue. Any opposition to the approval of item 14C? Hearing and seeing no opposition, that item is approved unanimously. That brings us to item 14D.
Mr. Chairman, point of order, if I might, on the conflict issue relative to IMs. Do you want me to make a disclosure, or you just want to rely on the
Based on prior findings, Mr. Coffey, I'll find that you are ordered not to participate in this item 14D. You can be excused, and we'll try to get your attention as soon as we're back to the next item. Perfect. Item AO number 2008-67, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly repealing AO 2007-122S.
Waive reading.
Thank you very much. The public hearing in this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. I would note that my anticipation on this matter is that the public hearing on this we will move to continue the public hearing until July 15, and so you'll have an opportunity to be heard on July 15 on this topic. There is what is in effect a substitute ordinance that I introduced tonight as a laid on the table item that has the same language but a somewhat different title. So the topic of emissions testing will be before us on the 15th, and you don't need to be heard tonight. You can wait and be heard on the 15th. So anyone wishing to be heard tonight, please come down. Please let us know your name.
My name is Ron Aksamit, spelled A-K-S-A-M-I-T. I am opposed to the IM testing in general. I think it's outlived its usefulness. If the statistics in the morning paper are reliable, there hasn't been a problem for over 10 years now. And there were comments about how bad it was back in 1976. I think a lot of things have improved since 1976, vehicles being one of them. There's a lot of people that commute from the valley into Anchorage every day. No matter how you try to regulate those people, it's going to be unenforceable. They probably contribute just as much to the pollution in Anchorage as the Anchorage registered vehicles do. There's been a mention of a possibility that there would be no exemptions. I realize that isn't included in the present ordinance, but I think that would be a mistake to not have an exemption for older vehicles. There's a lot of vehicles such as antique car clubs and things like that where vehicles are probably driven less than 100 miles a year to one or two auto shows and things like that. So I don't think they contribute significantly to the pollution of the atmosphere. So, in summary, I am opposed to IM testing. I think it's outlived its usefulness. If you feel that you have to pass something and reinstate that, I think you should leave out any requirement that older vehicles need to be IM tested. That's all I have.
Thank you. If you can hold, Dr. Selcraig is in the queue with a question for you.
I wanted to know, did you realize this morning in that chart in the paper that, in fact, that there was an error, that there are only 2 IM ordinances being proposed, and that the Selcraig-Drummond ordinance was about safety and admission and noise, not admission. So there was an error, and that chart read like we were proposing an IM test that would have no exemption for older vehicles, when in fact we weren't proposing an IM test. It was just a safety and a noise ordinance. So that, I just wanted to clarify that with you. I also wanted to know, did you know that there's a correlation between CO and benzene? Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not. I don't know what the correlation is. I'm sure there is one.
And did you know that benzene is a known carcinogenic?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And did you know that Anchorage has some of the highest levels of benzene of any city in the country?
I don't know what the present levels are, no. However, I would like to mention that we are surrounded by hazards every day of our life, from the time we get up until the time we go to bed, and sometimes in bed too. So I don't know that we can completely eliminate all hazards for all people from everything.
Thank you.
Ms. Drummond, question for the speaker.
Yes, from Mr. Aksakmit. I apologize, didn't get your name straight. The paper, after many years in the public eye, I've learned to take whatever the paper says with a grain of salt, because they do not get it right the first time. And then they publish the corrections on the 3rd page instead of on the front page, where everybody has already seen it and committed it to memory. Are you aware that 12,000 to 14,000 cars a year fail the IM test now?
No, I'm not aware of the number.
That the public does not know that, and I just want to make sure that that's out there. So if the IM tests go away, we'll have, 12 to 14,000 cars in the first year fail, and perhaps they'll get fixed, and perhaps they won't. In the second year, we'll have 24 to 28,000 cars that have failed and may or may not be fixed. So I appreciate your testimony, and I will take your remarks into consideration.
However, we still have the thousands and thousands of cars being driven in from the valley that are not tested at all.
It's my understanding that the State Department of Motor Vehicles does help Anchorage out on that part, and I'm sure that will become apparent in the discussion on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward. I'd encourage people that would like to speak to not stay at the back, but actually come to the front 2 or 3 rows so I have a good idea of how many people are going to be speaking and we can keep it moving along.
Thank you.
Let us know your name.
Vivian Echeverria. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Assembly. Air quality for me is very important, and so are air toxins. Even at levels that are safe to most people, these air toxins can affect children, elders, and people who have lung disease. My mother has COPD, and she knew that I was coming to testify, and she says, will you let those Assembly members know that because of this, I see more and more of polluted air coming out of cars that I didn't see before, and I'm not sure if it's because more people are driving in because they know the ordinance is going away. As a former health teacher, one of the exercises that I would work with students on is I would ask, and you consider this when you go home to your comforts of your home tonight, is to place a small cocktail straw between your in your mouth and not breathe through your nose, and simply try to breathe through that small little straw. And then I would ask you to continue the exercise and start marching in place. That's the impact and the experience that children and elders and people with lung disease experience when they're exposed to the types of toxins that people are exposed to when the air quality is not good. I support the IM program. I'm born and raised, and most of my life since '61 lived in Anchorage, because it does reduce the carbon monoxide, it does reduce benzene, and even some of the carbon dioxide emissions that help protect our health. So I do support the program, and I would ask that the Assembly consider supporting this ordinance.
Thank you very much. Ms. Osiander has a question for you.
Actually, 2 questions. Did I hear you correctly? You say that you believe there's an increase in the number of vehicles who are polluting the air? Is that what you said?
This is my mom's observation, yes.
What is she basing that on?
She's basing it off of the stuff that comes out of the tailpipe.
So just her visuals.
Her visual check.
Second, thank you. Thank you. I got that now. And then the second thing is, did I hear you correctly that you seem to say that chronic obstructive pulmonary disease is caused by car emissions?
No, I'm just saying lung disease in general.
That lung disease is caused by car emissions?
No. I'm just saying people that have not the capacity to, or that the air quality can cause, let me think here. What am I trying to say?
Aggravation.
Exacerbation of, that's the word I'm trying to, sorry. Exacerbation of their lung symptoms.
Thank you.
Thank you. No one else is in the queue. Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening. My name is Eddie Burke. I'm kind of embarrassed to even be here. I cannot believe the audacity of this body, Mr. Chairman. I had the chance to testify for 3 hours a day, but I've been involved in this IM test since its inception. I was a service station owner. And Ms. Craig, I mean, if I don't mind, through the chair, I'd like to speak direct. You know, shame on you for asking this gentleman these questions as if you know more than him. You have no evidence at all that proves that anything that you said has any relevance to the IM test, and you know that. Whether it's 12,000 cars a day, when that study, that history has been going on for 2 decades, and we still, in the last decade, have not failed the federal limits. And thank you, Ms. Osiander, for the emotional talk about how cars are somehow hurting people's ability to breathe. There is no factual evidence that supports that. None. I'm sure if I stood out at the corner of Minnesota and Northern Lights and I stood there all day, that my ability to inhale more carbon dioxide or whatever would be greater than sitting in my home. But what does that have to do with the IM test and whether or not we're going to decide as a community whether to extend this or reinstate it or keep it on the acts? There's nothing. There's nothing to support any of this emotional hype. The last testimony, we had doctors coming down here saying, well, you know what, man, we've got to do away with this thing because it's hurting people's ability to breathe. But none of them were able to substantiate that. And you guys go out into the newspaper and tell people this garbage as if it was fact. I don't know who you're supporting here. Are you supporting some sort of the 5% who some of you were elected by? I mean, 21% of the people voted for you new members. That means 5% in most cases elected you. Don't get your head too big. You know, you didn't get a mandate. And I think you should really consider. I appreciate Mr. Starr being involved in this earlier when during the task force. He brought out it's logical. It's education. Mr. Birch appeared on my show. There's nothing to substantiate it. Game over. Let's give the taxpayers this thing a break. You raise trash costs. You continue to rise the cost on people.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
And here they are,
Mr. Burke, your
trying
time is
to
up.
pay
Mr.
for
Burke,
the amount of gasoline that has risen
Mr.
dramatically.
Burke, I will ask you to be removed from the chambers. You have two people in the queue for questions, and you'll have a chance to respond. But if I cut you off and you continue to talk, I'll ask you to be removed from the chambers, and you won't get a chance to respond to questions.
That would go over pretty good.
Mr. Flynn.
Maybe I can get some publicity. Eddie Burke was removed from the chambers. I like that, actually. Go ahead, Mr. Flynn.
Please call me Patrick. If you don't mind, I'll call you Eddie.
All right.
We've known each other a long time. Eddie, appreciate your coming down. If there were other substances that we could test for using the emissions program that were to be regulated by the EPA, would you consider a reasonable program to maintain?
No, Mr. Flynn. I appreciate that, Pat. I appreciate the question. I could lure this test into many different areas to find something that, you know, like the gentleman said, we could try to eliminate all obstacles in our life or things that may be harmful to us to some degree.
Okay. Thank you very much.
There would be no end. Thanks, Mr. Flynn.
Thank you.
Patrick.
Very good.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Burke, for coming out. And if you'll pardon me, you're attached to a very bad memory of mine. And my first crossing of the Gulf of Alaska was the first time I met you on the legislative ferry, and that was just a terrible memory. But
yes, boy,
not because of you.
No,
but you.
No,
I would agree with you that
even the crew was sick on that flight, on that trip.
The purser finally took pity on me. But I would agree with you that sometimes these issues get a little too emotional, and in the throes of strong emotion are not necessarily a good time to make public policy. I hear that argument very, very loud and very clear. Just in a very dispassionate way, I want to ask you a question, and we hear a lot of people saying, well, we haven't violated federal air standards in a decade. Is it at all possible that we haven't violated those federal air standards in a decade, at least in part because we have an IM program?
Well, 97, the task force that you should be privy to actually rendered, and the facts substantiated, I know Mr. Starr was very involved in the task force, that 97% of the clean air that we do have has nothing to do with the IM test. That's a fact. 97% of the clean air has nothing to do with the IM test. It has to do with technology, the automobiles that are coming out these days, some of the additives in the gasoline. That's the fact, Mr. Gutierrez. And if you're going to punish the people of this community for $9 million a year, over 3%, which should arguably be wrong.
Right, Mr. Burke, I think you've answered his question. I think you're going beyond the bounds. Anything else, Mr. Gutierrez? Dr. Selkirk.
Mr. Burke, I'm always appreciative that you take the time to focus on me when you visit here. And so I'll just take a moment. I'd like to take a moment, Mr. Birch. I'd like to take a moment and just comment that because you are in a position where you get to talk for a long time on the radio does not make what you say true. The fact is that there, excuse me, would you, no, I don't want to be interrupted for a moment. I don't want to be,
no.
I'm not interested in being interrupted by you.
Finishes her question.
I would like to point out that there's a clear correlation between benzene and CO.
Where?
And that it's scientific.
Where? Well, if it's scientific, I'm
it's
sure
totally available to you. I think that the health department can provide you with that data. The fact is that you need to take the time and do the research. Just because you don't know it doesn't mean it's true. And for you to come up and say insulting things about the physicians that came here who basically spoke from hard scientific fact is just not appropriate. Nor is it appropriate for you to assume that because you don't know something, other people don't know something.
Nobody's provided me any fact, and by the way, what does that have to
Available
do with
for
the
you.
IM
You need to
test?
take the time. There's a report available. I think the health department. I invite you to take the time to get the information from the health department, and then once you've reviewed it.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
What was the original intent of the IM
Chairman.
test?
Hold on, Mr. Starr. What's the point of order?
Well, the point, I believe, is that we have the deliberation public testimony to ask the testimony questions. The presenter here isn't us. I think we're here to observe, and so I would hope there's a question.
Well, and my question was whether or not he had reviewed the material, Mr. Starr, and that was when I was interrupted.
Okay.
And that was the point. And
Okay.
and
The
I
point of
just
order
thought that
is well taken. The question has
Thank
been
you.
asked, has he reviewed the material? The answer is he has not. Okay. I see no more questions for Mr. Burke. Thank you very much. Next, anyone else wishing to be heard on this matter?
This is my first rodeo here, and thanks for having me down here. My name is Steve Malarby.
Come up to the microphone.
I've been in this state for 50 years. I've been in the automotive society here, working on vehicles from 85 when they were very well designed to now when they are well designed. But I don't want to ruin my chances to talk about this if I need to be here at a later date. I've never been involved with this before. And I've been told here just in the last few moments that if I talk today, I can't talk about it again. And so I guess my question really for you guys is this, are you voting on it tonight?
Let me briefly answer your question. By testifying tonight on this particular ordinance, you lose the opportunity to testify the next time around. But because there's a different ordinance that's being proposed that will be taken up on July 15, you may not be formally testifying on this, but you can testify on the other one. So you will have an opportunity on July 15 to testify, and if you'd like to reserve your comments for that time, we'd be more than happy for you to come back then.
Okay, I don't know if I'm more confused now than I was when I know.
The answer is you could
That'd be great. Well, then, if I just would like to say that, are you voting on it this evening to reinstate it?
We anticipate continuing the public hearing, and so we don't anticipate voting, but we haven't taken that vote.
It seems to me also, on one other note, that, even when this task force was put together, I've been, like I said, in this business for 30 years. I was never contacted. I've been IM certified since 1994. I've been in the business since 80. And I don't understand where you're getting your information for the task force. Who's really sitting in on these things? Is it the person that's on the line, that knows the cars, that understands what's going on with the air? Because I was all for it, but there's a lot of holes in the program the way it is set up now. The no pass, no pay stations where the guy doesn't have a clue what he's doing with the vehicle. They don't. Your car won't pass. It has a check engine light on. I don't know why. You'll have to take it to some place that does. There's lots of problems with the current or the program that I'm involved with right now. So I would like to have some input on and talk about those things. And if there is a program, I was all for it. How about the new and used car lots that are allowed to start their vehicles at 0 degrees in the morning, every car on the used car lot? Where does that go? Where does that come from? No plug-in, no nothing. And that's the worst emissions you can get out of a fuel-injected late model vehicle. The bottom line there. So that's not very good. Is that big money that's allowing them to do that? Because that's big emissions. And that's all I'd like to say. And I'd like to talk again, and I'd like to be contacted on the issue, I guess.
All right, Dr. Selkirk has a question for you.
I think there are people up here who would be glad to talk with you, and if you'd leave your number and your contact information, I think we could get to you and talk to you
Sure, I sure will. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No one else is in the queue. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Mr. Kendall, you can say your name again. This is your third time tonight. Let's make it quick.
Well, I'd go for a chair again, but I'm afraid I'm going to get shot. Doggone that Eddie, he just got you too riled up here. So, well, first of all, I'd make a request to go last. And there's a reason for that, with all due respect. I've seen these meetings like this. What they'll do is juxtaposition and they strategize. So I'm going to sit down until I'm the last speaker as denoted by you, and then I'm going to come forward with your permission, Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Kendall. That's not your privilege. You've used your time up, and we'll go on to the next speaker.
That's not fair. Why would you
Mr.
do? Why
Kendall,
would you be abusive?
you are
like
like everyone else in the public.
No,
you can come up and be heard, and you don't get the choice to be first, last, or otherwise. You can get in line, say your piece, and be done.
All right. Then in the future, you should, if you're going to play by the rules, you should denote the rules and connote the rules. I do
follow the rules, and you've had multiple chances to speak tonight. Go forward, say what you have to say.
Well, first of all, I have no conflict of interest, either directly, indirectly, or inadvertently. My testimony is from a man whose passion and compassion compels him to come forward on this issue. Here's the concern I have. I'm here to try to make you a greater people. Some of the decisions that are being made in this great land of Alaska are just staggering. The depths of decay and limited vision. I mean, I'm just moved by, we were all pondering it. I watch you one moment make a decision which is just irrational and simple and unjustified and naive, and I get angry the next minute I talk to you and you're just normal, wonderful people. I'm just amazed at how I'm spiritually, I don't know, I'm confused, I guess. So here's what I would suggest that you do. Your premise for emissions is without validation. It goes to show some stagnant thinking, some type of an inside loop tag team of, oh, we're the elite and we know what's best and we sit on this board and sit on this board. And by the way, the mayor, I haven't forgot, he never gave me the cameras and he knows I'm coming. I am coming back for that. But my point is this, that by not reaching out to the public, this is what you get. You get an inside loop like a clone mechanism, a colony, and that colony breeds its own mentality. So let me show you what I mean. You should call out for the public, and here's why. The fill, which is a project that sits in your garage, you can fill your cars with natural gas right now with a Honda GSX. The electric vehicles, there's the Air car. Honda just introduced a hydrogen fuel vehicle in California with 50,000 hits, according to the radio show today. Ford Motor Company, along with British Petroleum, is working on a 10-cylinder hydrogen shuttle bus, of which you could bring here. Hydroelectric. Now, here's a good one for you. I don't know, you listen to me, Mr. Clayman? If you're not, I got things to do. I can be a star like Eddie, too, okay? We can all run for office, ladies and gentlemen. I give you respect, you give it to me. I try to make a little comment out because you make me sit in here for long hours under duress. Now, if I might, sir, thank you and thank you for that conveyance of recognition. I'm sure I'll pay for it down the road here. Here's a unique idea for you. If you put in a hydro...
15 more seconds.
Thank you for the... Thank you. I'm just feeling so special. I'm surprised a ray of light doesn't come down. Beam me up or something. Why don't you put in a hydroelectric plant and bring in some electric cars and make us an electric vehicle? There's so many things. I have a whole list of things you can do.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the suggestion about electric cars. Thank you again for speaking tonight.
Sure.
Anyone else that wishes to be heard tonight on IM testing, recognizing that you'll have another opportunity? All right, I see no one else. Is there a motion with regard to the public hearing?
Move to postpone till July 15th.
Right. It's been moved to continue to July 15th. Is there a second? Dr. Selkirk has moved. Mr. Flynn has seconded. I see no one in the queue. Is there any opposition to continuing the public hearing on this till July 15th?
I have opposition to that.
All right. Well, we'll go ahead and take a vote then. Please vote on whether to continue the public hearing to July 15. A yes moves it to July 15. A no means we vote on it tonight.
Ms. Ostrander? Mr. Coffey?
Mr. Coffey is not participating.
Right.
That passes 8 to 1. Mr. Coffey not participating and Mr. Birch not present. So that public hearing will continue on July 15. Thank you. That brings us now to item 14E, AR 2008-120, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $765,000 from the MOA Trust Fund 730 for expert financial management and support services provided in calendar year 2008. The public hearing on this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. I see no one. The public hearing on this is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Dr. Selcraig, seconded by Mr. Flynn. I see no one in the queue. Is there any opposition to the approval of item 14E? Hearing and seeing no opposition, that item is approved unanimously. That brings us now to item 14F, AO number 2008-74, an ordinance adopting the Little Campbell Creek Watershed Management Plan as an element of the Comprehensive Plan amending Anchorage Municipal Code, sections 21.05. Thank you very much. The public hearing on this is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, come on down. Seeing no movement, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Drummond and seconded by Dr. Selcraig. Mr. Coffey.
Mr. Chairman, my question relates to page 43 and following in the watershed management plan we got, and it also relates to page 3 of AO 2008-74. And there's, in the summary of economic effects, there's basically $0. But if I read the implementation plan, there's a substantial amount of work that's done. In fact, there are dollar amounts associated with it. So my comment is if we are going to have, just look at page 45, $150,000 for modeling, $140,000 to $200,000 for design, so on down the list. And I guess my question is, and perhaps to the administration or whomever, is why does the summary of economic effect not reflect that and say instead no impact on the public sector? And if all the money comes from federal and state grants, is that all this money is going to do that, and there will be no city money involved? I thought the plan was well thought out, but I just didn't understand the economic analysis. Thank you.
Someone from the administration able to respond.
David, would you like to? David Wigglesworth.
Thank you, Mr. Wigglesworth.
My name is David Wigglesworth, through the chair, and Mr. Coffey. I did not prepare the summary of economic effects. However, I can speak to the other issues that you brought up. The plan does identify dollar figures in it where we know they exist, and we've been fortunate in that a number of the elements of the plan we are working toward receiving federal funding for to implement them, like some of the work on culverts and gauging and other things like that. There are other elements of the plan that are really part of ongoing activities of the various plan partners that include both city departments as well as local groups like Great Land Trust, the Waterways Council, and even agencies like the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Agency. So I'm not answering your question 100% right now, but I guess the plan to implement it will require some funds, and by having a plan, it actually helps us get the funds. In fact, one of the reasons why we're developing the plan is because the funding sources require that you have a plan. So it's.
Well, Mr. Wigglesworth, I'm supportive of particularly the streams and the fisheries and the things that are associated with that. I mean, there's more than just fish, and you well know that.
Right.
But it just struck me that if we're going to have a summary of economic effect, to say that there would be no public sector effect on the public sector, then I just found that a little hard to understand in light of the several hundreds of thousands of dollars here. But if it's all going to be state and federal funding and it's not going to cost the taxpayers anything, that's the problem. I mean, the local taxpayers, that's a good thing.
I can't necessarily say that. There are items in our CIP that are incorporated into this plan as well. So if the voters approve it, then obviously we can do those things.
I guess my real criticism is we have summaries of economic effects, but that we really don't spend the time to adequately address them. Sometimes it's just a quick look and on we go, and I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Osiander.
Actually, my concern was remarkably similar in that I had a conversation Mr. Coffey, it continues to surprise me, sir. It continues.
I would just note, as Chair, it doesn't surprise me at all.
My earlier comments yesterday and with Friday were related to the cost of this. I read it. It seems like a lot of work and a good approach. But I've been dealing a lot with plans lately, and plans that particularly call for, it's not several $100,000, it's several millions of dollars for this plan. And also a whole lot of other studies to be done by some group without real funding provided for it. And my cry is, let's have plans that are realistic, that we know we can afford, and that will actually come to fruition. I know there was a frustration for us for the Eagle River Comp Plan and for the Eagle River Long Range Transportation Plan, because there was so much that's, oh, we're going to study that later on by this other group, but there's no funding or ability to do it. So I guess that was a rant, and I apologize, because I think this was good work.
Right.
But I do have some real concern about the cost implications and the studies that are called for. I would like to make this realistic, workable, know it and live it plan, and I have some trepidation about that.
Well, I respect your opinion, and I guess I'll let you know that as we started developing this plan, there were a whole bunch of people involved in organizations, and one of the things we said was we didn't want a plan that would just sit on the shelf. And so there are many elements in the plan that actually we're beginning to move forward on, and we actually have raised the money for. And as I said in my email, the response, close to $2 million has been raised for various elements of the plan. So we feel confident that moving forward we're going to be able to get a lot of these things going and moving. And there are some other elements of the plan that do involve larger capital improvements, and that will be something that we'll have to work through the community to see whether the community wants to support those things as well. So it's going to take a little bit of effort to really move any plan through the process, but I feel pretty good about the plan in terms of its practicality, as well as feel very comfortable or confident in the level of community involvement and agency involvement in moving this forward, because they'll have to be a part of it as well.
You certainly have been impressive on the community involvement. I applaud you. Just one last little plea, and I keep making it. There are other creeks that I'm concerned about. I keep talking about Peters Creek, and I just see, the millions on this one. Don't forget the other creeks. And that, I'll be quiet now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Dr. Selcraig.
Hi, I really was pleased reviewing this plan, and I'm happy to see it before us. And it's interesting, I had a kind of a tangential but similar observation, and that is that we have, since I've been on the Assembly, approved a lot of plans. We've got the downtown plan. We've got several trail systems plans, and typically communities have a 5-year capital improvement plan, and those 5-year capital improvement plans are built on plans like this. And I think it would really be a useful tool for us to actually take the time to review the plans that we've committed to and actually come up with a 5-year strategy, so that we ended up weighing what our priorities are in terms of all the things that are in front of us. Because when we don't do that, what we get is an annual capital improvement plan that's actually often politically motivated, depending on who's sitting here. So I'm using your plan actually as an opportunity to advocate for some work in terms of a 5-year capital improvement plan that would address what we recognize as our priorities in a disciplined way, so that we're not revising every year and kind of dealing with what's right in front of us, and kind of begin to chunk through some of these plans and others. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no one else in the queue, so I will ask if there's anyone opposed to the approval of item 19F. Hearing and seeing no opposition, that is approved unanimously. That brings us to item 14G. AO 2008-50, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to provisionally adopt, this is Chapter 21, Title 6. All right, Title 21, Chapter 6. All right. The public hearing is now, on this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. I would note that we anticipate this is going to be continued to a future date, so if you want to comment, you'll have another opportunity. No one coming down. Oh, sorry. Got to move quickly. You want to be heard now and not wait until the next go-round.
I'm 74. I don't move fast anymore.
It looks to me like you're actually moving very swiftly.
Not bad for an old broad. My name is Bobby Wells. I live in Chuyak, Eagle River area. I'm here to testify as a member of the municipality, so don't attach this to my area, although it does apply. Mostly I came down here to see what the Assembly would be reviewing because there was nothing attached in the agenda online. Do all of you have a copy of Chapter 6 before you? It makes it a little hard for me to refer to certain sections if you don't have it.
We don't have I don't believe, because the expectation has been that we're going to discuss this at a future date. I don't think anyone brought their copies of the Title 21 with them tonight. At least I didn't. I can't speak for everyone on the body. I don't see anyone raising their hand saying I've got their copies, although certainly to the extent you make comments, we can make notes of what you're commenting on and make cross-reference in the future.
Thank you, sir. I know there's some P&Z amendments. I asked Assembly Person Osiander if those were going to be put into this. She's not sure, and it's not listed, so I don't know what to do. I might be jeopardizing my chances later on. What I would like to address is what they call setbacks.
Why don't you comment on the setbacks? And given the time that's going to pass between now and when we hear this, I can assure you I will relax the rules and allow you to come back and speak in the future.
Thank you very much. Those setbacks are found in 2106-030, and this chapter deals with dimensions and standards. Setbacks from projected rights of way from center line. This applies to all of us. Let's take it on my piece of property, which is zoned R6. R6 is being reduced minimum lot size down to 1 acre. The rationale behind this is, and setting the setbacks, is they just want to conform this to what, to measure your property line for the setback, not from your property line, but from your front lot line. And I wouldn't object to that at all if you're going to do this from a dedicated right-of-way. But when you tell me it's going to be projected and there might be something there, or an easement, which is on my title and says I owned, a dedicated right-of-way means that that land is in fee simple title, usually by a government agency because it's a road right-of-way, whether there's a road there or not. So if you reduce these R6 lots down to a minimum of 1 acre, and you keep the 50-foot setback, and you're going to measure this setback from the front lot line, it's going to be 80 foot before you can put a building up there or a fence. And somehow that's unfair. If you keep it dedicated, that's fine. The only reason that this is a problem is in R6, R8, R9, it says in current code that this will be measured from whether the easement or the right-of-way is dedicated or not. It'll be measured from center line. It would have been easier and would have probably saved some paper if you just said and changed, if the municipality had just said on one line that this only applies to non-dedicated or an easement. But if you're going to set a setback and you're going to make it measure from the front lot line the edge of an easement or a projected easement or something in the future that might be an easement, don't make that the measurement of my property. Right. Because, as a matter of fact, I do own the road.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all the time you've got. Ms. Osiander has a question, so you can stay and respond to her question.
Do you have anything else you wanted to say, Bobby?
No, I just find the Assembly poorly presented, ready for this if you don't have the Chapter 6 there. everybody's aware that out in Chugach Eagle River, we're trying very hard to write our own land use regulations that will be acceptable and that will mesh with the current MOA Title 21 rewrite. If we hurry, we would rather do it right than hurry, and I would like to see this assembly, this municipality, do it right rather than get something in place just as fast as we can. And I know we've been working on it a long time, but it's very complex, very complex. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Starr also has a question or comment, so you can wait for him to ask his
Bob,
question.
your last question, to do it right, was that specific to the overall chapter or the chapter 10 and in relation to the open house this Thursday? Or what's your point on that statement?
My point is that I heard on the rumor mill that they wanted 5 and 6 chapters to be heard together, and that 3, 7, and 14, and I can tell you what those cover if you can't remember, to be heard quickly and to get all this done as fast as possible. And I think there's other ways to do things besides hurry every chance you get. You know what they say, marry in haste and repent at leisure.
Appreciate those comments.
Let's not make it on that. And then, Mr. Chairman, would you give me a 1-minute leeway so I could address a meeting on June 26th, and then I won't have to stay until the very end of the session?
You mean the Title 21 meeting this Thursday?
Yes.
I would actually, Ms. Osiander is next in the queue, and she may be asking that question. I'll let her ask her question, and maybe you can get your comment in through that.
I'm done, sir. Thank you.
Oh, I thought you were. I apologize.
Ms. Wells, what is the meeting coming up in Chugach Eagle River?
That's going to be the consortium, Chugach Eagle River Consortium of Community Councils. You do have your notice in there. We sent it to all of you. We would love to have you show up. I'm sure that you would like to know exactly where we are in the process. We do have some rough draft land use regulations. If you come out, you can see how far along we are. But this community forum also doubles because we're trying to parallel what community planning would do if they were doing this. It's also the public hearing for the community too. Even though we've done the Dittman survey, even though we meet on the first Monday, the first Wednesday of every month, we have open forum. It's open to the public. They can come at any time. I think actually that, as you guys have witnessed too, that we're wearing people out with this, and so the crowd has dropped down less and less. But this is our big dog and pony show. So please come. I'd love to have all of you.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for your leeway.
Just a point of clarity on that, sir, if you don't mind.
Sure, go ahead, Mr.
This last handout that we were just given just now, who's the origin of that? Is that administration-driven?
Well, that has to do with the discussion about a timeline, and that did come from the administration.
Well, it did, and my point in that with Ms. Wells coming down, she is sort of the president of that consortium body, so I noticed on that with Chapter 10 having all blanks in terms of complete, just to take the point now is that we do have sort of a schedule, and Chapter 10 has no dates on that, so perhaps you'd want to get with the administration sort of flesh out a timeline so we could see that. That may be helpful for us to fill in as it relates to all of the chapters. And so that would be just guidance. Thanks for the clarity of that.
Thank you very much. I see no one else wishing to be heard on the public hearing. Ms. Osiander.
Move to postpone and to continue this public hearing till August 19th.
All right.
If I could speak to that?
Sure. It's been moved by Ms. Osiander and seconded by Dr. Selcraig. And Ms. Osiander, go ahead and speak to taking up Chapter 6 on August 19.
I wanted to clarify what this document was. This basically came from the administration, not from the Title 21 committee. And I've had conversations now with both Mr. Klayman and the mayor expressing my concern. And I'm absolutely willing on the committee to try our darndest to meet this. Now, there is, I think, hopefully a small chance that we won't be able to meet the August 19th. But what we've got, this would give us 2 committee meetings to go on Chapter 6. and a little bit of time for the planning staff to come up with the amendments that we propose and P&Z amendments in a format that you guys can use in that time period. This coming Thursday, though, we've still got 20 pages of Chapter 5 to deal with, and we've got a whole series of stuff about towers. We just recently received 9 pages of comments from a firm employed by AT&T Alascom about those towers. So we're trying very hard to make this. I think as you go further out, there may be less certainty on the dates, but the committee is going to try very hard to follow the dates that are on this handout.
All right, Mr. Begich, next in the queue. Mr. Mayor, I apologize.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to again clarify this chart we put together today because it seemed like there was a lot of discussion a couple of weeks ago on what dates, when, how, when to get done. So we wanted to make sure this was laid out. This second sheet that you have here, which is the outline or the contents for the Chapter 7, it's color-coded, so when you look at the Chapter 7, you'll see Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, and it's color-coded on there so you can correspond. That chapter is a pretty significant one. This one, we believe, will be the big debate on Chapter 21, so we wanted to make sure you knew kind of the pacing that we would put into this effort. And we do recognize, Ms. Osiander, that August 19th there might be a slim chance that it might cause, or there might be a delay because the committee didn't get everything put together, and we recognize that. But what we wanted to do was help everyone kind of see where the whole picture is at this point. And the green ones are clear, those are done. The tan ones are in motion, and the blue ones are still coming through P&Z. That's how you see that chart. This is, I think, a good handy sheet for folks to kind of hang on to understand where everything is.
Thank you. And I would just note, I understand that the process that we discussed at the last meeting, which would be that those that propose amendments to what is either the proposed version or the P&Z version, those will get submitted and written from members of the committee in advance so that they can just focus on the proposed changes and not have to go through line by line. Ms. Osiander, back in the queue. Go ahead.
Well, no, to clarify that, we absolutely are trying to do that. However, the committee has recognized with planning staff that there are some issues that we've identified that really do not yet have clear answers. And so staff has been researching, and we and the committee have not yet seen the results of those studies, so or their recommendations even. So I want to give you a little caution here in that we're anticipating, even if the committee gets through, that there's some time needed for staff to do their research and come back to us with what they think is the best solution to a problem. So
and I do appreciate that, and I'm
the committee is working, and I think working reasonably well, but you've got to be aware that there's some issues that are not clear-cut.
And I do appreciate that, and I appreciate your comments. Dr. Selcraig.
Just to concur with Ms. Osiander, one of the things that this committee does offer is a place to work out problems so that they don't have to be worked out in hours and hours and hours of public testimony and then taking, 2 weeks to sit down with people to figure out the solutions. I mean, part of what we're doing is sitting down with different perspectives and doing our best with staff to iron out some solutions so that it'll actually go faster at this level. And definitely towers is one area. We've also got issues around school sites and school site dimensions in light of the private schools and the charter schools. So it would be nice to just flash through this stuff, but it is taking time, and I'm appreciative of the work that Ms. Osiander's doing and the committee as a whole is doing.
Thank you. Mr. Begich, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if Tom wants to respond, but I want to make sure Ms. Osiander, I think, is right, except one thing I want to make a caveat here. I think it's great the committee is doing their work, and that's important. But if they can't get to 100% agreement, that you should not hold it in committee waiting for 100%. And I want to make sure that's an understanding. Is that, no, it's not understanding? Or
Could I respond?
Absolutely.
We have never reached 100% agreement on a chapter.
Okay.
Never. We have come very close on some of them, And in each case where we don't agree, we go by majority vote on who the committee members that are there. If I don't agree, and I've been losing votes pretty regular in committee, then I just say, that's something I may bring to the full body.
Okay.
We do not hold anything for consensus.
Okay, and I guess, okay, that last part I like, because kind of my view is also that when you get to a certain point, the chair of that committee, if there's prolonged debate because there's not agreement, I would hope that you just move it. And, you know.
It's been by the majority of the committee members who are there.
Right. I'm just saying sometimes you can't wait for the majority to agree. And so that's all I'm asking is sometimes the strength of the chair should be exercised at the greatest possible means.
All right, and I'm going to exercise the strength of the chair, Mr. Mayor, and I think your point is well made. Mr. Coffey.
Well, we seem to be washing a little bit of laundry here. I've been doing this for 7 years, planning and zoning for 2, and 5. I'm in my 5th year on this here. That's 7 years total.
It's amazing.
Some of the things we have done, we're now talking about redoing. I hear we got 9 pages relative to the towers. My strong urging to everybody is if we have handled something like the sign code or the towers or all of these other similar items in the last, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 years, leave it go till we're done with the rest of it. Nothing that I have seen is so significant that it needs to be revised. We've talked about the big box ordinance, and we've talked about towers and signs and so on. If you ever want to get something that's going to bog us down, it's go back and revisit stuff that we just have done in the last 2, 3, 4 years. So I really would urge us not to do that. And I know we're going to take a lot of time Thursday on the towers again, and I really, really regret that. I thought we might get away with a little bit of tweaking, but here we go. And if we get to 7 in that capacity, we'll be until October, November, December of 2009. We just can't continue to do that. Other than that, I really wanted to thank the chairman for his suggestion about stuff in advance. Read it, get your amendments in, and that's very, very helpful, I think, because first of all, it forces the person doing it to think, and secondly, gives the rest of us a heads up on what that thoughts are, and we can move things through more quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Drummond, the last member of the committee that hasn't spoken.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the wealth of experience on this committee. I also want to let the public know that you're all welcome to join this committee. I'm sure Ms. Osiander has said it dozens of times. Public Works Building at Elmore and Tudor Road, conference room on the north side of the building near the school buses. Many members of the public do attend this meeting and do offer suggestions and are invited to speak. And that does slow things down, but only at the committee level. It won't happen here. And Ms. Wells, for example, attends regularly. There are a number of other people that attend regularly. I'm not quite sure what we're going to do about the towers because it seems to me that being new to the Title 21 process, I'm pretty sure that towers have been discussed with this body in the last few years when there was an antenna farm forthcoming. So I really appreciate Mr. Coffey's experience in this area and urging us to move past the areas of recent ordinance and discussion. So thank you very much. Excuse me, 9:30 on Thursday.
9:30 on Thursday. Ms. Osiander.
Operated by the committee. The rules of the committee are made by the committee. Mr. Clayman may make suggestions. The mayor may make suggestions. This committee operates on its own rules. So I'm objecting to a previous speaker.
Ms. Osiander, are you back in the queue or do you actually do it twice?
I'm not in the queue, sir.
Okay, you just showed up. Mr. Starr.
Well, just a point maybe for your clarity, Mr. Chairman, as a sitting member here now, what can I expect from the Title 21 committee in terms of recommendations to this body? That said, the night of a vote, for example, I had a little frustration. I used the example about talking to the ramifications of a local airport when there's on-floor amendments moved the night of approval. So I'm looking to the chair to guide me here. If we're changing about face over the structure and how we've approved previous chapters, then perhaps we can have a work paper delivered to us on what your expectations are. Because I personally don't want to go to those Title 21 meetings because that's the the empowerment of those committees. Those people asked to be on those committees. We structure their committee reports to us in such a way that they provide guidance to us. And it's a bigger picture for me and sort of undermining the committee structure if I can't rely on those committee reports to do what I think they're intended to do. So my question to you, sir, is what can I expect in terms of a chapter summary or amendments on the floor? How are they going to be tendered?
Well, I think that what you can expect when we take up each individual chapter will be exactly what we did as to the last chapter, which is that there will be, from the committee, recommended amendments that were supported by a majority of the committee, as Ms. Osiander described. And then when that comes before us, rather than take it line by line, we will look at that and take the committee amendments, and if somebody has objection to certain committee amendments, we'll basically treat it like the consent agenda. If you've got objections, we'll take the objections out. If there are not objections, then we'll vote on those changes en masse and then take up the proposed amendments one at a time. And I would predict that the committee process will give us all a fairly good picture of the recommendations of the committee, and each of us will individually have the opportunity to confer with committee members as to what the committee supported and didn't support, and we'll hear from the committee just as we did the last time we took up a portion of Title 21.
And I appreciate that, other than perhaps maybe more formalized work session rules would be appropriate, because if I don't see the chapter during the month of, for example, your Phase 1 reference on Chapter 7, it's going to give me perhaps 20 days with a public hearing thrown in the middle of all that. I need some time to deliberate or a better method. So, perhaps be thinking about a more formalized work session where we have to have drop-dead dates on amendments that we can consider if they're going to come out of the committee.
Well, there's going to be a lot coming out of the committee. We'll just have to take it one meeting at a time. I'm not committing to work sessions far in advance. We're going to take it one meeting at a time and see how it goes. But I appreciate this suggestion. Mr. Coffey.
This is what's happened, and quickly. We get a public hearing draft. It was agreed months, if not years ago, that one draft would travel through the whole process. P&Z makes recommended amendments. The staff does what they call an issue response. I'm giving you the list of the documents that will be here. Then the committee gives you its concurrent recommendations. We all agree, here's 20 of them. Then I have my individual ones, Ms. Selkirk, Ms. Drummond, Ms. Osiander may have their own, whatever it is. And the only comment I would make there is that if we're going to do that, as to our individual amendments, that we get them in early to this body on the night of the deliberations. Other than that, everything is going to be here early. The public hearing draft is already existing. By the time P&Z is done, they've got their recommended amendments, and the staff has got an issue response. That's all available now. If you want to read Title 5, Chapter 5 rather, you can get everything right now except two documents. That's the committee recommendations on amendments, because that's not done yet. That's what we're doing. And you can't get recommendations from individual committee members because we haven't done them yet. But everything else is there today. And that will continue that way all the way through to the end. So to the degree you want to read what's happened, it's there.
All right. I would just note, thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Begich is next. I would note, we're not acting on anything tonight. There's plenty of time to discuss this. We still have several things on the agenda, so let's not get too caught up in this discussion. Mr. Mayor.
Mine just a timing issue. I know you'll think of this already, Mr. Chairman, but as a reminder, July 29th, as you look at the agenda, obviously, if you keep it light, then we can focus on that chapter. That's all I want to recommend.
That'll be the goal. And no one else is in the queue. Is there any opposition to continuing this matter until August 19, as moved by Ms. Osiander? Hearing and seeing no objection, we'll take that up again on August 19. Next is item 14H, number 2008-77, an ordinance authorizing the purchase of Lot 11, Block 7, Alaska Industrial Subdivision located at 3116 Mountain View Drive in Anchorage, with an appropriation from Heritage Land Bank Fund Balance 221 to the Heritage Land Bank Capital Fund 421 for an amount not to exceed $650,000. The public hearing on this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come down. We have someone. Please let us know your name.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Rasmussen. I am here to testify in support of Ordinance 2008-77 to purchase the site located at 3116 Mountain View Drive. The Rasmussen Foundation not only supports the purchase, but encourages the city's continued involvement and participation in the Mountain View revitalization effort. The Rasmussen Foundation has invested nearly $7 million in Mountain View, which has leveraged an additional $29 million in corporate, foundation, private, and government funds and made a significant impact on the neighborhood. We appreciate the city's commitment to date, including road projects and the new Clark Middle School, as well as the investment of community development block grant funds and the acquisition of other key sites in the neighborhood. There is more work to be done. National consultants the foundation has worked with have identified site control as the critical element of any revitalization strategy. You have to own the land to influence what is developed there. The site the Assembly is considering tonight is one of 7 contiguous properties identified as important to the neighborhood revitalization efforts. 6 are already in either nonprofit or city ownership. The Anchorage Community Land Trust, through a grant from the Rasmussen Foundation, owns the 3 parcels adjacent to the site. Plans are well underway to create an arts center along Mountain View Drive. The Arts Center will anchor and help realize the dreams of the Mountain View community to develop an arts and cultural district. This site is important to ensure appropriate development that supports the neighborhood's vision and protects the substantial investments made to date. We appreciate your consideration.
Thank you very much. Mr. Flynn has a question.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, not a question, just a thank you for your continued involvement in the neighborhood.
Okay. Dr. Selcraig.
I also want to recognize the huge difference you've made, not only in Mountain View, but in a variety of places in this town. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. I see no one else in the queue. I see no one else coming down. The public hearing in this now closed. Wish of the body. Moved by Dr. Selcraig, seconded by Mr. Flynn. Mr. Gutierrez.
Mr. Chairman, something just popped up into my head, and I hadn't thought about it before. There's a potential conflict on my part on this, so I'm going to ask you to rule on that. The properties adjacent to this that the speaker mentioned are owned by the Anchorage Community Land Trust. The Anchorage Community Land Trust is the fiscal agent for my weed and seed grant. I do not report to the land trust. The land trust, the CEO of the land trust is not my supervisor, although on a day-to-day basis they provide some day-to-day support. I will defer to the chair and to the rest of the body as to whether or not I have a conflict on this matter, but it just occurred to me that I should at least declare.
Thank you. First off, to the extent the that we approve this, can you explain how, in the world of a financial interest, that you may have a financial, there is a financial impact on you personally if we approve this?
I don't believe there's a financial impact on me personally.
Okay. And what about a personal interest? Do you have a personal interest in connection with this property?
It could be construed that the land trust stands to benefit if the value of their property increases due to the purchase of this property. But
as I understand it, though, the land trust on the one hand supervises your program, and independent of supervising your program, they also own the land adjacent to this property.
Correct.
Your program is not involved with that land that's adjacent.
Correct.
All right. I'm going to find that, well, actually, the third question is, to the extent that there's what I would describe as a tangential personal interest, can you set that aside and act in the public interest?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to find, based on the question and the answers, that Mr. Gutierrez does not have a conflict. But Ms. Osiander, if you had a question about that, please go ahead.
I do, sir. Mr. Gutierrez, my understanding is the grantor that pays for the Weed and Seed program is the Community Trust. Is that correct?
No, the grantor that pays for the Weed and Seed program is the United States Department of Justice, Office of Justice Programs, Community Capacity Development Office.
So what does the Community Trust have to do with it?
the CEO of the land trust pays or signs my paycheck. They are the fiscal agent for my weed and seed grant. They are the entity that oversees the money. There is an independent steering committee that is not associated with the land trust that is the body that I report to, but it is the CEO of the land trust who signs my paycheck.
Well, my concern is the land trust has already, in public testimony, said they would benefit if this is approved, and they're the ones that sign your paycheck. It seems to me there is a conflict.
And that's why I brought it up, and I will defer to the wisdom of this body.
The person who signs his paycheck benefits from this decision, potentially.
Right, but as I understand it, Mr. Gutierrez can clarify, as I understand it, the person in the sense, but the person in charge of the land trust will benefit, but the money that the land trust receives to pay for the weed and seed program is a separate pot of money that comes to them, and so that money that benefits the land trust for this property is unrelated to the money that goes to the weed and seed. But that's how I understand it, but I'm happy to hear otherwise.
Okay. I think I object to your rule.
That's fine. Mr. Starr.
Yeah, I do too. I also want to reserve the right to speak to the main motion. But,
okay, well, we're only on the issue of Mr. Gutierrez.
And I also have some challenge there. It may be a separate issue or separate funding, but it's also the same group that he interfaces with. It sounds to me as if that would be the case. And I just put the example there. If he should be moved to vote no, for example, it may be a good idea in his mind, but if he moves no to that, he would have to answer up perhaps to the greater body, and they would want to know what he doesn't like about Mountain View development.
All right.
And that's an awkward place for him to be.
Okay. Mr. Coffey, I'm hearing this growing sense that my ruling is not well liked.
No, I think it's fine, because Mr. Gutierrez, if it can answer this question, is there any discretion in the signing of your paycheck by this gentleman associated with the land trust?
No, there is not. My salary is determined by the grant that is submitted to the Department of Justice, and it's set.
So, he may not like anything you vote on one way or another, but they still have to sign your paycheck. And you don't have to answer to them, is that right?
You do have to answer.
That is correct.
All right. I don't see, this is, as I understand it, and I would like, if Mr. Gutierrez believes I'm incorrect, as I see it, this is an administrative function because they needed some entity or agency by which the funding passes through. Otherwise, Mr. Gutierrez is signing his own check. If they have no discretion with this gentleman, there is no financial relationship, employer-employee, that sort of thing. They have no supervisory control over the gentleman. So, given that fact, I agree with the chair's ruling. It just is happenstance that this is the grant administrative function associated with that agency. So then, unless there's a personal relationship that Mr. Gutierrez says he can put aside to vote in the public interest, I concur, Mr. Chairman, that there's no conflict and Mr. Gutierrez should participate. Thank you.
I have a question. Actually, I see Mr. Mayor, you're in the queue, but I have a question for the administration and for Mr. Gutierrez. And is this time critical? Could we put this off until the 15th of July? And that's the question about scheduling with the administration. And the question for Mr. Gutierrez, it seems the federal government has some strong opinions upon what you can vote on and what you cannot vote on. And there's a part of me that thinks that my ability to rule on conflicts is brilliant at times and sometimes not so brilliant. But if the federal government has an opinion and they have not had this question presented, I suspect that I would defer to the Department of Justice, and if they came and told you shouldn't participate, I would do what they say, and I would dispense with my analysis. And so my question for the administration, can we put this off for 3 weeks and get an opinion from the feds?
Through the chair.
Mary Jane.
The property is scheduled to close on June 30th, so we'd have to see if we could extend that closing. But I do want to comment on this grant. This is a pass-through grant. Just as East Anchorage has their money go through the Weed and Seed through United Way, Mountain View has chosen to put the money through the land trust. It's a simple convenience to use that organization as the company that the pass-through grant goes through, but it's not part of the trust's mission to do Weed and Seed. It's simply a place to house the funds and administer it.
All right. All right, Mr. Mayor, anything else?
Exactly what I wanted to pass on.
Thank you. Dr. Selcraig.
I would urge not to postpone this.
Okay.
But to make a ruling tonight. Thank
That's fine. Mr. Gutierrez, last word on this.
Mr. Chairman, I would also, I don't know that it's necessary to postpone this. I think we probably, if Mr. Coffey will correct me, if the procedure now is for the body to vote on whether or not I have a conflict. And should the body choose one way or another, doesn't matter. It matters not to me. I won't take it personally if one way or another people think I have a conflict, or if I don't. I just thought it was worth raising.
It is worth raising. I have made an initial ruling, and so what I will ask by, are we set up on the computer, or should I ask for a show of hands, Madam Clerk? All right. I will ask now at this point, those that object to my finding that Mr. Gutierrez does not have a conflict, please raise your hand. Mr. Gutierrez, I'll order on this question you are not to participate. If you object to my finding that he does not have, please raise your hand. Sure, go ahead.
Sorry. If there was some displeasure at something that Mr. Gutierrez did, could the community trust say, well, we just don't want to handle the weed and seed anymore?
If the issue was related to his personal performance as an employee, it would be driven by the weed and seed, I want to say board, but is that the correct word?
Steering committee. The weed and seed steering committee.
That's correct. If it was related to the funding going away because it was no longer funded, then the land trust would be asked, would give up the grant because it would no longer be available. The funds would no longer be available. But the trust does not supervise Mr. Gutierrez.
Well, the reason I ask is other pass-through grants, I know there have been problems where the agency that passed through asked questions of the people who got the money and withheld money because of the grant pass-through money because they objected to the answers they got.
I see.
That was what occasioned my thought process.
This program, this particular program, Weed and Seed, there's a lot of oversight with the Department of Justice. We meet with them quarterly, and they oversee how this grant is actually operated. The Land Trust has no ability to have any
to withhold
on
money
this grant whatsoever.
Okay.
Then all right.
I'll withdraw my objection.
No objection. Anyone else have objection to the chair's ruling? Hearing and seeing no objection, the chair's ruling will stand. Mr. Gutierrez, you will be ordered to participate. And the motion now on the floor is to approve 14H. Anyone wishing to be heard on this? Mr. Starr, I know you were in before. Ms. Osiander, Mr. Starr, if you want to be heard on this, please click in. Ms. Osiander, go ahead. Microphone.
What's the property going to be used for?
The Ms. Osiander, through the chair, the property has is a gateway property, it's a signature property to this redevelopment of this particular area. We have interim potential uses by the Parks and Rec for a youth project this summer, and perhaps a little bit further downstream, a lay-down yard for the MLNP, the staging of MLNP equipment when they remove and then build, or build and then remove their substation in the Glen Square project. So it does have an important project that can be, or it can be used for important projects of the municipality. But ultimately, this property will serve as a redevelopment plan for the Mountain View area.
So a private business will go there?
Mr. Chairman, let me add, it could be also utilized for, as Mr. Rasmussen talked about, a arts community center that has been a desire of the community for many years, but we're still working through that, but we did not want to lose this opportunity to tie this piece of property up to be contingent or to connect up with the remaining parcels that are to its east, I believe it is.
So you've already, the city or the development authority already has 4 properties along the street, and they want a 5th one?
We have properties.
The Arts Center?
We have properties, but also the land trust has properties right next door to this property.
Yeah, I'm to the body, I am really struggling with this one. I don't see, this is R&K Furniture, a business that I loved for many years and regret that it's gone, but I don't see why the city has to spend our revenue for a property that can very well be developed by private business. I don't see the public good for this. I think that HLB should be used for municipal buildings or municipal uses, and redevelopment of Mountain View, we've already put a whole lot in there. I think it's been great, but I think there needs to be a line where we say stop. And buying an additional piece of property with public dollars along Mountain View Drive for the purpose of having a staging area and eventually having some kind of redevelopment that is yet to be clearly defined does not warrant approval of this. Urge no vote.
Thank you. Mr. Starr.
Through the chair, I guess the property's recently gone up for sale. What's the asking price?
Mr. Chairman, Bill, do you want to ask it? This is below the asking price, but Bill, I can't remember what it's right in there. It's right in the range, I think.
The initial asking price was $975,000, and after negotiation with the current owners, it is listed by a real estate agent. The initial asking price was $975,000. Our agreed to purchase price is $650,000.
Did you approach the owner of the property before they listed it?
No, we did not.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the signs just went up. The listing's only 5 weeks old. How did we get this?
No, it's much longer than that.
The agent's out here if you want to ask him how long it's been on the market. And, Mr. Chairman, at some point, I do want to respond to Ms. Osiander.
Thank you.
That's fine. I mean, if that's the asking price, that's the listing price. I just shopped there, it seems like 2 months ago, but,
You may have shopped there, but it's been for sale. They were going out of business. They had made their plans. I think they actually tried to be out of business at the end of the year, but that did not happen. So that property has been in the market.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Coffey, do we need the realtor to come down and speak to how long it's been on the market?
I just have two questions.
Okay, go ahead.
How big's lot 11, and how many square feet in the building?
Mr. Coffey, through the chair, the lot is 22,500 square feet, and the building has approximately 12,000 square feet.
Okay. And the building is in pretty bad shape, isn't it? It's not a very sound structure.
It's not very attractive, and it is not very sound. It's a building that is quite old, and long-term use of the building is not anticipated.
So the building, the value assigned to the building, do you have an appraisal?
What I have is a letter of opinion from a broker and a consulting MAI appraiser. Valuations came ranging from $605,000 to $695,000. These were broker opinions and an MAI appraiser consulting.
Unrelated to no brokerage commission, not related to the broker that's handling the transaction?
Not related, no.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions.
Dr. Selkrig.
Do we have the potential of this is the fourth lot or the fifth lot that will basically be in control of along that area? Is this the sixth lot?
Along Mountain View Drive.
Yes.
The Will Howard Trust is a larger parcel. It's not a particular lot. That's owned by the Development Authority, and then we call it the Jones property, and this one. So there are actually 4 lots. That's correct, but the Will Howard's a little bit larger.
So, and is the strategy basically to control what happens on these lots so that you ensure the revitalization of the neighborhood?
Yes.
So is it possible, could we anticipate that some of this property will in fact be sold back to the private sector with expectations of certain kinds of developments going on there?
Yes.
And so in terms of, I think, Ms. Rasmussen's comments about signature property and examples of other places, this is a typical approach to revitalizing an older and kind of low-income neighborhood where you get control. Is that the intent here?
Yes, and if I can add, and Mary Jane, if you feel like adding to it, that is the idea. This is, as you go into that intersection and you're coming down south,
right.
The city controls, the Development Authority controls one side of it. This would complete the other side, and then the lots that connect to it. And it is how development works in lower-income neighborhoods. As you know, when you redevelop a neighborhood, site control is critical for the ability to have long-term impact, as well as buildings that might be signature buildings that may come into there. If you own little pieces here and there, you cannot do the type of development. We believe this is one of the final pieces on that strip on the south side of Mountain View Drive, which will complete the ability for us now to, we believe, bring in an art center in there, as well as some other facilities that people have been looking for, public and private.
So is there a strategy actually to anticipate that we make this public investment, the land over time becomes more valuable, and we're actually able to recoup some of our investment because we'll be able to sell the land at a higher value? Is that?
Well, you sell it, and/or what it does enhances values around there, and that's what we have done. I mean,
okay.
You know, to one side of it is we've done a good job to the point where, you know, land in that area is 3 times as much as it was 5 years ago. That's a good thing. The bad thing is, of course, we didn't lock up the land quick enough because a lot of debate occurred around this forum here on some issues. But we're at a point where we think this is a critical piece for the long-term development. And, you know, our intention, we're not holding the land. We're going to use it short-term for some needs, but in the process of looking at how that will fit into the long-term redevelopment that the community has desired for quite some time.
My last question is, are we beginning to see some increases in taxes in terms of property values in that area?
Yeah, I smile only to say absolutely. I mean, just the development in the bowl there, the Glen Square is probably $60 million in development in total, maybe as little as $50 million in total. But when you do the calculation, you're at $700,000 in tax revenue, and that doesn't include inventory that now those stores carry. So, you know, that parcel, which was a contaminated liability to the city, is now producing, you know, probably $750 plus per year in taxation to the community on a land that was costing us, and now we have an opportunity to continue to move the development and, you know, take properties that are undervalued in our view and what they could be.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I know you wanted to respond to Ms. Osiendo. You're next in the queue, but I'm betting that we've already done that.
Yeah, that was
all right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real briefly, I appreciate the concerns of my colleague and appreciate the body's leave in redeveloping this very important neighborhood. And I can assure my other colleague from Eagle River that it's been for sale for a long time. I've been in the district quite a bit walking that area, and I can assure you the sign's been up for a while. So I appreciate the administration making this step. We have willing sellers who are excited, I'm sure, to see this come to a close this evening, and so I appreciate a yes vote today.
Ms. Johnston.
I'm just slightly confused between the relationship between the Heritage Land Bank and the CDA. It sounds like one's on one side of the street and one's on the other, and I kind of feel, in listening to this is more of a community development authority situation than it is a Heritage Land Bank, and how do we get to this spot?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Johnson, if I could answer, and then Mary Jane could follow up. As you know, the Development Authority is it's in 2.5, 3 years old, so it's been in its transition. Ron Pollock, who's now the development director, has really taken a great lead in some of the projects there. We anticipate this project to flip over to the Development Authority. In other words, we're just not fully there. I think as we finish out this year, the Development Authority will have a lot more strength in what they're doing, and you'll see these kind of projects no longer handled by HLB as kind of the transition. That's what's happened. We've been kind of the transition agency because HLB has been around a long time, but this one is a classic one that should be a Development Authority started, but it had started with HLB, but our intent is it's a Development Authority property. And there's several like that that are kind of in this transition. If the Development Authority had another, you know, we were at where we're at today, and the Development Authority had another 6 months, I think we'd be ready. We're just not, they're not there yet. And Ron Pollock, if he was here, would probably tell you that exact question, that answer. But we feel in about 3 or 4 months we'll be ready. And Ron will be running a lot of these development projects. Several that we actually talked about today in our office that he'll be running rather than HLB.
Thank you, Mr. Is that all? Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Mr. Coffey.
If you just take the value of the land alone, it's $28 a square foot. I'm not quite sure what that compares to other sites there, but at $28 a square foot, probably a reasonably close to market. If you just put $20 a square foot on the building, that takes that cost down to about $17 a square foot. And so, to me, it seems like a reasonable opportunity that just, I think Ms. Osiander brought the point home. We've got a decent real estate transaction here. The question is whether or not it's appropriate for the government to do it or just let this building go to the private sector at what is essentially market price, whether we buy it or not. And the mayor's point, I understand, and that is that it's essential to control, and I suppose if you believe that and think it's appropriate for government to be engaged in that kind of stuff, then you support this. If you believe that it's probably more appropriate to allow the private sector to do it, then you probably don't support this. I find it to be a close question one way or another, and it's sort of interesting, just by way of happenstance, I don't know, 6 weeks, maybe 2 months ago, I was out there looking at the building. I didn't know it was under contract, and I mentioned it to the mayor, and he says, no, we've already got it we got a contract pending. So I obviously didn't waste any more of my time. But it's a very interesting piece of property. The deal is decent, and I think the question of how you vote comes down to that issue of how you feel about government doing it or private sector. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm done.
Thank you. Ms. Osiander.
I appreciate that, and yes, I am of the belief that government doesn't need to do it, but I have one other thing to state. I believe that the purpose of the Heritage Land Bank is fundamentally preserving property for public facilities and public uses now and in the future. We created the Development Authority specifically to do this redevelopment and negotiations over properties. I voted for that. I'm becoming increasingly concerned about that vote because I'm seeing a blurring of the line that I thought would exist, separating HLB from the Development Authority. If you recall, we recently purchased Valley River Center, which is going to host a library, a health department, a police station. We didn't use HLB money for that. Instead, we're going to use it for a property that eventually we're going to, I guess, sell to private business so they can put a business in there. I don't think it's appropriate.
Mr. Begich. Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I guess, Mr. Chairman, I just again respond, and I think, Ms. Johnson, you asked a very good question. I just think we're in that transition period, and some of these projects that had started, we feel very confident that as the Development Authority completes kind of its strength and standing and where they're at, this is a kind of project that would have been there if the Development Authority would have been ready. They just weren't ready, and HLB took the command of it. It is somewhat foggy, but at the end of the day, we recognize this will be part of the Development Authority's efforts to redevelop that property along there. And we think there is potential public service as well as private service on those lands. And we, again, would hope that you would support this. It's a reasonable price. I think, Mr. Coffey, you made a good point. It is what we wanted was a good price on it. We think it's reasonable. But it does add to the capacity for us to consider all our parcels along there and how they can be developed jointly rather than having one that holds out and we have to work around it. This is one of the problems with redevelopment of a neighborhood when you struggle to try to get that last parcel so you can have a decent development. In this case, we believe this one finishes out that strip, and between the Development Authority as well as the land trust, we will finish off the long-term development there, and it will enhance the Mountain View community and meet the Mountain View needs that they have stressed for now almost 10 years.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Your name is in the queue, but I'm not sure you wanted to be back in it.
It's not on my...
All right, well, I've taken you off on my computer. No one else is in the queue. I will just speak briefly to this. I'm going to vote in support of this. I too think it's odd that this is Heritage Land Bank and it's not Community Development Authority, but I am reassured by the mayor's comments that that's where they're headed, and I expect we'll see that corrected here in the next several months. And I think the bigger question is not so much which part of the city is buying the land, but that when it comes time to develop this property, whether that's going to be done through more of a private enterprise direction or whether it's going to be more public monies involved. And I certainly think we need to be looking towards a private direction towards this development and not something that's so much of a city project. But that's a question for another day. So I support this, and I think there'll be a division on this, so I will ask everyone to please vote. A yes vote approves the expenditure from Heritage Land Bank, and no vote does not.
Ms. Johnston?
That matter is approved 9-1. Oh, Mr. Coffey.
Okay.
Mr. Coffey votes yes, and that passes 9-1. I would now entertain from Dr. Selkirk a motion to change the order of the day.
I'd like to move to change the order of the day to be 14Q, 14J, 14K, 14L, and 14M. Want to second that?
Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved by Dr. Selkirk, seconded by Ms. Osiander to change the order of the day. Any objection to changing the order of the day? Hearing and seeing none, that's approved. We'll go to item 14Q, AR 2008-125. A resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $3,126,308 from Alaska Housing Finance Corporation, AHFC, as a supplemental grant to the State Categorical Grants Fund 321 to the Department of Neighborhoods for the Weatherization Assistance Program. Public hearing on this is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come on down. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What's the wish of the body? Mr. Coffey has moved. For some reason, my screen isn't up to date.
14.
Moved by Mr. Coffey, seconded by Mr. Gutierrez. I see no one in the queue. Any opposition to approval of 14Q? Hearing and seeing none, that matter is approved unanimously. That brings us next to item
Mr. Chairman, point of personal privilege, if I might. Going back to the previous matter on the Mountain View property, I would like to make a motion for immediate reconsideration. If I can get a second, I'll explain why.
Mr. Coffey has moved, and Ms. Gray-Jackson has seconded.
Okay, and the reason is they said they had a closing on June 30th. I would hate to see that someone would make motion for reconsideration tomorrow morning and thereby making it impossible to close by June 30th. We wouldn't be able to address the reconsideration July 15th. So, I would urge a no vote on reconsideration.
Okay.
Thank
you.
Right.
This is going to take me a bit.
Move to reconsider. Urge a no vote. I see no one in the queue. I'll ask if there is anyone that wishes to vote yes on the motion to reconsider. Hearing Ms. Osiander would vote yes on the motion to reconsider. What's that? You want us to vote it? Okay, go ahead and vote it.
She can't do that.
A no vote means we're not reconsidering and it's moving forward, as Mr. Coffey described. A yes vote means that we can still try to reconsider.
Ms. Johnston?
Ms. Johnston.
That's not connected.
I will, looking at the screen, and we'll catch up. Well, I guess we need to wait anyway.
Mr. Chair, it's clearly a majority.
I can see on the clerk's screen that it's a 9-1 vote no.
I'm anticipating that, sir.
We'll clean it up tomorrow. That brings us next to item.
Mr. Chairman, could we state for the record, reconsideration failed?
Absolutely.
Now I think they're clear to
reconsideration failed.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
The Assembly's action is final. Item 14J, AR 2008-122, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $580,000 from the Heritage Land Bank.
Waive reading.
Thank you very much. This has to do with the Heritage Land Bank's capital projects. The public hearing on this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. Seeing no one, public hearing is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Mr. Coffey has moved. Looks like Ms. Gray Jackson has seconded. Well, it's on the screen.
It's,
Come on, Elvie, you and me. Midtown.
The screen says it's you.
It's getting late. I'm getting punched.
That's okay. We're just moving along. I see no one in the queue, and, Mr. Starr.
How did we do that? We didn't vote. This is the old vote.
Oh, wait.
That's the vote we couldn't pull up before.
Now we're on 14J. Mr. Coffey has moved. Ms. Gray Jackson is seconding. Oh, Mr. Flynn is trying to get ahead of the game.
So now what's happening?
Mr. Flynn is causing trouble.
Oh, gosh. Okay.
14J. It's been moved by Mr. Coffey and seconded by Mr. Flynn. Mr. Starr is in the queue. Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
A couple points of clarity, and I looked because I've got a lot of stuff on my shelf at home as it relates to financials, but I don't have a copy of the HLB Capital Improvements Project approved in November, and I'm concerned that it ever saw this body. I don't know the projects list you're referencing, and through the chair, Mr. Maynor, maybe you can tell me what the document looks like, and I don't have any concerns with it, but I've not seen some of the places you want to spend your money on. In particular, they relate to the site remediation on line 34 and also the site assessment work for line 38 in the Eagle River area. And I apologize for not hitting you up ahead of time with where I could find that data, but I would venture to guess that the site parcel remediation project, if I reference the property that I'm thinking you're talking about, it couldn't have made the project list because we didn't close on it until after the approval of your budget. So how are we able to reference a project plan that I'm confused, I guess, on why you want the operation money appropriated?
Mr. Maynor, go ahead on behalf of the administration.
Mr. Starr, through the chair, the line 34 was for parcel in Mountain View. It was sold at auction, approved by the Assembly for disposal, and sold at auction. And upon due diligence by the buyer, we discovered that the land was contaminated by fill, and so we are remediating that condition on that property so we can complete that sale. This was the title on the site remediation. We have in our capital improvement projects a line item for site remediation and site preparation. We just simply identified the specific parcel that this money is being applied to.
Can you speak to the budgeting item? Because, like I said, I don't remember looking at your operating budget or your capital improvements budget.
Mr. Maynor, do you have a copy of the capital improvements budget that we passed in November that you can show to Mr. Starr?
I can make sure that I have that for you, but I don't have it with me.
Can you speak to line 38 then? Specifically the word post land use.
I think we're getting silly. Past land use study development.
Mr. Starr, that we're completing a study on land in Eagle River on parcels that are being considered for disposal. To do that, we need to go through a land use study. And probably should not have read post land use study because we're completing that land use study as we speak.
Well, let me ask you a point then. If the $50,000 is moved into your operating budget, what product will be yielded from that? What will we get for the money spent?
We get a consultant's land use study report that's been processed ongoing many months now with a lot of public hearing meetings.
Is this the McDonald Center properties? Is that?
It's the same parcels. There's 4 parcels in that conglomerate group, totaling approximately 105 acres.
Well, and I don't want to jump on the bandwagon here about taken HLB monies and developing plans, but that's my challenge here is that I'm not sure how the public benefits from that. I appreciate that I'm from the Eagle River Chugiak area, and I would like to have a public hearing on that. But what I would suspect then is that ultimately my community is going to want to know what's the best plan of action for that property. And are we getting to the point where that's the job of HLB is to produce those neighborhood plans, if you will? In my case, it's a very significant piece of real estate with a lot of ramifications for what you say. When and if HLB says it. So my concern is, what am I funding here in this?
Mr. Chairman, maybe I can add something to Mary Jane and Bill. The requirement of HLB land is we are required, if I'm not mistaken, Bill, under ordinance to do land use plans and planning documents. We can't just go out and unload parcels. That we have to go through a process, and that's what I believe is the requirement to move forward on any future desires and use of that land. Is that right, Bill?
That's exactly right, Mayor. The plan is to find out what the best uses of the property are and what zoning it should incorporate and how large the lots should be. And we've had enormous amount of public input into this process.
Well, that's what the point is. And I'm looking, sorry, Mr. Mayor, I apologize. I appreciate the open debate, though, as to how we can take this $50,000 and turn it into a useful product, given all of that. Because our expectation as a community is that we're going to have something like that, and I'm interested to know if it's going to come out of HLB in that format, or you're going to pass that off to the planning department, or where are we going to go with this?
No, I think, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Starr, and again, Bill, correct me if I'm wrong here, this creates an end product. This is very similar to the process we went through with Girdwood. A lot of the land use issues down there were HLB driven. They weren't necessarily planning department driven. The code to implement those plans became planning department driven. But HLB is one of the landowners is required to go through a process of study and development and create all the choices that are available. So my understanding is you end up with a product. Bill, am I, again, closer, way off base there?
We're given a plan of development for that property, but HLB was not required at the end of the process to actually plat lots and sell those lots. What we are completing here is a study that tells us what the best use of the property is, and then we can do some planning on how to dispose of it or utilize it more properly for the better good of the people in Eagle River, Chugiak. And
yeah, what's the name of the vendor?
This is through Agnew Beck is the consultant, and they have a website with the report available, a draft report available on their website now. Or you can go to HLB's website as well and link to land use study.
Is your department paying Agnew Beck, or is the planning department paying Agnew Beck for their work?
HLB will be paying for this study.
Who's paying for them now? All the work that they've done out there now, who's paying for it?
HLB.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had this before us a while back in some form. I don't remember. Were these in the budget for HLB from the budget approved? And I understand there's one that wasn't. Isn't that right?
Mr. Coffey, through the chair, the only item on this list that was changed was the
site remediation?
The contaminated property in Mountain View, and that was on our list for site remediation. Just in general terms, we had a budget item for site remediation because we do this all the time with properties that are owned by the municipality.
Right.
But this was specifically dedicated toward this property because we needed to act quickly to make sure that we cleaned that property up and consummated our sale.
All right. Now, I did have one question. ACDA bought an old dry cleaners in Mountain View Drive, and they didn't do a phase one, my understanding. Is this that property?
No, sir, it's not.
Different piece of property?
Different piece of property.
So what have we done with the dry cleaners, just as an aside? You don't know. Okay, maybe ACDA has. Never mind. If this isn't that parcel, fine. Okay, no. Mr. Chairman, if this was in the budget and they've taken remediation money and applied it to one specific parcel, our objection should have been back when we approved their capital budget a year ago. So I would urge support. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Osiander.
Why isn't there remediation money for cleaning up the Point Warrensoff site? Are you planning on asking that later?
I think the answer is that this matter is still in litigation.
Well, we're not litigating for the person on site to do the cleanup, are we? If so, I didn't realize that.
Ms. Osiander, through the chair, we may have that possibility or that option available to us, but as yet we are not in possession. The court has given us a ruling, but we're not in possession of the property, so we've not done an assessment of the remediation requirements there.
Okay, but the Assembly's been presented with a cost estimate for the remediation. It was included in the solid waste rate increase proposal that you gave us. So there has been an estimate.
That's only an estimate until we have site phase 2 completed at the end of the when we do gain our possession of the property. Then we'll be doing a phase 2, and then we'll start remediation on that property.
Okay, so then we'll just see the request
we'll
later.
Have a much more accurate number at that time.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I see no one else in the queue. Please vote on this. There may be some people that are voting against this. So a yes vote approves this budget.
Mr. Coffey?
That matter passes unanimously. That brings us next to item 14K, AO 2008-75, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage, authorizing and providing for the borrowing from the State of Alaska Drinking Water Fund of an aggregate amount not to exceed $3,960,500. Thank you very much. The public hearing on this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward to the microphone, speak. Seeing no one, public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Approve.
Moved by Mr. Coffey. Are we on the right item?
No.
We're on 14K. Moved by Mr. Coffey, seconded by Mr. Flynn. No one is in the queue. Is there any opposition to the approval of item 14K? Hearing and seeing none, that matter is approved unanimously. That brings us next to item 14L, item AO 2008-76, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage, authorizing and providing for the borrowing from the State of Alaska Clean Water Fund of an aggregate amount not to exceed $575,000. Waive reading. Minnesota Benson Sewer Upgrade. The public hearing in this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come down. Let us hear your thoughts. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Dr. Selcraig, seconded by Mr. Flynn. Mr. Starr is in the queue.
Maybe through the chair for the administration, the project references a section of Minnesota upgrade, I think, and I was wondering how that was integrated with any sort of other state work that may be being done here. We have something in mind here on Minnesota, and I can't find out what we would be doing to the road or who's going to help us pay for it. So is there anybody that can kind of tell me what we're doing there for?
Yes, through the chair, Mr. Starr, we have Kurt Voss from AWW here who can speak to those issues.
And Mr. Starr, I'd direct your attention to the map that's on the second, third to the last page that shows the stretch of road or sewer they're talking about.
Yes, through the chair.
Well, are we at 14L?
14L, yes.
It's the last page.
My map shows Minnesota Drive.
Right.
And West Benson.
Right.
I thought you just said Spenard.
I said Minnesota Benson Sewer Upgrade.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I may have misspoken.
What are we doing in Minnesota?
I thought I said Minnesota, but I may have misspoken.
Yeah, through the chair. The project is on Minnesota Drive. It is between Northern Lights Boulevard and Benson on Minnesota. The project is an AWW project only. It is being coordinated with DOT because of the traffic impacts in the particular area, but it is solely for repair and rehabilitation of a failing sewer.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Anything else?
Did we just rip up the center median on that street?
Mr. Starr, I'm not aware that we have ripped that up. I might also add, much of this project is what we call a reline project. So it's to go into a failing sewer and put a slip line feature within that sewer. So the amount of surface disturbance is intended to be minimized.
Yeah, I'm just struck by the low amount and the large bang for the buck, it looks like. For $575,000, we got a pretty good chunk of road being worked on.
We try to do it right.
Easy now. I'm happy with the price tag. Thank you.
Ms. Drummond, next in the queue.
I've been hearing for months at the, I appreciate it. The median is torn up, but south of Benson for quite a long way. I want to say almost the 33rd, but that does not sound like it has anything to do with the sewer project, but the state doesn't come here and ask for our approval, so I think that's what that's about. Right. Thank you. I've been hearing all about this for months at Community Council. Okay.
Well, I guess my point in asking is you're not even going to repave that section of road for $575,000, so if we're digging into it, I just thought there might be a reason to coordinate it, but that's your job. Thank you.
Dr. Selcraig.
That's such a critical piece of road. How long do you anticipate the construction will take?
Through the chair, Dr. Selcraig, we anticipate about a 60-day construction window starting in about early August and trying to wrap up not later than October.
Will that section of the road be completely closed, and will you reroute the traffic, or how are you going to deal with it?
The answer is no. We'll be implementing a traffic control plan to maintain traffic during the construction.
Ms. Drummond.
I apologize. I'm reading that this $575,000 is financing a portion of the costs. Obviously, it's not the entire budget for this sewer project. What's the total project budget?
Through the chair, Ms. Drummond, the project itself will be about a $600,000 project. The loan finances most of it. What monies are not coming from this particular loan will be ratepayer funds. And because it is a loan, it will be paid back with ratepayer funds as well.
Good. Thank you.
All right, no one else is in the queue. I'll ask if there's any opposition to item 14L. Hearing and seeing none, that item is approved unanimously. That brings us now to item 14M, AR 2008-118, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage accepting and appropriating an Alaska Drinking Water Fund loan offer in the amount of $770,000 for financing a portion of the 19th and Spenard Water Upgrade Project. Public hearing on this is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one. Public hearing is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Dr. Selcraig, seconded by Mr. Flynn. And Mr. Starr, you're in the queue.
Well, on the previous one, we had a summary of economic effects that showed interest payments of $62,000 in 4 years from now. This one has none of that. So the statement that you just finished with is we'll ultimately have to pay it back. $62,000 a year on $500,000 is a fair interest rate. What are we doing with the $770,000 in terms of paying it back? And the summary of economic effect isn't here like it was on the other one. What's the story with the money? Is it different?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr. No, the answer is it's not any different. These loans are at a very favorable interest rate. They're at an interest rate of 1.5%, paid over 20 years. First payment due 1 year after the date of initiation of operation. As compared to bond market now, where we're averaging somewhere between 4.8 and 5.0%, this is a very attractive terms for the municipality to finance this project.
So when do we have to pay back $770,000? Over 20 years? Is that what we've been doing with these?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
No one else is in the queue. I do have a question. Spenard Road has been a topic of great debate within the West Anchorage community, and it looks like there'll be construction along that corridor this summer if we approve this. Why are we doing this now as opposed to trying to coordinate that with whatever we may or may not do with the Spenard Road?
Mr. Clayman, the project is under construction as we speak. It's on 19th Avenue between Spenard and Arctic Boulevard. The job is scheduled to be done sometime in early August. They've been at construction now for about 30 to 40 days.
So your answer, if you would read the map, you would know the answer, and then you didn't need to ask. Thank you very much. No one else is in the queue. If no one else is in the queue, I'll ask if there's any opposition to approval of 14M. Hearing and seeing none, that matter is approved unanimously. That brings us now to item 14I, AR 2008-121, a resolution approving updated Heritage Land Bank policies for management of Heritage Land Bank land and the Heritage Land Bank Fund. Actually, just a query for the body before we go forward on this. My prediction is this is going to engender some discussion, and I would ask whether there'd be opposition to put this last on the agenda.
Move
so
to
we
change the order of the day accordingly, Mr. Chairman, to put I last.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Drummond. Any opposition? Seeing none. All right. That brings us to 14N, item 2008-119, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $126,300 from Department of Military and Veterans Affairs, as well as $2,670. Somebody want to...
We're waiting.
Thank you very much. The public hearing in this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one. Public hearing is now closed. What's the wish of the body? Moved by Mr. Gutierrez, seconded by Dr. Selcraig. See no one in the queue. Any opposition to item 14N? Hearing and seeing none, that matter is approved. That brings us to 14O, item 2008-123, a resolution appropriating $59,000 from the Golf Course Capital Reserve, $300,000 from the Sullivan Arena Capital Reserve, $364,000 from the Bokie Anderson Ice Arena. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, disclosure by me.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. I'm going to predict this as disclosure relates to your ownership in the Anchorage Aces, which is substantial interest, and based on their long lease with the Sullivan Arena, is it your view that you have a conflict as to acting on this?
Well, I mean, the capital improvements to the Sullivan Arena make the operation of the Aces a better prospect. I own 1/7 of the Aces. We also have contracts through another agency called Aces Properties that sells advertising in the Sullivan.
Into
so
your mic,
far I haven't
please.
made a nickel on the deal, but I'd sure like to.
All right. Well, I'm going to find that you have a significant financial interest that is not shared by the general public, although there may be shared interest in watching the Aces and hopefully win. So I will find you have a conflict, order that you not participate in this matter. The public hearing, did I open it? Have I done the public hearing?
No, it's still
The public hearing on this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, come on down. No one is here to speak. Public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Second.
Been moved by, well, actually, it looks like, oh, I'm on the wrong item.
I've got Patrick.
We're on the wrong item. We need to be on O. O, Oscar. All right, moved by, looks like on O, we've moved by Mr. Flynn, seconded by Mr. Gutierrez. I see no one in the queue. Is there any opposition to 14O? Hearing and seeing none, that matter is now approved, noting that Mr. Coffey is not participating on that. Brings us to 14P, AR 2008-124, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $150,000 from the Valley View Estates LRSA fund balance. Thank you very much. Public hearing on this is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Dr. Selcraig, seconded by Mr. Flynn. No one is in the queue. Any opposition to item 14P?
I'm in the queue. I thought it was.
Oh, you were, but when I first looked, you weren't. Go ahead.
I'm trying to bloviate, but those on the upper hillside would best be served, I believe, to look at combining some of your LRSAs. And we've come across with a combined Subursa group out there that just, it's this sort of stuff that I don't believe provides the biggest bang for the buck. We're going to give them $150,000 for a work program. They're going to go out and find a contractor. The connecting LRSA next to it's going to do the very same thing. And that is frustrating on the public. It's frustrating on the LRSAs. We have to staff those with sometimes elected, sometimes appointed because no one runs. And I just look at it from the best health of that area is to perhaps look at taking the combination of some of those LRSAs and moving them into a combined entity. And I believe everybody will be happy. So, you know, it isn't an interest to try to prolong tonight, but these examples show that I think you'd be best served in maximizing your dollars in another manner. So the one who has experience, I'd be glad to explain that to you later. But I urge approval, but not many more times.
Thank you. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. I say amen to Mr. Starr's comments, and I've asked the mayor how we can do it. He tells me briefly we can do it, and I think it's appropriate for it to be done for the precise reasons he says. Thank you.
Dr. Selcraig.
Actually, I concur, and it seems to me that we need to take the time to sit down with those nurses and talk about the benefits and build that support, because it's just I'm sorry.
I was going to say, be patient. You'll get the Hillside Plan, and you'll have plenty of opportunity.
Thank you
Yes.
very much. Good. That's exciting. Thank you very
All
much.
right, thank you. No one else is in the queue. Is there any opposition to approval of 14P? Hearing and seeing no opposition, that matter is approved unanimously. Next, it brings us to 14R, AR 2008-126, a resolution appropriating $600,000 for...
Waive reading.
Thank you very much. This has to do with Toilsome Hill Drive, Glen Alps Road. The public hearing on this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come down. Hearing and seeing no one. Public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Approve.
Moved by Mr. Flynn, seconded by Ms. Gray-Jackson. No one is in the queue. Is there any opposition to item 14R? Hearing and seeing none, that item is approved unanimously. Looking at the hour, it is my conclusion. It is my conclusion as chair that we will not be able to complete 14I tonight.
I agree.
So there's a motion by Mr. Flynn to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Coffey. I hear no opposition. We are adjourned. Have a beautiful summer evening.
Thank you.